expounds on the Gemara. It says that whoever goes ahead and does something is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shamisbayish Bahem, here it says explicitly, because the Busha, Ola Lo Shuvah. Busha counts as Shuvah. When you're embarrassed about the faith, that embarrassment in and of itself is the Shuvah. So what's this? What's the Pshat? The Meiri, Shabusha Sha'adam Misbayish Hamash Hata, when you saw that Harata, Harata when you saw that Shuvah. This is incredible. The Rebbe side, now it goes to the Meiri. According to the so right, so that says what's the power of Busha? The power of Busha, as we said before, is the Tshuva. Says the Meiri, why is Busha Tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the faith? Why is that the Tshuva? So the Meiri says because the Busha is the equivalent of Harata, the equivalent of remorse. And Harata, the Harata positive is the soul, is the basis, is the foundation for the Tshuva. This interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand when we hear even when we have to back it out a little bit, but we have to stop. But just interestingly enough, the Meiri positive with this idea that Harata, remorse, is the soul of Tshuva.
It's 13, though.
Idea as well, which makes sense. They'll say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then the truth is, how do you know if you really recognize that you do that? So let's be honest. Sometimes I'm looking at that, and the truth is, there are two reactions I have. That was, I'm not going to do it again because it's possible. Do I regret it? No. I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, someone said it becomes more like intellectual children. Intellectual, and you see this a lot of times. When people make, profound, changes in their life, so the way they react to their past is, it's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. So there's not a charata that's there. There's almost like intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. Not a charata. The Meiri says that the true witness test of tshuva is charata. Because if I'm remorseful of myself, I regret something. Regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be. That I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's harata. To have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. It says Meiri, that is the tshuva. How do you know if you have harata, at least in the Meiri posits? Embarrassed. If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows that if I could take it back, I would. But I can't take it back, I would. That's true. Well, we'll have to stop over for today. We're going to pick up, there's one more piece that we're going to see, actually 4 pieces. We're going to see this Olam of the Maharal, and then I'm going to see last Yisharim in Eretz Hashem. We'll go ahead and we'll look at these 2 pieces, and then we'll back into the subject's idea of the power of Kedusha. All right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin. Also, let's we host a TikTok account with Rabbi Rothschild. If anybody would like it, after holiday because Samacha, stay well. Rough it out. You can even together join the table. Alright, so we'll say so with that, let us begin our beautiful, beautiful new host. Today, host of Zion is skipping in love for now. Then for sure, we'll make our back Monday. Monday night. Let's take a look. Let's start from the Victoria Hasidus. Very cool side. And the red right is followed. It says, Haisurim Hamizrachim La'azem. Iram Rak V'Nashira Ibaruch. So it says, look at the concept of Yisur. The concept of Yisur really means suffering. That was like the role of suffering in Yerushalayim plays in part of the pivotal role. Sometimes again, sometimes Yisur are understood as punishment. But sometimes Yisurim are just the way in which we are able to achieve some level of absolution or enlightenment. Again, every neshama, every individual needs some kind of cleansing. Needs some type of cleansing. Sometimes the cleansing is again because of Hadera, sometimes the cleansing is the result ultimately again of not living up to potential, actualizing opportunities. But that's the role of Yisurim. That's the role of Yisurim. Again, we're getting into this a little bit more. Whatever says when we think about Yisurim, when we think about suffering, we often think about physical suffering. That's how we normally obtain he writes. There's another form of Yisurim itself. Eligam zechami hatzar ha'ad nefesh sheyish la'adam b'libo al haveros shas. So that very simple sort of thing. That sometimes the most profound form of Yisurim, the most profound form of suffering, is not physical suffering. But rather, again, it's the suffering that comes in the form of the agnas nefesh. How do you translate agnas nefesh? Internal turmoil. Right? Internal turmoil that comes about as a result of the averos that a person committed. And as I was like, what I'd be saying is that we probably something that all of us hold from a parent or an authority figure growing up. And sometimes the worst result or the worst punishment for doing something wrong is how you feel after you committed the act. And I will say we all know this from our adult lives. Why do I care about Avera? Because again, I actually love he doesn't take even low. A person doesn't sin unless a person thinks that there's something in it for him. Okay, so if a person doesn't think below, that's Rabbi Rothschild, low, Rabbi thought. I don't sin unless there's something in it for me. Because I'll generally understanding of that, which is people are very utilitarian. People do things, but they're going to benefit from it in some way. There's no benefit to me. Generally, I'm not going to do it. And then what happens? I sin. Because again, I think I already get something out of it. And then I go ahead and I sin, and maybe I even get out of it what I thought I was going to get out of it. But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. So that just says that inner turmoil, that feeling of profound sadness, whatever says, is one of the greatest forms of pursuit. That in and of itself is a form of suffering in this world. Heard of the age book on the past? That shoving in Amish, Kilu Yisrael, listen to the word. Kilu Sabal as Surah Gehenna. And it's nothing located in his Dante or his Dante Al Saviro, Shemus Hari Al Shasa, Shas Church. This is an overwhelming statement. The Rebbe says the feeling of Agnes Nefesh, the feeling ultimately again of embarrassment. We're going to see he's going to call it Aisha just a little bit. But the feeling of embarrassment and the Agnes Nefesh, the inner turmoil that I feel in the aftermath of having made bad life decision, having committed an avera, the Rebbe says that feeling, that's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That is Gehenna in this world. We will say, we don't need to ever tell us this, because I think many of us absolutely relate to this. The feeling of having made a bad decision, knowing that you made a bad decision. And knowing that you could have prevented certain bad decisions. Also, how many times in the whole life I do something, and then afterwards, something I did that. I just, I can't believe I did it. Because sometimes I like to make bad decisions. You're upset, you're angry. But then you realize, you know what? You made the best decision you could at the time you have to decide. And then there are other bad decisions where I knew it was a bad decision, but for whatever the reason, I chose anyway, and I guess if it moves back, ultimately to ultimate pay. How did I choose badly? Because again, maybe I only knew things intellectually, but didn't internalize them emotionally. So I ignored that which I needed to do. I made a decision, and I admonished like a king. Admonished like a king. If it ever says something amazing, if it ever says, so listen, before we get to so, first of all, I think about how powerful this so is. Because I venture to say, and I don't make a show of it, but I venture to say that we all absolutely relate with what I was saying. That we all make decisions in life, but after I make the decision, I found the shag of the day. I found the shag of the day. I can't believe I did this. So listen, so two of things. Number one, the Rebbe says, you shove the Jewish thing. The good news is feel that level of excess and Kedusha in the aftermath of a bad decision, that's part of my tshuva. That's part of my tshuva. Because once I think about it this way, why do I feel this way? Because there's a recognition that I chose poorly. I did the wrong thing. That recognition that I chose poorly, that recognition that I did the wrong thing, in and of itself, is a feeling of my tshuva. It's a feeling of my tshuva, which is very profound. Goes on, he says, well, in any hazard, he says, but I point out also, what this does is, the goal of this, says the Rabbah, is to sensitize us to how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There are certain things you cannot save yourself from doing. There are certain things that occur that the truth is, I'm powerless to stop them. But there are a whole bunch of things in life that I absolutely have the power of to do it. That I have the ability to say, you know what, I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to go ahead and subject to the scrutiny of Agmas Nefesh. So if I know that a particular decision is going to place me in Gehenna, is going to give me an Agmas Nefesh, why do it? Why do it? So if I think about this concept, the commission of the act, I could see me from engaging in such self-destructive behavior. But in the event that I didn't, the quote unquote good news is those feelings that I must nefesh, ultimately again, in and of itself count as part of tshuva. The Rebbe goes on to speak one more line, and we'll stop. ולכן אמרו חז"ל בסוף פרק כמה במסכת ברכות, כל העושה דבר עבירה לא שומעים this. So this is just another combination of what the previous concept. Gemara says, עושה דבר עבירה, והמסבייש בה, מוקם אלוה כל הדבר. If you commit an Avera, and then I'm embarrassed as a result of the Avera I committed, ultimately again, I am forgiven. Ultimately, no, I'll call out on myself. I will say, now why is it that Busha, why is it that embarrassment serves ultimately again to atone for the sin? Right? Why does that work? So I commit to an Avera, then I'm embarrassed that I did it, ultimately, no, I'll call out on myself. Such an individual is totally and fully forgiven. What's the pshat? That is by Yamaka, he כבר סבל עונש גהנום בעצם הבושה שיש לו במעשיית העבירה. I'm going to say it's very simple because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. Listen, when the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed in the aftermath of an Aveira is forgiven, it's not the pshat that I'm bypassing the punishment. Is that what? The busha is the punishment. The busha that I feel, listen, again, like sad irony is, I commit the act and I impose the punishment upon myself. It's amazing. It's kind of like being called coming back from Chennai. Right? It's not like a reversal of my life function because you've done something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. I just made a poor decision. That busha, which is on one hand incredibly powerful, because of course the that the feeling of that busha is in and of itself the Gehenna that I experience in the aftermath of sin. And because that busha is the equivalent of Gehenna, therefore it almost has like a cleansing, cathartic effect of sugar. So we'll stop here for today, but understand that particularly at this level is so profound. I could avoid this. I could avoid this. Right? Ask anyone who wants to sign up for Gehenna, right? And the ones who so right, these people ask random, and the goal of there's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna, and it is avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So we'll say, now I understand that in the aftermath of sin, I really create myself Gehenna in this world. Then hopefully the goal of what that accomplishes is a greater sensitivity and decision. And a recognition that I don't want the Agmas Nefesh. I don't want the Busha. I don't want the Gehenna. As much as the Agmas Nefesh, Busha, and Gehenna are separate, in the aftermath of sin, I would so much rather see myself than that self-inflicted element for them. And so we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with the continuation of this concept today. ששנינו במשנה, שזיתני מידי חכמים, בזמן שמסכינים דייתן מסייחבס הלמי, והרי בין הרי נמצא שהזיקנה מטיבה ומוסיף למעש נכון. Remember the opposite. Remember, again, what's a zucking? What's a zucking? That should kind of talk we associate old age with the composition of water. And we assume that the older a person gets, the wiser. So again, now, this the opposite thing you're telling me again on this point again, on one hand, and older age is called Hara. You're telling me woe to the one that leaves and never returns. Lament, and almost giving almost like a negative picture of old age. On the flip side, you tell me old age, that's the, how does a person acquire wisdom? By reaching in their session of old age. So what's going on over here? The flip side, it says, Shivas has a king who can become the summer's honor, Mukhlaf Lomai, she's only the Yitzdaru Adha, Shekhasak Yimei Hazikna, Koach HaHanda, Shinish Tzigiri, the Koach HaYitzir Hara, Shal Taiva. And I said, this is so beautiful. Rather, what was Shlomo HaMelech lamenting about old age? And what were Chazal lamenting about the loss of youth? They were lamenting the loss of the Yitzir. The loss of the evil image, right? The loss of the desires of youth. Because they say, see, when you're young, and the fires of desire burn within you, there's an incredible amount of energy that you possess. But as we get older, and those fires are diminished, on the other hand, it is possible that the day-to-day struggles of life perhaps diminish. But along with those struggles, along with the diminution of those struggles, is a diminution of that passion. Remember, again, this is what I've saying before, that in this world, there are no good prophets, bad prophets, or certain side of things. No good leaders, no bad leaders. There's energy. There's energy. life is all about how you choose to channel your internal personalistic energy. When you're young, there's more energy. When you're older, there's less energy. So when Shlomo says, Zacha as Barecha remember you have to even when you're young. Before actually, although you mean hara, before the days of negativity come, Shlomo is just saying, Shem, when you're young, remember Hashem, use your energy to your avodas Hashem when you're young because you will have that same energy when you get older. And that's why calls it you may raw the days when you just won't have the same amount of Torah. As I'll say, one to the thing that leaves us and never returns. Because the bigger that we possess when we are young is something that when it ends and we just come back. So says the Tzaddik, that's what Chazal, that's a Shlomo on the mending. When you're young, you have so much of this Torah, and you can use that Torah. But when you're young, you have so many more titles, you have so many more desires, so many more lusts and wants, and things are it's true. It's very true. Like a nice at the end of the day, if you channel those cohorts correctly, you also have the ability to go out and accomplish great things. Whereas when you get older, that energy is lost, the ability to accomplish in a dynamic way diminishes as well. So we'll say, so again, but I want to be clear, not to say chas v'shalom, that when you get older, you don't have the ability to accomplish chas v'shalom. What a tzaddik is saying is energy. It's all about energy. And successful living is all about how you choose to channel that energy. And you know, we see that when a person has the youthful vigor, they have more of that. So as I'm saying, take advantage of channeling that youthful energy and vigor in the right direction. Because one day you won't have it, or one day you won't have as much of it. And when you don't have as much of it, ultimately you're going to potentially diminishes as well. As well, so stop up here for today. We'll pick up again some of the last leg of fighting to people who just going to start with people who such that's in this setting. So I want to finish the section of first degrees. We've been talking about a very powerful idea that the seven has, namely the concept that the process spiritual, right? Tshuva is the same process as the purification process for physical. Just as the public disclosed, that to remedy physical trauma, one must undergo two processes. Process number one is Tshuva in the mitzvah and Ta'ala Shamash. And process number two, that's called Hara, called purification. And the second part ultimately is the giving of the heaven, which is called Hara. The Tzaddik said that in the process of Tshuva, there are these two pieces as well. The Tzaddik first said the two pieces in Tshuva really are the concept of shedding a different path forward for the future. Because like other places like Kabbalah, Allah, you know, different, better, you will be stronger, you will stand up to temptation in the future, and then a reconciliation with that restitution as restitution of past mistakes. Love explains that the concept of going ahead, what he calls Kabbalah Allah, the ability to go ahead and make a heartbreak of the past and chart a different path forward to the future. That's alluded to in Arab Shemesh and Tzvila Lilitza. Arab Shemesh goes out yesterday, the big one too, as the sun sets, the day is over, brand new day ahead, starting from this day of my life. Tzvila Lilitza, and we're going to play the ways that represents immersion in Torah. Immersion in Torah is when a person immerses themselves in Torah. What I do is I go ahead and I bolster myself. I make myself stronger to be able to resist the temptations which all too often come by. So remember again, we're focused over here now on the future. How do I make myself stronger for the future so that I don't repeat the same mistakes over and over? Torah. Now, of course, immersion in Torah doesn't have to mean that a person puts their day down and then the whole day. Torah we study this to do that. But what immersion in Torah means, whatever amount of time you have, dedicate yourself to Torah in that allotted time. If you have that level of immersion, it's going to strong. It's going to strong. And that you found strong is what will help you to resist temptation going forward, help you to resist making the same mistakes going forward. Now, those I want to point out the last passage. What about so okay, so that's the past, right? That's the what we'll call, I'm sorry, that's the future aspect of Shuvah. Our Shemesh, this day is over. Ruby has begun working on its seventh day and discussed that piece very much. So there's a couple of redundancy in that piece as well. And sometimes in life you just have to say, this chapter is over, new chapter has begun. Like you have to be able to experience a sunset. And you have to be able to say, what's done is done. That I can't really control. But in front of me, right, the life in front of me, that I absolutely have the ability to control. Immerse in the mitzvah of Torah, make yourself stronger, and you're ready to face your future. What about the retrospective? Right? So, taking the conversation of Dalit, you never see something really beautiful. The Indian Hafara, and it just has the other Hashlama Hafara. So remember again, then it's, let's say when it comes to physical Torah, when it comes to physical Torah, there is the Kafara piece, right? How do you achieve the Kafara piece in the realm of physical Torah? That's the Kafara. Right? I go ahead, I offer up the carbon, that's my Kafara. The Rebbe says Kafara is necessary. The retrospective piece is necessary by carbon as well, by Tshuva as well. What's the retrospective piece is incredible. He says, so too, Gam B'Taras HaNefesh, the Kafara is Gam HaHama. He also says, as much as I could spend my effort charting the path forward, at some point in time, everyone must come and be visual. You know, that's an easy thing, but it's a necessary. And at some point, it is like I would say the exciting part of Shuvah is closing the chapter on the past and starting something new for the beginning. That's the exciting part of Shuvah. Like the past is the past, sun has set, and now I'm going on and starting a new day in front of me. Like, the difficult part of Shuvah is when I go ahead and I have to do this. That's because now I have to go back, and sometimes it's painful, sometimes it's difficult. He says that Tzaddik. So remember, in the realm of physical Shema, you bring the carbon. That's what he writes. He says, the Hayu Miratos, Kabaris Bar Hamash Lechadna. He says, I do you take carbon? So a person literally needs to take it. If you have to completely after this policy for the past, now what it means is I have to go back and it's going to my past. That's how you take carbon. None of which can mashmal is karvus Hashem in the realm of physical. How do I accomplish that? With the carbon in the realm of Shuvah. The realm of so okay, what's the point of the carbon? What's the point of the carbon? The point of the carbon ultimately is karvus, to compose, color, to compose self-ishkara. Right? The Russian doesn't need my sheep. Right? It doesn't need my offering. It doesn't need my meals. It doesn't need my libations. I do something physical as a way to connect with the Rebbeinu Shalom. Myself. So what do you do for this Hafara aspect by Tshuva? You give myself flexibility. This is incredible. She did the Makom Carbon, began to go up the Iker, and the Rassos as Hashem. That it's a separate activity. So what takes care of Hafara? What takes care of the retrospective part of Tshuva? Ultimately, again, what takes care of the retrospective part of Tshuva? Or Tefillah is Tshuva, what the Korban is Tumah. And the same way that when a person is Tameh, the past part of the Tumah only gets rectified when a person searches the retrospective part of Tshuva. But I have to go back and re-examine what I did and why I did it and where was the breakdown. That part of the which is so fascinating. The topic says tefillah and carbon accomplish the same thing. Carbon is there to make me solid, make me close to Hashem. Tefillah is there to make me aware, make me close to Hashem. We often have a little bit of a tefillah, and we think that the primary role of tefillah is to ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu for what we want, for what we need. Now that's definitely a part of tefillah, but that's not the tefillah. The tefillah ultimately again is a dialogical connection. It's just to establish a relationship. Right? How do you create a life relationship? You converse. You converse. Let me say about myself. Things that was happening in my life, I open myself up to you. Tefillah is an opportunity to express what is developed. So tefillah accomplishes the same thing as a carbon. A word of carbon becomes halal. Close to you. Like that, we can have a strong group. God have a relationship, have a connection. How does tefillah take care of the retrospective part of tshuva? How does tefillah address the past issues of what I did wrong? And it's just think about it. End of the day, why do we sin? Why do we sin? Bottom line, because our connection with our historical is not established. Because at the end of the day, I wandered off a little bit. If the connection is strong, then the faith would last. If the connection is solid, the relationship is solid, then faith would not happen. Because at the end of the day, when I'm in again, when sin occurs, that's indicative of the fact that the relationship is not as it should be. The kirka, the closeness that should categorize the relationship is not there. How do I reestablish that? So the tzaddik says it's not the shock that I'm really going back and examining everything that I did it. I'm getting to the root cause. And the root cause is the root cause is saying the right thing. Doesn't matter if it's the vice versa to you. Help me more in my life. If I really live to see Hashem when there's the summit, I really think about it. How do I take care of my past transgressions? Something like establish relationships with the ones that God how you put this word for really stuff back to you. Maybe because you're here, okay, like you say this here, it feels roughly that started going over. Like, he really like this other like, it doesn't like why? Because if I don't understand, I don't understand. That's what it is. And often when you talk to an happening, it's not because you don't like happening. It doesn't stop. Everybody loves stop. Hey, it's because I don't really understand what it is that I'm doing. And pretty much, all too often, I'm checking about it. I'm just checking about it. There's an obligation, there's an obligation, and let's try like everything from the outside. Look at this powerful. But the tzaddik says, you understand what I'm doing on that. Is the redemption. So redemption, I know that I am weaker if I don't have a strong relationship. I know that I'm more vulnerable if I'm not so close. I know that's the reality. I've sinned. And as a result, ultimately again, of this time, ultimately I know that I'm weaker. So when I do tshuva, says of tzaddik, how do you rectify the past? Strengthen that connection to the emotion. Most I am is stronger. There's more of this earth that are going to have to be done for that. The tzaddik ultimately tells us that the process of tshuva is the process of purification from tshuva. Truma needs mikvah harav shemesh and kapara and a carbon. Shuva needs mikvah harav shemesh, close the door of the past, move forward. Mikvah, for Tshuva purposes, immerse yourself in Torah. Torah makes you stronger to face the challenges of the future. You have perspective on Tshuva. So remember again, Tshuva has carbon. Tshuva has Tshuva. Because at the end of the day, when I look at my transgressions of the past, they only happen not because of and not because I'm not in control of this. Everybody's in control of it. I want to be in control. The reason I feel sometimes because my relationship is not as strong as it should be. Strengthen my body, strengthen my diet, strengthen my daily connection with that Kaddish Baruch. Then ultimately, again, that is a greater assurance that I'll be able to meet the challenges. Stop right here. This will be, we'll pick up in the Shem, the Hashem, after the birth. All right, Hashem, I know. I mean, you can learn the Tzedek and grow. You know, not that it's one of the best of them. All right, can I say good morning? Today, we hosted these yesterday, process very much mirrors the process of physical. Saying that again, one has to purify themselves. Physical impurity, that process is mirrored in the purification of spiritual impurity. Rabbi said, remember, just very quickly, in the process of being the time, the process of purifying oneself from, let's say, for example, Rabbi said there are two parts. There's para and there's kapara. Para, purification itself, is achieved through two things. Mikvah, Tefillah, and Torah Shemesh, setting up the sun. Kapara is achieved ultimately through Kabbalah. Rabbi posits that the process of achieving requires these two pieces as well. There is a para, there's a para piece, so that we'll see. But right now, there's a para piece and there's a kapara piece. Rabbi says legally, Rabbi Benjamin says, there there's two parts. There is a future-oriented part. I want to be different. I need to be different. I don't want to continue to be different. I want to live differently. I want to be better. And then after that, there is the rectification of the past. There's going ahead and get secret in the map. Then there's a reconciliation of the past, a atonement from the past. Which is Rabbi says it's follows. So he says if you look around each document, in the early Hasidus, the left hand column about will start 3 lines. He says, like the person who's coming, back for a moment to physical influence. So a person who is physically impure requires two things from you. It requires becoming in order to go ahead and fully purify himself from these two. What does he need? Aleph, Taurus. This is what we're going to focus on today. Here we're going to focus on the concept of power, of purification. So what's power? Let's see, said before. Tefillah is power. Tefillah the mikvah, the harav shemesh. Remember again, the purification piece, the power piece, is served through immersion in the mikvah and sunset. The Rebbe says something amazing. This is haramedes al-tikun nafsho v'kanu lahava. The Rebbe says that first quality called para is the future-oriented process. The future-oriented process. Let's say, even if you think about this, we talked about the imagery. The easier imagery to appreciate is harav shemesh, right? What is harav shemesh represent? Right? What's harav shemesh? Setting of the sun. What does the setting of the sun really represent? If you think about it, what does new day, right? Past is the past, new day, new chapter. I'm starting over. So the Rebbe says the concept of Tefillah and Harav Shemesh represents what he calls Tikkun Nefesh Lava. That is the purification process. That's the part of Shuvah that's the Tara, that's future oriented. I was Tameh as I enter into this new day. That falls behind me. There's a new chapter. There's a new chapter of life in front of me. And the Rebbe says as follows. He's going to focus much more on the concept of tefillah. So I understand that to rid myself of physical impurity, I have to go into a mikvah. Remember again, what the Rebbe is highlighting over here is the same process. Is going to be the same process to rest into remedy spiritual tshuva. So again, if I'm tamei, I need herav shemesh, I need mikvah. The Rebbe says that refers to the future-oriented part of tshuva. So herav shemesh, I understand. Old day is over, new day is ahead of me, new chapter. What about immersion? So the Rebbe says something different. He says, Hadas, Shufinu Remes the Torah, Harofetes Umitaharas as Das. So in general, water, like the concept of immersion in water, is a fascinating idea, right? Why is it that water is always necessary for any type of thing, right? It's just a fascinating idea. What is it about immersion in water? Remember, some of the has a whole beautiful piece of that is really clean. That is the last time we did this house. But the rest things that in water we call it the primordial substance. Remember again, what is the world at its beginning? Right, the world is water. Right, right. The word was right. The rock and the skin that I is water. Water represents the beginning. So when a person goes ahead and immerses in the mikvah and immerses themselves in water and allows themselves, remember again, that's why the mikvah is good. That's it. It's like you can't have anything between your body and the water. You wrap yourself in the initial building blocks of creation. What you are effectively doing is recreating your own creation. You are recreating your own world. Tzedek understands a little bit different. But Tzedek understands that water is also an allusion to Torah. That just like water sustains and water is so too, Torah sustains and Torah gives life. And therefore the Rebbe says something absolutely amazing. He says, in physical impurity, you go into water, right? You wrap yourself in water. In spiritual impurity, tshuva, what's the tefillah? The tefillah is in the tefillah, the immersion is not in water for tshuva. The immersion is in that which is like water in Torah. A person immerses and envelops themselves in Torah. And the Rebbe goes on, he says, the Yitzhara, because Torah is literally is the remedy to the Yitzhara. Even she mebatelas Esther Hure Avera. Because Torah has the ability to go ahead and negate evil thoughts of sin. That Torah nikres Kimshi Mikavasa. So this is incredible. Remember, says that if a person is struggling with a particular Yitzhara, what should he do? Mashchil the base of Medrash, right? Yashma you get to afterwards. The first step is bring him into the base Medrash. Why? Remember this. The truth is, when I learned Torah, I feel right? If you get into the psychology of faith, psychology of sin, is always quite sometimes people see for all different types of reasons. Sometimes it's gaiva and taiva. Sometimes sin is just an escape. Sometimes sin is the result of me just not feeling good about myself. But one thing is clear, that when a Jew learns Torah, by definition, has to get better. Therefore, again, the topic is saying, the antidote, the antidote to hate is Torah. So, in physical Torah, you're going to immerse in a mikvah, water. In spiritual Torah, the process of tshuva, my water is Torah. I'm going to immerse myself in Torah. He goes on, he says, that Torah, also ma'acharoi, shehofchol b'cheshek, v'yodor v'yos v'machane Yisrael. V'zeu, ha'ara mitmas hazach, ha'navaz v'chayva, Mevad zos, Torah Hidal Magna Umas. Torah also protects the individual. Magina ala Adam and Yisurin, Umatsirin also Yitsa ala Shelo Yakshida. And Ushtamachsila as Adam Me'aderos Ach, Shelo Yakta Mikana Da'ala. So let's stop here for just a moment. So Tzaddik is saying as follows. This is quite incredible. So remember that we focus now on the future. I mentioned yesterday. It is very incredible that the Tzaddik Tzaddik of Tshuva, the future part of Tshuva, comes before the past part of Tshuva, which is really just a fascinating psychological dynamic. Normally we assume that the first part of Tshuva is kind of reconciling with my past, and then I can build the future. In the Tzaddik, it's actually just the opposite. I'm going to focus on my future, and then I'm going to, it's just as an aside, it's really fascinating, because sometimes it's really profound. Sometimes it's too difficult to reconcile with the past. As well as if I have to stare down my Averis and I have to actually make an account for the past, many times it's too painful, so people just choose to shut down the entire share process altogether. The beauty in the subject model is let's talk about the future. Let's talk about the future, back to the past at some point in time. But right now, let's just focus about not what was, but what will be. So how do you go ahead and you plan for that future? Well, again, in physical Torah, how do you plan for the future? Mikvah, Erev Shemesh. Right? Erev Shemesh, new day. Mikvah, I need to go back to the primordial substance of creation. Right? I need to restart myself. Right? That Torah was part of a previous chapter, and I need to go forward. Okay? Shuvah. How does that work for Shuvah? For Shuvah, the technical of Shuvah is Torah. Now, what does this mean? So it's like, again, sometimes like, you hear this, Torah. I'm going to go on record. I like Torah. Right? I'm a big fan. Right? Sometimes people kind of just give it as like a glib answer. I don't know. These are Tzaddik is saying. But understand this, what the Tzaddik is saying to bring to the people. He says Torah has a profound cathartic impact on you. Torah protects you. Torah puts the individual bubble around you. And the more immersed I am in it, the stronger I am to resist temptation. That's what this is. The more I buffer myself to Torah, the more I'm able to stand up to the Nisyonos of life. Because when I stand up to every single one of them, of course not. Fell all the time. But the stronger you are, it's no different than a person who takes vitamin C. And why do you take vitamin C? I want to build up my immunity. Right? I want to take a third booster shot. Right? I want to another booster shot. I want to build my immunity. That's all I want. So if I want to plan a future, how do I plan the future? And what I know is I want my future to be different than my past. I don't want to repeat the same mistakes. I don't want to engage in the same behaviors. I don't want to be the same person. So how do I ensure that that's going to happen? So the whole idea of immersing oneself in the mikvah of Torah is that it builds back better. Right? Ultimately, again, but really goes back better. Right? It goes ahead and actually bolsters and strengthens the person in dramatic ways. Is it 1,000% assurance that I'm never going to sin again? Of course, the first time you get that assurance is when you're dead. Right? Then you have 1,000% assurance that you're not going to sin. But if I boast to myself, immerse myself in Torah, I buffer myself, I strengthen myself, so I'm better able to resist it. So I will stop over here for today. We'll pick up with the rest of your days. Tomorrow. Step one in Shabbat. I don't want I want to do this. I don't want this. Days is taking the natural redemption of the Days is going to go ahead and say, you know what? I have to reconcile with my first, I make a plan for the future, then apologize. Actually, let's take a look. It says, so these are the two levels of acceptance. So what is ultimately again, I want someone better than so it's not going to change. It's not going to tomorrow. I love the myself. First step, and after the rest of us, we'll probably spend tomorrow and Friday on those 2 days, getting us ready for sleep. All right, now let's so we're just going to right off the beginning. We're just going to have to spend a few moments on the subject this morning. A little bit of that. So we're going to show some basics on Zion. So let's see Zion. Whatever I can tell, the argument is that Shahaya Messiah Adam Holy Hakia Normal. The Derek HaTorah, Shahid the Rachman Shabbat. The subject's concept is that the Rebbeinu Shalom may allow a person to be successful in life in a particular endeavor, even if the Rebbeinu Shalom does not feel that that particular endeavor is a good idea. If the individual feels, truly feels, committed to the fact that they are performing the Rachman Shabbat, not that they are performing the will of God. A dramatic idea that Baderech Sha'adam wants to live in, no reason also. Since we truly believe that they're walking along with Derech Hashem, the proper path, even if the Rebbeinu Shalom disagrees. A nice example of how much I learned that. To give you an example where he says, "Be'emes ne'emar, lo b'shamayim, lomar, ve'anto shefarnos v'tova mehar Sinai, ein anu mashkivim b'das kol min hashamayim, hagam shi emes." What's the day of our lo b'shamayim, what is lo b'shamayim mean? That even if halacha l'maisa, a person were to go ahead and be supported by a basket, like we're going to see in this moment, the Torah were to come out and to say that halacha follows so and so. But that would not be a definitive for why you are in halacha. To give you an example, the rule of the Gemara, Shemachos Rabbi Eliezer v'Chachamim, is in Haner Shechad Balchuyos. What's similar against things Shemani says that Mitzvah, Haner Shalach Noi. It was a Machlokas Hakuna and Kara that result with having the comprised of different pieces. So there was Machlokas Shemani Just as Sabas told me, Halacha promotes the conduct. Sabas was here that said that Halacha always follows Rabbi Eliezer. Halacha always follows Rabbi Eliezer. Says, yes, the Amar Rabbi Yeshua Arav Amar Lo Bashanai. And yet, interestingly enough, Rabbi Yeshua gets up and he says, even though the Gospel says that the Halacha follows Rabbi Eliezer, we ask him, Lo Bashanai. Ultimately, halacha is not decided. Halacha is not decided by the Rebbeinu Shalom. Because he gave us the Torah, and we decide the halacha. V'hainu, shefarnosna Torah me'achimai, v'ne'amar b'ashalach v'ravim, v'alkin in amashkif v'bashkim. Listen, now, what does that mean? In mashkif v'bashkim, what does it mean? That a heaven is very pretty, very high. That the halacha follows that particular opinion. Listen, remember again, we have a principle in the Torah. What's the principle in the Torah? Following majority. So in this case, the majority felt one way. Rabbi Eliezer felt a different way. The halacha follows the majority. The boss called him wrong and said that Rabbi Eliezer is correct. Very nice. It's very nice. It should be incredibly effective. But the Mazal does not alter the halakhic process at all. The tzaddik will relate to that. I don't understand. So why did the boss call him correct? In other words, those that you hear the Shiloh is, okay, right? You go and you follow the rabbi, you follow the majority. Fine, I understand that concept. At the end of the day, so why did the heavenly grace come out in support of Rabbi Eliezer? In other words, the Rebbeinu Shalom also knows what's really in this Torah. I think actually, again, he offered it. He also knows. So when I said he knows, he also knows because it's in a majority. The majority, so why even have the gospel come out at all? It's a good question. It says so beautifully. He says, nevertheless, Miteshu, who wrote that, Lele Kedera. But it says so profoundly. Because at the end of the day, Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that he was correct. And Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that his position was truly reflective of the Kedera Hashem. And this goes with our general concept of Kedera Sha'adam Yosef Lele Kedera. Rabbi Eliezer felt he was correct despite the fact that he was in the minority. Rabbi Eliezer felt that he was correct despite the fact that there was a typical principle of Acharei Rabban Ya'achos. And when the Rebbeinu Shalom sees that someone is convinced of their derech, of the correctness of their derech, and truly feels that their derech is derech Hashem, the Rebbeinu Shalom lends his support to that individual, even if objectively that the individual is doing is incorrect. This is a very profound saying. It's almost like I'm thinking about this a little bit, that even parenting is sometimes it is also like sometimes the child has an idea and wants to do something, and in your advanced parental mind, you think to yourself, that's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. It's such a bad idea on so many levels. If you see that your child is convinced about the correctness of it and the goodness of it, and if your child genuinely feels that this is a good data, I'm not talking about your child wants to do something I love this. I mean, because you just think it's just not a good life decision. But my child is convinced of it, and every parent knows like there are times when you feel that possibility of particularly harmful that you step in, but then there are other times when you know what, okay, you know what, hopefully the child is old enough to mature, doesn't have young children, but old enough to mature enough to potentially make informed decisions. I disagree with you, but this is the way you grow, and this is the way you spread your wings, and this is the way you mature. So I have to give you that support, even if at the end of the day, I fundamentally disagree. That's really what's subtle. Ultimately, again, is really highlighting what we feel. Is this idea that at times in life, the Rebbeinu Shalom knows that, listen, I don't agree with what you're doing. And of course, when God doesn't agree, that's a pretty good indicator that what I'm doing is wrong. But when I saw, if I see my conviction, and he sees my dedication, and he sees that I'm really committed to this, as well as okay, I'll give you the help to be able to do it. Okay, objectively, it's not right. But I said, people are using it. When you get it together on a Ratzon Hashem, I'm not going to stand in your way. I'll leave it up to guy, a Bosco, comes down. So they'll say, oh, we got, so we all know that story of Rabbi Eliezer, and everybody's bothered by the same fundamental question, which is if Rabbi Eliezer was truly wrong, and why does the Bosco? Why does the Bosco come out? Especially when the Bosco stands in contradistinction to the halakhic principle that the Rosh himself went ahead and discussed of Elamai, because Rabbi Eliezer was convinced that he was right, and he was convinced that it was the Ratzon Hashem, and the day of Sha'adam was the really, okay, one last piece in the stop. So it says as follows. Va'al derech zeh, Megor ma said mentioning the slowness when you start on Moshe Ba'aron, Kishanisi Korach Va'adasa. Listen to this. Going back a couple of weeks, Parshas Korach. Remembering it was something amazing happened. The earth opens up, swallows up Korach and its followers. Right? A pretty clear indication that Korach is wrong. Moshe was right. What's Klal Yisrael's response to the earth opening up and swallowing the Torah? Atem Amisem as Am Hashem. You, they accuse Moshe, look, you're killing Jews. You kill Jews. What? First of all, Torah started. Second of all, this was an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. And by the way, as powerful as Moshe is, Moshe can't make the earth open. Moshe can't make the earth open. Only after the Shpara can make the earth open. And yet they're accusing Moshe of killing Jews, of killing Hashem. What's the shot? He says, we come up with Hashem translate, we come up with Hashem Azeh, Kilova Shamayini, Velachin Inismok al Pelach Zeh Shal B'yas Hagala, Kilchacham Min HaShamayim, the Das Spirit Shadim, and listen to this. The Shabbat essentially says, the Klal Yisrael said as follows. Father says in Moshe, and the Derech Sha'adam Moshe Lele will be convinced. You're powerful life, Moshe. And there's no question in our mind that if you are convinced of a particular derech, and you are convinced that that derech is correct, and it is the Ratzon Hashem, then the Owner Shel Olam is going to open the derech. Did God want to open up the earth and swallow up Korach and his followers? No. You know why he did it? He did it because you were convinced of the correctness of that approach. But it is not indicative of the fact that that was the faith they truly deserved. So again, literally what they're saying is, Moshe, you know what you're like? You're like Rabbi Eliezer and Tanner Shalachno. You're like the Bosco. Rabbi Eliezer was wrong. He was the minority, and Allah was decided by the majority. When a Pishpal sees that you have convictions and sees that you're dedicated to your cause, then at the end of the day, he'll support you, even if you're not correct. So Moshe, you have convictions, you're dedicated to your cause, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is supporting you, even though what? You're not really correct. That was their kind of like, this concludes the O's, and what comes out of this are a couple of, number of different lessons, a couple of sub-lessons. Number one, you see the power of having convictions and the power of believing this. Now, I see so many times in life where like power is on things. Like you ask people, yeah, I think you find it a lot. People out there like saying, I'll do a lot of things, and a lot of things aren't working for me. Like, what am I true? What are my convictions? What do I believe in so much that I would even be able to sway the opinion of the Ribono Shel Olam in a certain way? The power of conviction, the power of dedication to an idea, to a principle, to a cause is so strong, so intense that I could even lobby the Ribono Shel Olam to my side. That's how. Days, which is the primary lesson of the Psalm, which is how important Hashemah Nefesh, introspection is in life. And to really examine and to look at the data, the path we have chosen for ourselves in life. Because very often we assume that if I'm successful, that's indicative that my path is blessed by God. And what the Tzaddik is highlighting for us is that's not necessarily the case. That a person can enjoy life success, but nevertheless the path that I've chosen for myself is not the right path. How can you have success without divine courage, without divine approbation? It's very simple. The direction of the Moshe Lele is no reason ourselves. Yeah, sometimes what happens. You can have success even if God says, I don't think it's maybe like that. As long as I believe it's the right path, the Master Baruch Hu could potentially give me success. And how important it is to be able to take a step back, to introspect, to look at the way we're living, to look at what we're doing, to look at how we're behaving, to look at what we're engaged in. Because even if we're successful, that doesn't always mean that it's the right derech. Have the courage to be able to step back despite the success. Someone said it's very easy to be introspective when things don't go well. Because you don't really have much of a choice. Right? It's very easy to be introspective when you kind of hit a brick wall and the things you're engaged in are not yielding the fruits of success. That's easy. What the Tzaddik says is it's no less important when everything is going great, and when everything is going beautifully, and life is going according to plan. So still take a step back, introspect, examine, and truly figure out and make sure that the way I'm living and what I'm doing is the true refuge. Okay, let's stop over here. So yeah. All right, so just like this morning, let's begin. We're actually gonna spend a little bit less time on the subject this morning. To be able to get a little bit of a bigger head start on the job that we've got out of us today. But we'll spend some time together this morning. Page Kufman Bell. Remember again, continuing on topic in place Summit Dalit of Nadara Sha'adam Notelele, Novi in Osa. And again, if I have true conviction and true dedication to that particular path, I think that my path is the right direction, the true will of Hashem, the redemption of the Moshe is down that path, even if that path may not be the true love of Hashem, the true will of the redemption. So let's give another example of this. Which Christian involved left hand column, Yora Hasidus, the Hofafah Lakah, Shashem Yisbarach Nisnai, in the Odom Kizimah Sha'adam Atzmo Medu, Nira Be'ina Fideh HaYashem, and the proof to this idea. The proof to this idea that if Baruch Hu conducts himself with a person in a way that a person believes is honest, a person believes is the Derech HaYashem. Even if it turns out that the Rebosha may not feel that this particular derech is the right derech, Alekira be'Eliyahu. Look at the old Eliyahu HaNavi. What happened to Eliyahu HaNavi? Amar al-Achav, Kai Hashem Elohi Yisrael, Emiya Hashem Ha'ilat Al-Yisrael. Let's remember again, Eliyahu HaNavi, after an incredible fall with Achav was the king of Mount Israel. He was unfortunately a terrible Obed Achav. The real tragedy of Achav was not his sinful behavior. The real tragedy of Achav was that he was so close to the Shuvah a couple of different times, and yet failed to do so. In any event, Eliyahu HaNavi is a dramatic fallout with Achav, and because Achav, there will be no rain in Eretz Yisrael. There will be no rain. So Abu Chazal, Shadiki Yisrael, Baruch Hu, Shiyitto Le'Rosh Hashanah, Me'afteach Shabbatot, to rest the Lord. Now, this land, the Gemara says that there are two maftichos, there are three keys, which HaKadosh Baruch Hu never dispenses to us. And one of those keys is the mafteach Shabbat, the key of rain. Yet Eliyahu HaNavi requested from HaKadosh Baruch Hu to be handed over the key to rain. So remember again, how was Eliyahu HaNavi able to make such a declaration? That there will be no rain for 4 years. So the only way to make a declaration like that is if you control the rain. So we asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu to Yaakov for the key to the rain. He must know that. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu in fact gave him the key. Gave him the key to rain. He goes on, Ba'asar Tidas Hageshem Shalosh Shalosh. And as a result, Eliyahu withheld the rain for 3 years. And the result, Shekin Yaakov, Hayat Kachel Le'Panav Yisrael, the Gemara says it is very difficult for HaKadosh Baruch Hu that you shouldn't do rain for 3 years. In other words, what the Gemara is saying is not necessarily the case that the Rebbeinu Shalom agrees so confident and decided that this is a good idea. But again, Eliyahu Hanavi felt this was the type of reaction. He felt that it was the Ratzon Hashem. And so it makes me look that the owner should only be over the key to the Hashem. Shahari Azad, the Master Esarasya Hadisham, and the Adam Shibara as Olamov, because that was a point in history of the world that the Baruch Hu ever give over the key to the reign to any human being. Receiving Hashem Baruch, She'iliyah Hanavi Ba'atzmo, Yirtze La'atziyas Ma'kach HaGashem, K'dei She'yekabel as a Ma'kach She'fiyas HaMeis. Interestingly enough, remember again, we're not getting into all the details right now. Eliyahu Hanavi wants to perform on the act of Fiyas HaMeis, the resurrection of the dead. Well, that's another thing. The Baruch says, you don't get to but you have to keep Fiyas HaMeis, you have to get back to the Fiyas HaMeis. So ultimately get to speak back. Yafafike, Amr lo Eliyahu, lately that, Kufanisa l'chakidna, Kushbukna Zayim, Binistarta b'nachal Chris, Ashafni Ayayim. Va'azara Hashem Yisparti Nilichal, V'isasya mipnei Achal b'nachal Chris, V'achiyel b'darach Meis. She'yuchayim Nabiyim Lola. Remember, as I said, you know, Achal did not supposedly to his ring, like he did not actually, he ordered Eliyahu Hanavi killed. Eliyahu Hanavi hides, right? He hides in the place of Nachal, the crystal, the crystal being Nachal Chris. Nachal Chris. And there, Kodesh Baruch Hu sustained of miraculously every day. Ravens would bring him bread and bring him meat. They were avoided in between tongues, and no other place other than Achav's table. They literally took food from Achav's palace and brought it to sustain Eliyahu Hanavi Nachal Chris. He goes on, Baharikilu Haya Melech Achav Moshe Eliyahu Hanavi Haya Achav Machliton Lebata Satina Chaim Yegan Hashem. So the Kasha Darizah, Ukilo Shachim Haya Achav Shenira Eliyahu LaAchav Biyar Dagashem. Interestingly enough, had says, had Achav found Eliyahu, he would not have necessarily killed him, and he would have had him told him to walk back to the key. And in fact, we can do it also to walk back to the key that he don't share. This probably didn't want this to be. This probably didn't want this to be. Because remember again, because of holding our brains for 3 years, many innocent people suffered as well. The devotion did not do more than holding it for years. But again, with more shocking how you Africa, which knows Asama, Yora, and Akaba, Isha, Navi, Shekikisha, and Ispala, Shema, Haim, Hare, what do you see from this? The Af Shein Ratzon Hashem, Ba'atziras Hagesh, even though it was not the Ratzon Hashem to God and withhold the rain, in Sira, the Ad Eliyahu is Kabed and Akab together. So here's what's interesting. The devotion didn't want to, number one, he didn't want to withhold the rain. Number two, he certainly did not want to withhold the rain for don't create a concern. This is exactly what it took for 3 years. So yet, what did I call these Baruch Hu do? He did two things. Number one, he gave Eliyahu the keys. Number two, Eliyahu for sustained, right? And like Eliyahu and sustained Eliyahu for a prolonged amount of time. So when you put this all together, what you see over here is that we almost been able to facilitating someone's course of action, even though the Rebbeinu Shel Olam did not agree. So this voice again goes to this the subject's primary thesis, which also really has two manifestations. Number one, that sometimes the person feels that the particular derech they are engaged in is the proper derech, is the right answer, even if it's not. The Rebbeinu Shel Olam will go ahead and help them along that path. And number two, just because the person sees success in a particular path, in a particular endeavor, does not necessarily mean that the Rebbeinu Shel Olam is actually happy with it. I will say it's that second part that's much more meaningful and significant for us. Because when God chooses conversation, when God doesn't choose conversation, it's something that's hard to discuss. Like we've got plenty of times where I can start to talk about and therefore prevents it from occurring. That is nice in the full yard. What's important for us in the time we take away from this result, that is possibly important, don't assume that success, right, is indicative of divine faith. In other words, obviously, I can't be successful without actually Baruch allowing me to be successful. But don't allow success to be translated as God is happy with the path I am taking. Because sometimes that's true, but sometimes it's not. And it's important to understand, which I also makes sense in the psychology, because if you think about it, life in general will be so much easier if I can look at the following approach. If I'm doing well, right, I'm succeeding, that means God's happy. I'm not succeeding, that means God's unhappy. That's a great life, because it's pretty clear. Instead, what David is doing is really muddying the water for us, right? And telling us that you can be wildly successful in life. It's going to be some stuff is not really what you're doing. Your success isn't because life is confusing. But if it's because the couple of hospital animals try to understand things just kind of going down, it's for that good life. Okay, we'll cover this for today. We'll pick up the answer soon. Finish up that.
Hey y'all, the holidays are just around the corner. Are you looking for a way to stay connected with loved ones during the holidays? Well, I'm telling you, this skylight frame that I got the other day is unbelievable. Easy to upload, tons of pictures of the family. I feel like they're there, and I don't have to argue with it. It's absolutely incredible. After I got my skylight frame, it was easy to send new photos to it all the time. It's absolutely incredible. You know about this. Yeah, skylight frame is a photo frame you can update instantly by email. From anywhere, you just send a photo by email, they get it on their picture frame. It's a great way to feel close to those even when you're separated. Sends up effort in under 60 seconds. Just plug it in, use the touch screen to connect to your wireless network, and enjoy. Sending photos to Skylight is effortless. Everyone in the family can just email them to your personal Skylight email address. No pop-up seconds. Multiple people can send photos to friends, so it's a great way to keep large networks of friends and families in touch. It has a black frame and a white back, so it looks like a real photo frame that adds a beautiful touch to your home. For a really special gift for the special people in your life, you gotta check out the Skylight frame. And I'm telling you, we have them. They're super cool. We have fun with it. Sometimes I'll send him pictures of me in the bathtub with a rubber ducky right to his frame. Now is a special offer for you. You get $10 off your purchase of a Skylight frame when you go to skylightframe.com. Enter the code Tony. That's right. You get 10% off your purchase of Skylight frame. Just go to skylightframe.com and enter the code Tony. That's SAYLIGHTFRAME.com.
This is the right path. This is the left hand Hashem.
Yes, it's good to be back. I'm so excited. You guys ready to start the show or what? Huh? 9 people on the rail built for 600. Let's do this. Tonight's guest, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, famously the host of the Tinfoil podcast and a bunch of other incredible shows, Punch Drunk Sports, Sam Tripoli, that he's the first guy to ever take me on the road. Sparking the ignition to one of the most incredible youthful comedy careers ever, the rare Tony Hinchcliffe. A lot of people say this man is responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the great Sam Tripoli. Here he is, everybody. Wow. What an honor. One of the funniest human beings on the planet. This is a true comedy store killer right here. You can see it on the Comedy Store documentary. I'm so happy to see you referenced so many times that you're such a powerful force. You are what I consider a true Comedy Store comic. You have no fear. Spitting fire. Changing pieces fast or slow, fast or slow. Working the fucking crowd. Killing in your time slot, no matter when it may be, no matter what they start, they're relentless. Fucking keep going. I know I often say you're the Dexter of the comedy store. I've been noticed saying you are the Genghis Khan of late night comedians. I think that's good.
go ahead and hurt the Jewish people. And Balak promises Bilam fame, fortune, everything. Frequently, Bilam asks Sakadosh Baruch Hu if he's permitted to go. Sakadosh Baruch Hu appears to him twice for Bilam and you can't go. They say that you can't go with them. Baruch Hu says you can't hurt the Jewish people. They are blessed people. So it happens. The Achami time, remember again, Bilam is quite persistent. Right? And Bilam does not give up. So Bilam keeps asking. Bilam keeps after Hakadosh Baruch Hu. The Achami time. So after a certain amount of time, what happens? So Hakadosh Baruch Hu says to Bilam, "Kum late go, go." Why? Because Bilam Raza, the Shtoki Malachas Sorry Bala. Hakadosh Baruch Hu said like this. Bilam wants to go. Bilam wants to go. Or he keeps asking, he keeps pushing, he very much wants to go. And therefore what happens? The Derek Zeh, Oliva also in Hashemayim. Baruch Hu saw that ultimately Bilam wanted to do this. And Baruch Hu also saw that Bilam really thought this was the right thing to do. It's true. When you look at Rashi, when you look at David and Moshe, you see them going for revolution. There's one driven by wealth, personal aggrandizement, covet, but perhaps there was some element that Bilam also felt that this was his purpose as the prophet, that he also had opportunity to flex his prophetic muscles, be able to do something of consequence. So he was committed to his particular course of action. He goes on, he says, to the Torah, ultimately, again, now when you look at this, Bilam's intention was not to go in the Derech HaTorah. The Prophet says, and one of the Prophet says, or maybe you could kind of, that maybe Bilam's intention was to put up with the Shem Shamayim. The difficulty in saying that Bilam's intention was the Shem Shamayim is why. Because Prophet tells him, don't go. So it's hard to say that your intentions are for the sake of heaven when heaven is telling you don't go. Aval in this social in the world, Kikam Loki Daito, and Sulefes. Bilam Arasha, if the Sitra delay Tzad Shalom, Hayederech, Zeshay, Bazis, the Kalo, Asisol, Mira, Yasha. This is fascinating. So Bilam, as much as he knew that this was not the will of God, he understood that, or he felt that it was the right thing to do. Now listen, when you say those words, it does not sound apparently contradictory. He knew that it was not the will of God. He knew right that the Prophet did not want to do that. How did he know that? Because the Rebbe told him, don't go. Yet, somehow, some way, he still felt that it was the right thing to do. I will say, now, lest you think lest you say to yourself that that's crazy. That's because the Prophet tells you that clearly something is wrong, then of course, how could you ever do it? Okay, as the note to us, it's nice thing to tell you. Okay, things that Hashem tells us are absolutely unequivocally wrong, and yet somehow, some way, we still find a way to justify doing that. In other words, this is human nature. Human nature is, I know what I'm supposed to do, I know what I'm not supposed to do. It's also very rarely, sometimes in life, you have like gray situations where you're not exactly sure what to do, what's the rest of Hashem. But more often than not, it's pretty clear what I'm supposed to do, what I'm not supposed to do. Yet many times I find myself on the wrong side of the law, doing things that I'm not supposed to do. How do I get that? Because we have this incredible ability to justify, this incredible ability to go ahead and turn things that are really against the Ratzon Hashem, but somehow to convince myself that it's good, that it's right, that it's correct, that it's warranted. That's happening with Bilam. The Shtarfim is explicitly communicating to him, don't do it, don't go, I don't want you to go, it's not going to turn out well if you try to go. Yet Bilam convinces himself that this is the right step. As Shtarfim says, you know, he convinces himself that it's the right step. Shtarfim is to give people to do it. And if you truly believe that what you are doing is correct, and you truly believe that some way, somehow, what you're doing is the proper derech to serve me, I can't stand in your way. I can't stand in your way. He goes on, he says, the Chashav Shiroi Lazarus getting left-hand paragraph, to משהו שורש המקטרי והסל בישראל, ומove on, שגם כמו מסנאי אשר מספר חוקי רצונו, עמודה, והיתר וללכת, sorry, בלך כדי לחלל את ישראל. So what I do is incredible Yisrael. So here, essentially, the Tzaddik is saying that this kind of salt as the source of this principle of Baderach Sha'adam Rotze Lele Modifin of salt. The path that you choose to salt in this world is the path that HaKadosh will help you on. Now again, all that it requires two things. Number one, that you genuinely believe that this is the correct path, that's Alex, and B, that you are committed to this path. In other words, that you're going to work hard at this path. If those two factors are there, even if halacha l'maisa love, even if halacha l'maisa back, either like that, says Baruch will help me alone. Help me alone. I will say therefore this kind of feeds back again what the Prophet was saying before, that by halacha l'maisa, even if you see success in a particular life path, don't automatically assume that success equals divine pleasure with the choices that I make. Sometimes all success means is that I'm committed and I genuinely believe that what I'm doing is correct, but not that for that it actually is scary. Let's say this is scary. Because I think many of us, before we saw Osis on college, automatically assume that success means that the Baruch Hu is happy with everything that I'm doing. And now you realize how scary this is because a person can be successful, however you define success, but a person can be successful in a particular direction in life, and yet I can be totally going in the wrong direction. Totally in the wrong direction. Which is why that in life, a person has to, we all have to take, like, almost like a step back, a little bit of push for that much, to ask ourselves, are we really going down the right path? You know, like, sometimes in life, when things aren't going well, it's much easier to do a push for that much, right? Because I realize things aren't going well, right? Like you say, you're low, like, it's just not going. So if it's not going, it's much easier to take a step back and say, okay, I like what's correct. So sometimes like everything is going well, quote unquote. Like things are working out. I'm being successful. It's in those times where a person also has to take a step back and ask themselves, just like is this how I should be doing? Or again, perhaps have I misread the words of Hashem, or have I misread my own pace in life? Success is not necessarily an indicator of divine pleasure with the choices that I am making. And it takes a strong and brave person to kind of pump the brakes a little bit in the midst of success to be able to analyze, to be able to inspect, and I really think the right path. So let's double do it for today. We'll pick up in Yer Hashem. It's another example of this with Uriah Hanavi in Yer Hashem. All right, so this is good. So we are beginning today a new base. Last I know it was a little bit like the same, but it meant Hashem was saying this is today for Islamic study. So against this kind of the take concept part of it, in some of the days, we saw this idea about the ability to integrate outside ethos, which were really cultivated initially by individuals who's down to their families, and then it really became the active presence of all of families. So, we started to spoke about the beautiful idea of the influence of a mother on the sons, the influence of a father on the children. And the rest of the sit, he goes on this idea as well. He actually goes with the idea that lest we think that it's only the father who influences the daughter, and then goes on to discuss the incredible impact of the mother on her child as well. But again, we'll focus a bit more now That was put up. So some of the study crisis follows. Some of the which Muslim hate. This is an incredible piece. The study writes, Kamil Yola Adam, Shalad the Day Shashim is Barak inside. Sometimes the person who goes through life will see that the Ribono Shalom is hoping them in a certain way. But often you find the telling that I said this out yesterday on the WhatsApp as well. So a person will see a person who goes through life and they'll see that they're encountering some level of success. In other words, I'm doing things in Baruch Hashem I'm being successful. So because the
All
Nero
the
low,
comedy careers
the
that you
O's,
start including
Shashem,
mine. I didn't know how to go on the road until you took me there. That was for, I believe, a 3 or 5, I think it was a
those are
5-minute
30
spot
minutes
cold
only.
opening your shows.
In
Me,
general,
Sarah
when
Tiana,
you're
Steve
successful
Simone,
in
and you.
life, we assume that success means that the Ribono Shalom is happy with what I'm doing. Which makes sense.
Also
That,
famously
now,
took me to open up
it
for him
doesn't
at a
work both
corporate
ways.
gig
In
of
other words,
7-Eleven owners in a
that
dining
not
hall at
successful.
round table,
And that's not
microphone
necessarily a sign
connected
of
to a podium.
discussion. That can be a sign of a
And
variety
when
of
I did that show, there was
things.
only one person laughing in the back of the room filming it. Sam Schiffer.
Not everything is like
She
that.
was cracking up.
What a different time.
Everything
Everything is like that.
halfway up the Modesto for that 7-Eleven owners convention.
Right? As long as I'm not dedicated. Or sometimes it's the wrong apology, it's the wrong approach. And sometimes it is because you don't show me upset at me or unhappy with me. Whatever it might be, but certainly the first part usually is telling me I am successful, that is a sign that God is happy with me. And in particular, if the Ribono Shalom is happy with the particular derech, the particular direction I'm taking the things that I'm doing. Sorry, looking, Lahaya Ozer of the new part. And again, the logic is very simple. If the Ribono Shalom is not happy with what I was doing, you would have and I would not be successful. I recognize that my success in life only comes from I'm only successful because of Hashem. Which means that therefore, whenever I encounter success, that's the result of God's involvement. And if God is involved, you must really be happy with what it is that I'm doing. He says, let's find out what they are tonight. Right. He goes that. Eino Ra'ayot Na'asam Sharm Ba'amet Be'enas. God says, even if I'm successful in a particular endeavor, that does not mean that what I'm doing is good.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, I do believe we have Bird Watchers for the first time ever. A lot of people have been asking, when will the band be Bird Watchers? The answer is that if I'm successful in something, that's
my
a sign
guess
that
is this
is blessing
idea for being a character started after Jeremiah
you can
found
go ahead
that
and encounter success in life.
itself
And
after
it's
that.
not right.
Hello,
It's
Bird
not
Watcher, what's your name?
indicative of the fact that my actions are
Daniel
Thornberry
has arrived. Welcome to the history books. Kill Toby, my friend.
How might I understand that success in a particular endeavor?
Daniel Thornberry.
It does not mean that
Who's
let us
this
be
little
good
whippersnapper
or I
behind
can
you?
be successful in something.
Bob
Even if
Henry,
what I'm doing
what's
is
your deal,
not
Bob?
good in the eyes of the living. Okay. Sure.
Wow, what do you guys do in that society?
Yes, in which I know. Randa. Kama holo mazit eko b'derech tzivur. Pasuk she'adash rabbi Sinudal. Haklau shebederech she'adam yotze lebecha movish kinosa. This is a concept.
There we go.
Open
Daniel
halacha
Thornberry,
and
Bob
halacha
Henry joining us for the great
but
Sam.
you
Man, that sound.
dash other ones a little
Ryan
bit
emailed me his pizza. Everything's happening. So let's just start the show, shall we? Here we go. You guys ready to kick this fucking thing off, huh?
Oh, hell yeah.
Even though there's 9 people in the room, I'm gonna do the cheesy thing and say you guys can do better than that. You guys ready to start this fucking show or what? Alright. In that case, here's a surprise for you. We're gonna flip some things around today and start with a fucking super bang. As I present to you a regular on this show that is absolutely blown fucking minds. This guy trained in the art of wait, just wait, just hold on a second over there. You're really jumping the fucking gun on this one. Jesus Christ.
Even if Hashem
great state of New
does not
York,
want me to
trained
take
in the
this
arts
path,
of
will help me.
improvisational activities over in
If
Second
that's
City
the
in
choice I
Chicago.
make,
It is the
that's
one
where
and the
I'll
only
follow
Michael Lehrer, everybody. Here he
So
is.
part of
Wow. He's a tank.
things happening
He's a fucking tank.
which are really connected. Number one,
Wow, that's a real tank.
success
There's a
is
claw
not
attached.
an indicator of divine happiness. But I can be successful in something in life, and
The
yet
tank
still
is shooting
not
at us.
doing the right thing.
The accuracy, quite shocking. Oh, there's
And why is
bubbles.
that?
Oh,
Because the Derech
oh my goodness, there's bubbles. He's shooting
Hashem
out. This
helps
is,
me. Hashem
my
helps
mind is
me down
completely
the road I
off.
want to go. Even if at the end of the day Hashem does not feel that that is the correct Derech. An incredibly dramatic idea. Now, it further goes on. It's incredibly significant. Says there is an important qualifier.
Oh my goodness.
Incredibly important
Wow.
qualifier. He says, much of the Chazal, that Derech Sha'adamot Lele, Rabbi Amar Matifa Chabudah, Mashmut, Rabbi Loma Bezala, Shemtilachah, Shemchabat Shneimah, Derech Misekim Mishlei, Derech HaTorah, Bamitzvot, Yevorah. I knew. Here's the qualifier, because you think about this at the moment, it's strange. So I understand the concept of Derech Sha'adamot Lele for myself. And I also understand that David is saying that even if the Derech I want to take is not the right Derech in the eyes of Hashem, that in Gomer Shalom will still help me take that Derech if that's what I choose. So let's say, does that actually make sense? Right? At the end of the day, does that actually make sense? And what if the Derech is terrible? And what if the Derech is simple? And what if the Derech is does it make sense that he's also going to help me down that way? So the qualifiers are very important. He says, Lod Salomar, Derech HaTorah B'Hamitzvos. Yetzor El Osman, Das Hainu. V'im Hashem Yisbarach, Misayeya, U'madrich Lo'odom Ha'achim Asmatzol, Elo Yeshua B'Dai Ba'al Kochanim, Moshe Keishu V'Kovei V'Derech. Let's listen to this. When do you say the Derech Sha'adamot Lele for everything else? The path that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to take is the path. The path I want to take is the path that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants me to take. There's only one thing you have to take. You have to believe in the path that you're taking. You have to believe that the path that you're taking in life is truly the right one. If you believe that the path that you're taking in life is the true and correct path, then Hashem will help you down that path. Even if what? The Rebbe Shem knows it's not right. Right? Rebbe Shem knows, will say, can you imagine? I don't want to talk about this. The Rebbe Shem knows how to
wow, I remember that. I remember that very clearly.
every day. That everyone does it.
Okay.
His name.
How about
Like,
the
just imagine
classic
there's
Gone with the Wind?
taking his divine head like that. Right? Everybody thinks they know my will. And everyone thinks that they're my ambassador. Everyone thinks, right, if they would only really try to say, a lot of times in life, you are quote unquote performing the Russian Hashem. Yeah, but it's not the Russian Hashem that's performing. So that's how it's their own will. I just happened to go ahead and be quoting it in the middle of this therapy. It's a simple, absolute relation that qualifies a very complex concept, which is the Derech Sha'adamot Lele for everything else. Hashem says, listen, you choose a path, I'll help you on it. The prerequisite to that is you have to believe that what you're doing is correct. If you truly believe that your Derech is the pursuit of the Ratzon Hashem, or your Derech is the pursuit of absolute emes, then Hashem says, yeah, listen, whether I agree or disagree, you have the Gvura, and I'll help you down that path. I'll give you the most incredible extreme example of this. Right? That's the most incredible extreme example of Derech Sha'adamot Lele for everything else. So the most extreme example. Sorry? Governor Mela? Well, right? Hero is the most extreme, right? Because let's remember again, the Russian comment on this, right? Actually, Rothschild is going to quote Purim as well. But if you think about this, Hero is part of this party. Baruch puts away Paro Yesida, because Paro ultimately, again, he understood. See, we look at it as punitive. To a certain degree, it is punitive. But the Mesa, the removal of Paro Yesida ultimately allowed him to do what he wanted to do, which was to be defiant and to stand up. Now again, Paro did not believe in HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Paro believed that he was the deity. Right? And here you are, right? You are Bani Asasiya. And Paro says, I made the vow. Paro believed he was the deity. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, listen, you want to be the God? You want to stand up? You want to go ahead and not change it? Fine. The dad shall go make a little bit, no reason, also. You have to actually believe that what you are doing is correct. To actually listen, and it's incredible. Think about it. You know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants the best more than anything of us? Is believe in something. Believe in something. I said, how many times do we go through life and we have absolutely no passionate convictions? Right? People are so proud. People are so proud. And the truth is that we go through life, and we're always passionate. But what do I actually believe in a fiery and exciting way? What do I actually believe in all the time? What Baruch says, the derech of the Muslim is if you believe in something, if you believe in something, I'll help you. Now, I may not believe I may not agree with it, but as long as you really believe that this is MS, and you really believe that this is the Ratzon Hashem, then I'll help you along. You have to really believe. And that's why we do back off the stuff we'll do for today. That's why we do back at the end of the day. A person can see success in a particular area of life, but that success is not necessarily indicative that what I'm doing is good in the eyes of HaKadosh. They say, by the way, the muscle that you do it is that is to a human parent as well. Many times, our children make choices, and I think that is very important. Very pleasant. But they believe this is the right thing for them. I don't mean like that. But a child chooses something that I just look at it and I just don't think it's a good idea. But again, you believe in this, so what do parents often do? Right? Not only do they not stand in the way, but sometimes they're even supportive. Sometimes they're even supportive. Because guys, what am I supposed to do? This is what my child believes in. This is what my child thinks is the good thing. So you know what? This is what I'm going to do. Is it indicative that it's right? No. Is it indicative that I agree with it? Absolutely not. But sometimes you have to let people believe in the things that they're going to believe in. But David said, also, if you believe that, the prerequisite is you have to believe it. You have to actually believe. You have to believe in something with a fiery and a fierce conviction. And if I talk with God, listen, you believe in it, then I'll help you. Then I'll help you. You might not agree, but I'll help you. Therefore, says the Tzaddik, be very, very careful. Because sometimes when we're successful in things in life, we sit back to me. That Baruch Hu is giving his stempel, right? His stamp on what I'm doing. Sometimes that's not true. Sometimes that's not true. Because it takes incredible self-awareness to look through life and really think about what I'm doing is right. Success is not always a metric of divine pleasure or divine happiness with my life choices. Saying to God, it helps me because I believe that this is the right thing. That I have to be self-aware and perspective enough to really try to figure out is what I'm doing truly the right thing. Alright, we'll stop up here for today. We'll pick up the next session tomorrow.
I would accept that my name is Buck and I like them. My name is Frank and I like the tank. Ah! There you go. Alright, well, what else, Tank? I'm just waiting for a moment. Yeah. I want the interview to go long because I want you to get your money's worth out of all the project. Oh, man, I'm just saying what I know. This is like Netflix for me. Yeah, that's a great idea, Brian. I've never seen a tank dance before. We're about to make history. Here he goes. David Deary. David Deary taking the microphone. Here comes some music. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Whoa, it's doing the robot. Wow. Oh, wow. It's sponsored by the Home Depot. It's like a NASCAR, this thing. Uh-oh. Oh, he's backing that ass up. Look out. Uh-oh. What's going to happen next? Oh, my goodness. This is incredible. Seems to be some technical difficulties going on over there. Home Depot. Oh, there's bubbles. 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 Going into the darkness. The opposite side of camera. Wait, what just happened? Something opened up down there. There's a floor. Wow. Wow. The dancing tank. Shaking. Definitely a bit. Oh, he's still alive. It's all good. Yeah. Second there. Tell about it. Ladies and gentlemen, let him know he is the great Marco Michael Lair getting the show started tonight. There he goes. I believe he's having a panic attack in there right now. It's claustrophobic. Having a hand for the great Colette as well. Slash girlfriend. Slash never no Tony family. Look, there's Michael Lair. It was him the whole time. I had a feeling it was you. We're gonna have to talk to the man behind the tank. Michael, we love you so much. Thanks for getting the show started tonight. Michael Lair. All right. Time to meet a stranger. Here we go. All right, we've seen this young lady on the show before, famously friends with our resident horoscope psychic
says,
She's here
Elohim
making use
Yosef
of
Bali
everybody
Yuda
who's
Messiah.
making use of
Certain
her.
families were stronger in a particular area. Going Halevi, the Midas HaKal Shabbat. The Ilu HaAfirim, Hafitim Yisraeli Bizin. And other families, like what provision in different Midos. Kigon, the Yosef, Shikra Avodas and Yiddish was I mentioned it all. For example, children of Yosef, again, ultimately Tzaddik, so morality, they were stronger in this particular area. Unknown, plus Na'alos Evi, Yami. Also, like this to say, and every one of these miles, they're true. In other words, they're clear. If something is going to be the order, if they want to be clear, with the exception of Moshe Rabbeinu, how did he order the Midos? How did he order them? In chronological order. And he wasn't ranking, this is more important, this is less important. They're all great. He puts Moshe at the end, because Moshe Rabbeinu is personified as different hypotheses, which was just different than anything else. But he says, they're all amitis. Shaykhus Akilo. Now let's remember again, when we learn this, we have a shaykhus. Remember, the way this works, the Rabbi said, is that in the beginning, the person personifies the Midah, he then passes it down to his children, and then it becomes the privilege of all of Israel. So when we learn this is really exciting. I look at this and I say to myself, okay, what do I want to work on? Maybe I need to be a little more creative. Maybe I need to be a little bit more double. What do I need to work on? They're all shaykh to me. Elu, Shilihizpastusan Devanim, Voltas Malazu, Yosef Achos, Kumala Haris Voltas, Boletas, Yosef Kashmir. So I say, and again, when you look around the world, strong, different people are stronger in different areas. It's incredibly important to say. No one is strong in all areas. And not one of us. I don't know if they're probably saying, hey, is there anyone who possesses all of these midos? What's the answer? The answer, I think the answer is, you possess all of these midos. But you don't, no one possesses all of them with the same level of efficiency. It's human nature that we gravitate towards certain things and we excel in certain things. So can I have a little bit of all of these windows? Absolutely. Do I become proficient in all of these windows? Most probably not. But you know, if it goes on, Olam, but he says that's okay. He says again, I would dispatch two sons of one and both Boletus Malazu, Yosef Kasapos, Umala Karis Boletus, Yosef Kasapos. And so ultimately again, you find these leaders coming out in different ways, in different groups. Uyolam, Hakish, Ulam Lahagya Lislimus, the Kol Hamalos to the David Shul. It's like, what's my stated goal? Right? My stated goal is to try to be something right? That's my goal. Will I reach the level of proficiency in the same way by all of these goals? Probably not. That's okay. Someone will say that's where it's even if you know, you should probably not going to fully reach them. You still have to have them. He goes on, he says, look in Ami Chazal. I think this is beautiful. Ami Chazal, Torah Machlokes, Shis, Kechaladot, V'Chachnei, HaTorah B'Yisrael. And allows me to be Nafshe Sehem, U'Ma'alos HaNefesh HaKayemes Kazel Yosem Mizah. He will say, this is not yet. That's even though Tzaddik says, when you look at the reference, you find my focus. You ask me very much. It's not the love of my lips or my love. Look at my focus. The Tzaddik finds it very my focus. My focus is Shem Shana. Remember again, this is very apropos. Right? This is last week's Parsha, the Parsha's Torah. My focus is Shem Shana, my focus is Shalom Shem. It used to be that my focus is you wrote my focus. Tomorrow you read in my focus. Here's where focus comes from. Those are the focus levels, but often my focus comes from because people see the world in different ways. Because Abaye might be proficient in one midah, and Rava may be positioned for a different Midah. And that Midah shapes your world view. So listen, a machlokes l'shem shamayim means two people each coming to the table of institutions in a different midah of the midos we discussed. And if we're seeing the world through that lens, are they both correct lenses? Are they both correct lenses? Absolutely. They're different. But they're different. And with something behind it, that's where that focus comes from. These things as our Tama focus used to follow some of yourself. And a lot of us when you do that for Sam, Ma'alos HaNefesh HaKayamos V'Zayos Midah, the Eilu Divrei Elohim Chayim. See, I will say about certain type of machlokes, we say Eilu Divrei Elohim. You have to be careful because it's a beautiful idea of yes, these words and these words are both the words of the living God. We're going to see that in the next post. That was how the Levon and Baron described that. It's Shammai and Dela. It doesn't look like every lesson. Because to be clear, sometimes there's no focus and we're considering right, there's no focus and wrong. Not everything is always right. But often when it comes to my focus, and if you see in the Gemara, you see yes, these are both correct. Listen, how can they be both correct? Come on. Doesn't make any sense. I might say that suddenly, because when both people see the world through beautiful and magnificent needles and we describe that they're different. But they're different, often their conclusions are not the same. Yet they can both be correct. To have you see again, the Rambam Halacha, you have to choose the path forward, right? You can't accept everybody for doing it. You have to choose the path forward. He says, Rachel Emes, Me'achar Shechol, page 400. Me'achar Shechol, Yisrael Zerach Kodesh, V'Gai Kodesh, V'Kol Machlokes B'neihem, Rak Ich La'avol V'Sas. Yeah, it looks like, again, there's a lot of times you see machlokes in the Gemara. Let's put it on Gemara right now. Where does the machlokes come from? Tell me, it's like that machlokes comes from the fact that one panel brings to the table one particular midah. Maybe he's a cousin, and the second panel, maybe he is a Yaakov. And because that's the midah they excel in, and that's the midah which shapes them, that's the midah which creates their worldview. That's the midah which creates the lens through which they see the world. And therefore, again, even in arguing halacha, that's how they're going to see their reality. Who's right? Who's right? They're both right. They're just coming from different, correct, beautiful, and spiritual perspectives. That's the Eilu Divrei Elohim Chayim. You're both correct because you're both espousing neither necessary for Klal Yisrael. That's what I'm focused on. I think in the public focus, because we'll have to conclude, is this idea that you've just seen Yishmael before the Midah. So listen, I want to point out, you'll say to yourself, but there's so many understanding of Midah and religious Midah. Yes, it's going to be highlighted over here the 10 categories. If you delve into this more, you'll find that within each of these categories of Midos, there are more subdivisions of Midos. But Lamaisa, are the primary categories of Midos. And the stuff it says, although the goal would be for everyone to possess all of them, most of us end up being in specific areas. And first of all, figure out what area you want to focus on. It's a huge part of our world now that we see to figure out, okay, what do I need to work on? Who do I need to resemble a bit more in my life? And I think it's not for the rest of our lives. I think it's one place for now. I think how about when we go ahead and create these selected accomplishments in a particular area of Midas together, then America Center is doing the next thing. And so on and so forth, we move our way, hold up Midas, so we can start to get while we strong, it's so important to recognize that our goal is not to be the same. Very important. We got to meet the practice demands conformity. But that's not true. Practice means that everybody should be a version of themselves. Everybody should develop the needs. But because it's the benefit most, then there's no one that's more right, there's no one that's more wrong, because absolutely everyone is fundamentally necessary. Each of the Midos Stop the video. Someone scored up. That's about on this. Let's stop over here for today. We're going to pick up again tomorrow. The only thing on this site, the only whatever takes with the subject never had children.
Nothing else? Are you cutting the story short? Story short, you went straight though. Yeah, I'm actually trying shades of tea right now. Library adventure you.
I mean, if you don't want it, that's a great way to get somebody to run off. I'm looking for commitment on you. I fuck. It's just start driving him like it's on one of those. Let's go, boys. You've got healing somebody. You know, it didn't end up like that. But basically, he was just like, oh, well, I'm not trying to date. And I was like, well, I'm not trying to fuck. And I walked away. Damn, look at you and your boring ass. I know. I used to not be like that, but it's just, I'm 33. Like, I gotta have something controlled. I love white women when they get sassy. They go straight to blackjack. I ain't looking for
So that's what he started with. He's like, I fucking love your hair. And I was like, okay.
Yeah. Might be going for like kind of fucking like punk rocker when that says I love black dick.
I mean, I do. Like what do you mean? I'm sorry.
She's into black guys, yes.
Black man.
He's a white chick to have.
I'm an equal opportunity.
Lots of black guys.
I have had sex with a lot of different kinds of guys.
She takes a lot of
When you say all different types of guys, you ever sex with a midget? Never sex with a I've had different colors. Amputee. I mean, do you count like finger or toe? Did you hooked up with a guy who lost a finger? Yeah. Did you visit petting your rescue pit bull? No, you have teeth vagina.
I think she's doing great. I think you got a great style. I think you just got to be more original with your shit. And, you know, like, here's my whole thing. It's like, it's easy to make cookie cutter, but authentic resonates, especially in this day and age where, like, the industry's dying. You're not going to worry about that. People want some real shit. And, like, going out there saying you got a bunch of horses with your dick, that's, like, easy laughs. And you don't got to do it. You just got to put it out there, man. Positive energy into the universe, man.
And again, meanwhile, you have this wealth of Plan B possible material that you haven't even tapped into yet.
You cook it clean. Oh, dude, you'll have a guy in a heartbeat. You can't find a chick.
I'm 33. I don't have. There is no that.
You will find a guy.
What's your best meal that you know how to cook? Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, there you go. Some black guys ready to hook up right now. You know, the corporates right over the Thank you, Dickie. One more name out. I'm gonna do it quick. Make some noise for John Hanford. Here we go. Here comes another human. Another human being. I saw a man die of natural causes in a Walmart scooter. I was grocery shopping at the beginning of the year. I thought this was going to be the biggest thing to happen. I was just walking past him. He was coming at me in the scooter, just kind of drifted, head cocked back, mouth again, just totally passed out. I had to fucking sidestep him. And it wasn't until I doubled back about 5 minutes later, he's crashed into the end of an aisle where the mayonnaise is. Mayonnaise is all over the floor. He's surrounded by about 20 Walmart employees. One of them's on the phone, level one. Another's checking his breathing. The rest are there because they also think it's going to be the biggest shit they see all year. And it made me think, like, that man dying right there, never stopped getting the mask in.
living the American dream. He fucking lived the modern day American dream to the fullest. That man should have a flag draped over his casket and buried in Arlington. John Hanford, how's it going? How do you feel about that? City of Light? Not the best, but I enjoyed it. It's better than your last one. Thank you. I thought so too.
Better this is the last time you were here. What changed about you?
I took mushrooms a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it just gave me a lot of insights about number one, just being more in the moment and not really relying on writing out material, just kind of feeling it out. Like you said, Sam, this pandemic has totally brought to light shit's dying, shit's changing. We need authenticity, and it just gave me a new
God,
You're gonna be the mayor of Silver Lake very soon.
God, I know.
so
It looks like Edward Snowden and Edward Scissorhands.
well,
I'll take it.
Edward Norton's antivirus. Edward Jones, everybody. Very rarely do I post Facebook jokes like bro. Remind us of you, John Hanford. What do we need to know about you?
I used to work in baseball. I quit to pursue stand-up. Yeah,
Moneyball to Moneyball.
damn straight, yeah.
I don't
Exactly.
want
I mean,
instead what I really
so I
want
used to be a player on
He
the
used to be the
team.
kid that would sit on the third ticket line and go foul balls and give them to people. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Look, we can seriously be here for hours. We're really going to dig right in. But the coolest thing I did in baseball was player development intern for the New York Mets in 2014 with their single affiliate Savannah, Georgia. It was fucking
ultimately again is a
You
person.
say baseball 3 times. Baseball Beetlejuice. Rudy Stevens pops up out of
Person is a
nowhere.
person.
Rudy, how's everything going in heaven if that's where you ended
Will
up?
of life is what he wants.
You still take it even though that's how the afterlife works?
That's the level of goes
Oh,
on.
wow.
Look how
All
that
right,
governor
there you go. All right, thank you. Always depressing to hear your voice. Rudy Stevens is.
Hello,
Do you think it's too late to treat you?
I would never do that.
You wouldn't do
He
it?
did that? I might actually do that, but I don't want you to go and pull a Brody. That's why I said that.
If we knew sometime a seance that where we could hang you and Rudy comes back, we would do it. Just so
Right next to there, but I need to get
should. Has that ever happened before in scientific history? Birdman, do you know about this?
scary.
Hello, they?
Look, I think we're in the darkest timeline where I'm here at Brodyism, so I'm just excited to love yourself. So if you're a real story, yeah, it was all it happened like mid-January in Yucca Valley, California, and I mean that Walmart is just fucking magical. You always see some kind of shit going on, but
Yucca is the noise that would make you go down.
it's usually what she says back to me. She's like,
Yeah,
it's like it happened.
Why would you say that to you?
Well, like I'm a 50-50.
When you go down on a girl, do
You
your
can always
glasses?
6 to 9.
Always. What does that mean to you? It's always 69.
It means I meet quality all the time.
Is that true? You 69? What happens to your glasses when you're doing that? They
I
don't.
don't need these.
Oh,
No, real. Like you guys. So when did you decide you wanted to play Monster? What was that? After I got banned from the show, I interned for him 10 years ago.
wow, you really did?
He did not know, but because like I had a couple interviews with SiriusXM, and like they performed really well, and then they had me back for a third. And that one said we'll be in touch. And then it was Christmas and they're on vacation, and they told me like the start date and time. There's like, well, if you do get this internship, you have to be at the Royal Building January 3rd, 2010 at 4 a.m. So I fucking got there, and with no confirmation, I just started rolling one time. She was like, I like persistent interns. I figured, all right, okay, I'll put the right foot. And I get there, I talk to the door guy, and he's like, look, dude, you're not on the list. What do you want me to do?
Once
He's like, can you just call them? So they set me up, and just answering phones. Jeff like really liked me at Will School. Gary was fucking serious.
over and over and over. I say it's so low, it's so cash. I don't want to lose in I want Gregory Donald. This is the Afos Sha'atino is Hashem is Sa'ati. The race Hashem is
So I cowered. Myself, so
how old were
you 10 years ago?
I was
19. Wow. That one an opportunity. This would have been
see it's so low. It's so way back. To look at the earth or the Mayo says themselves, that's the leader. Yes, it's not the earth. To pick up the earth Hashem, good shall the continuing the water will be tough and they will be busted.
What town do you live in?
So I live in Joshua Tree.
Oh, that's right.
I used to live like Rachel Maddow when I lived in New York, and then once I shed the corporate life, I figured, we'll go full hippie Jew and
Young Bernie Sanders.
yeah, I mean, it might as well be. I can't fucking dance either. So, so pretty much I decided to move to the desert, just kind of play music there and shit. I play guitar.
Have
you tried to use handshakes with any of the fellow Jews here to get some chick going?
Yeah.
No,
all right, so that's some beautiful million of so we have
Oh my God.
I lose those stereotypes, man. I've been to a concentration camp. I went to fucking Dachau. You know they got food court there?
summer days.
Is that a joke? No. I've had a joke. Not a joke. There's a food court at Dachau, and like 5 o'clock rolls around, they got the Dachau daiquiris for happy hour. And
stop it.
that was a joke. I taught her for like 2 hours there. So you should open up for her. I was thinking about it, and I was like, I don't think I will. Dude, should I open up with a funny thing? No, I'm gonna go unfunny and try to get it going. I love the fringe, man.
What do they sell at the food court? What do they got?
They got fish and chips, and like, never thought I'd be able to say this, but
embedded in those families.
food at the concentration camp were not bad.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like
You really ate fish and chips at a concentration camp.
Seattle, yeah, I missed Irish.
Primary sciences,
They got worse there too.
last
I
week
would totally
with
get a fucking concentration camp t-shirt.
I survived the summer. I survived
we
the summer.
actually read a lot of this.
My whole thing with your
We
jokes
read
is that
a
you
lot
got
of
trim a
this
lot of
already.
fat. You kept saying
And
it's
again,
the
we tried to
American
pick
dream.
up the
And we
idea
had died with the
that
membership.
I was
Why?
short-sighted.
Why do you live in the American dream? Yeah, it was getting at the consumerism of it. There's more to that bit that I'm like trying to work out and feel out.
There you go. Fresh off the mushrooms, so you're being creative. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. John Hanford, everybody, there he goes.
Last time I did shrooms. Last time I did shrooms, I was so high, I fell in love with 30 seconds from Mars.
Really?
Yeah, I was that high. What's that thing here? Almost.
Represents his body, his idea.
Dude, I was so
None
high,
other
and
than
they
your
came on, and that
That
dude
idea last week.
that man
You
shred.
know,
And I was like, you know, everybody loves gay Jesus.
Is that your butt?
Yeah, dude, God. It's great. It's the best live band I see. I was probably great, which is like, that's awesome.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, a guy who works at the Hollywood Improv. He's been coming here, signing up for years. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Brandon Brooks. Here he comes.
That this is why Jason and the ability Joseph and the have the ability to go ahead like an obstacle against the will of God. Like the entire essence of our knowledge is the glory of the yoke of God. The essence of our knowledge is everything is Israel, nothing matters, everything is transient. No matter what happens in the world, our knowledge refuses to yield to the reality of the existence of the Rebbe Shalom. That's amazing enough. Amalek and Yosef are the same exact Torah. It's the same stuff. They just use it different ways. What does Yosef do? Yosef's axis is not against the left hand, but rather Yosef's axis is for the left hand. Like no matter what happens to Yosef, Yosef will not yield. Yosef will not do it. Yosef will not release himself in confusion. So it's the same exact mitzvah, the same exact origin. Yet Jesus will not just use terminology in different ways. So for example, if you look at page Kufman, the Uriah Hasidus, last one. The Imig will not know the thing. This is very very simple. Yosef will show the Imig. Also, another aspect of Yosef is that the offspring of Yosef is Ayin Hara. Because Imig Hashem, Ayin Hara has no power over the offspring of Yosef. Now what does this mean? Ayin Hara, some people in our account, Ayin Hara, Shabbat Espan, Medeva, just motions running as the name, when you know in the real, it's Ayin Hara Olam Hara. Yudah connected Yudah in Ayin Shula. That's Ayin Hara, that's Ayin Hara, on a very basic level, right? Which is Ayin Hara is defined in different ways. But at some point, different ways I think there's one basic idea on Hara like this. It's kind of like thinking of bracha in my life. I used to do a bracha, whatever it may be. And I conduct myself with my bracha in a way which elicits things from someone else. So let's say, for example, a person learning how to has a person never stops always talking about this. Anyone and to everyone. And whatever the excuse might be. Some people say, or a person thought Hashem is just not previously, and what happens in a way, that Allah concept of Al-Hara doesn't apply to the offspring of Yosef. Why doesn't it apply to the offspring of Yosef? The Prophet says it's a repeat of the offspring of Yosef. Be careful with your Shmiras line. Like Yosef is careful. He's not looking at each of his He's careful ultimately you're going to fight your great season of Hashem. So because Yosef is careful with Shmiras line, and Yosef is careful ultimately again with what he asked, therefore, our Torah is limited in its ability to incredible. You could make it even the Tzidkus of Yosef, ultimately against Osman. To go ahead and be careful what he looked at, and because he's careful with what he looked at, therefore again, Torah only has unlimited ability to impact. Yudah, why do you think that is? So if you look at the Torah does not have an impact on Yosef. You know the pasuk means science for southern. Pasuk says the Aleph Purim, which means the nation. And also this is how you begin every character of levels. The Aleph Purim, the nation is all righteous. The Ainur, the Pharisee from the Sabbath, and also that pasuk in the class that anyone who is the Jew is called the Sabbath. It doesn't sound like it of Yosef, but it sounds like every Jew is the Sabbath. But how do you reconcile that? Because there's not a problem. He says, in the war, Shemelech HaSabbath Mitzvah, Gam B'Shar HaShabbat V'Nolah V'Yosef. All the passages saying that the mitzvah of Sichus is not only found by Yosef the father, it is found by the form of the Shechut. Ulam Yitzhamakom Torah Shalom. Or Yosef Tzaddik who desired Yosef. As it said before, here he explains it as the Torah, the ability of a person to be a tzaddik, resides with Yosef. But the truth is, this is successful, we kind of go back a little bit to what it said before, which is that Allah Ta'ala, Yosef was the first to really cultivate
David Lucas is on a great
yeah,
diet right now.
he was the first.
He
But
does.
after he
How does he
cultivated it, then what? Everyone has the ability. Yosef received the new God. Says the service of sickness, the need of sexual purity, the need of the ability to go ahead and incredible moral strength in the face of incredible temptation. It also translates as a tzaddik into being careful with what we possess, and here the covetousness of the thought of Shmiras Hamayim is that if I'm careful with what I look at, if I'm careful with what I take in, then ultimately again that stems the ability of Torah and the action of you. That's the need to make it easier. This was primarily the need of Yosef, then becomes the need of the Mishpacha, and now ultimately becomes accessible to all of them. So let's begin the next minute, but just a little bit alone. Shin Chazid, Zaka, Zara, Zaka. Let's say next midah. Next midah is the midah of Chassidus. Now, what I want to point out to you very, very quickly is that the midah of Chassidus is also a lot of midahs lend themselves to multiple layers of interpretation. For example, the views on power in the Shema Shabbat, in the Shabbat Shabbat, in the Shabbat, when how plays out this is what's the definition of a midah of Chassidus. He says that someone who goes plus there is someone who goes above and beyond. Above and beyond expectation. So very related to that power and things like this. Mitzvot are indicative of things that are developed through life. That's this is a mitzvah, but the first thing saying is this is an area that's important to me. So again, a regular person, which is more functions goes down to the first question, which is mitzvahs, and then goes to mitzvahs. The first says that mitzvah represents something that is near and dear to us. How can I build on that even more? That's what the first does. So for example, I see that God is often tells me to learn more. Which means Hashem wants me to look out for the other. That's the expression of divine life. How can I go ahead and put that even further? How can I go ahead and do that even to a greater degree? That's what the pasuk does. The pasuk takes the lesson of Hashem and goes ahead and adds the pasuk. So whereas a regular Jew is just simply obligated to go ahead and fulfill the word of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the pasuk says, let me figure out how to go above and beyond for the Rebbeinu Shalom. We're going to see.
You know this
You
guy,
want
he's
to
a
watch
wild
this
one.
stuff
Look
with
out.
the
Tree
but we're going to
Peacock,
see
everybody, here he comes.
so
Here we
good.
go.
It's very complicated. We have a
Tree
different
Peacock.
definition of Hasidus, and we'll pick up with this in
Come
the
on, one more
Hashem
time for
today.
Tree,
Let's go.
everybody.
If you ever meet a guy with one hand, probably don't shake it. You know, because that dude uses that hand for everything. Jacking off, wiping his ass, sneezing, all of it. You meet a guy with two hands, you shake his hand, then it's only a 50% chance that all that shit's happening. But you meet a woman with one hand, and you get down on your knee and kiss that shit like she's a princess. Because let's be honest, she's doing all the same shit. That's the flavor you want on your lips.
All right, so this is good.
While you're down there kissing it, might as well throw a ring on that bitch. Because that's the one lady you can be pretty sure that she won't run away with all your shit, you know? She can't carry it. I'll share the road with bikers, but they better be
There she is.
fucking speed limit.
Hello, madam. Oh no. Hello. How are you? How are you? Miss Aquarius, how are you, madam? Aquarius, how are you, madam? I'm lovely, thank you. Are you ready?
So thinking of bottom of page book my hand is
How was your movie?
It was a good movie. Cry nothing, you know, you don't look at them. Cry nothing, you know, you don't look at
Good. Miss Aquarius, you just slid that over like a spear on a bar top, but it didn't fall. I was up late and we talked in the morning and I slept in company class. I got 106 straight days of that, which is good. And I submitted some press releases. I got one of my YouTube accounts banned, and it wasn't anything I did. It's just something that happened. I've got a lot of them, but like not unlimited, so I have to be careful. It got banned for.
Where'd it go?
Thank you.
Where'd it go?
Called circumvention. Like if they ban one of your old accounts, then you're not allowed to create more accounts. But I avoid by that. I do my own thing, and so if they ban me, I just create another. And it's okay though. I mean, I've got the data like backed up. So not too big of a deal. But that always like makes me cautious. Like, are they gonna ban a bunch of mine? Because sometimes they do that. So I just have to be diligent. Hopefully they don't. And yeah. Oh, give it to me. And Riser's gonna be here in a little bit, and we're gonna watch a movie tonight. We're gonna have two movies, really more documentaries, and I'm excited about that. And I'm gonna continue to publish, and hopefully some of this stuff gets accepted. I did have a press release that was released about 8 hours ago, and it turned out to be really. So, guys, Aquarius, I am the like the trailblazer of a certain kind of science, and that kind of science is called CHDI. What is that? Like beautiful strength. CHDI is known as Continuous Human Data Infrastructure. So it's like where I just stream my life. But there's a scientific term for it. It's not really well known, but it's called CHDI. So that's what I do. Awesome. No doubt. No doubt. So, yeah, that's cool. And we were up there last night. Whenever I'm with Riser, we're up there just shooting the breeze and having a good time. I like him. He's a very funny person. And, he's smart and he asks good questions. So whenever we're together, we have really all right. You win. I win. You win. Reload. Oh, is the person just almost perfect? Sometimes when I coach, we just say stuff, and they have no particular, we're just making a statement. We're making a statement that happens to be about something that I've done wrong. Beautiful. Possibility that the other person says that's something I've done wrong, but give me this. Their intention is actually to help you. Their intention is actually to benefit you. Their intention give me this though. In order to get this it's a mitzvah of the Jew. What's the mitzvah of the Jew? If you see a fellow Jew doing something wrong, you want to point it out. But what's the point of that which is wrong? This is such a strong word. What's the point of that? The point of it is because I love my fellow Jew. I love that person. And so I want to engage with those activity. That's the logic. Ukikon, Shahaya Mokifo, Imatif, Yasur, Hamaisa, Hado. But how you think it's not? So what's the bottom line? Right? So whether again, right? If you have three scenarios, we call them moving. Moving is that's something like that. So there are three possible motivations, right? Motivation one, he wants to be perfect. Motivation two is power. That's the other motivation. Sometimes people just talk. It's unfortunate. Sometimes people just talk for the sake of talking. Motivation three, he actually cares about me and loves me and is pointing out what I've done wrong because he's hoping that if he points it out, that it'll fuel me in my effort to do better. And interestingly enough, whatever the motivation, the result is the same. What's often the result? I'm hurt. Right? So again, and honestly, I think it's nice to look here. I have this to many of us every day. Right? So again, the bottom line result of it is I'm hurt. Whether the motivation was negative, motivation was positive, or the motivation was carried. At the end of the day, no one really likes to overdo something wrong. And that's the personal experience that they write. In closing, הצער שנגרם לזולתו על ידו, במיוחד להיות הרצוע קרדוס. הרצוע המיוחדת להכניס משמעות של בשר, ויאסר לו לגרום הצער עליו. So now it tells us which is and he says, be very careful when you hurt someone by telling them something they've done wrong. Because in their effort to point out to someone else what they have done wrong. Give it to me 3 in a row. Almost for more than 100. That's a big round. You win, I win, Mr. Perez. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in strategy. Alrighty, you. love it.
Alright, love you now. Love you now. Good one. To the rebuker, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, okay, if you're on such a level to go ahead and cause someone else pain, whether again purposeful, helpful, unintentional, let's have a look at your life. Let's have a look at your life. He says, because at the end of the day, I go over to Ruben. I say, Ruben, you know what, Ruben? I'm really disappointed to see how much Russian I really, it's terrible. I don't know, go out and see that to anybody and everyone who's listening. It's terribly disappointing. Now, okay, so there's a mitzvah of after the himself. But if the problem is fantastic, now Ruben is going to be a bit sad. Ruben is going to be a little bit subruffed, a little bit crushed, because no one likes being told that they're doing something wrong. So whether my intention was purpose, whether my intention ultimately was hurtful, or whether it was marriage, and yet his boss was just okay. Now I caused pain to Ruben. Do my rebuke. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. Let's see again. We're giving also about Lashon Hara. Let's see ultimately again how we you are doing in that particular area. He goes on. He says, Harigam besides that, next shot. Sorry, actually, I skip the brackets. Not to the bracket. In other Ikama Usavira, Shashini Ne'anash Bigla Allah. And what I can start with literally looks at is, have I ever transgressed the Avira for which I am giving someone else listen? Which I will say, but this is a very, very profound idea. What the subject is essentially highlighting is so that before you rebuke and tell other people how to get their house in order, make sure your personal focus is there. Now again, there is a, I'm sorry. Oh, so you see, by the way, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. What the subject is saying is, like, think about a world in which everyone stops and takes out the first and the other, and instead sees all of that collapse inward. That's again. Now, what I want to point out is something very important. Is having to resist the mitzvah Raisa of Okeach Tofiach inside. There is a mitzvah, right? There is a mitzvah. Again, I never like to repeat sound. Repeat sounds like this silence, right? But the mitzvah of Okeach Tofiach means when I see someone do something wrong, I love the person, right? And again, to be clear, if I see my children doing something wrong, I absolutely have to point it out. So there is, and by the way, I would even say in the realm of, sometimes this is the hard kind of parenting. Sometimes you have to go ahead and you have to retire, even if the area in which you are reaching yourself is an area in which you are heavily perfect. Because again, remember, the whole point of Hokaha, and this is, we're going to talk about this, is I want my child to be better than me. That's what every single parent does. So, because there is a natural feeling, a natural jealousy that exists in people with certain sexes. And one of these sexes is one child. I am not jealous of my child because of success. In fact, again, the greater success for a parent is if your child lives. That's the greatest success. So again, so there may be times where even if I'm deficient in a particular area, at the end of the day, I still have to give that review. But at the end, he says of Tzavik, on a day-to-day level, before I go ahead and ask someone else about something, the first question I have to ask myself is, when I saw, am I really working on all cylinders in that particular area? Am I really holding my own in that particular area? Because otherwise, what ends up happening is the rebuke that I deliver to another becomes the very opening for divine judgment of me in that particular area as well. Okay, so we'll stop over there for today. We'll pick up in the brackets of the Zeki Gamma.
Ow, Trey Peacock. Look at that. I mean, this is a guy that we watched start. Didn't we watch your beginning here on Call Tony? Yes, sir. A few months ago in this very room, in that very spot, am I correct? Yeah. And then it came on again, and then again, and now this time? Or is it your fourth time? Yes, sir. Clearly your best time, correct? Yeah, it was by a long shot. You've seen this before. You've determined a few months you were a premature baby, right?
Yeah.
I can tell. When were you born? 7 months?
September 11th.
Wow, that's the saddest thing to ever happen on September 11th in the history of civilization. Was your birth?
Yeah. That's a tough one. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't even a question.
Okay.
So, give us a day in the life of Trey Peacock. Where'd you drive from today, Modesto?
Well, I've been out here this weekend, but yeah, I've been
What have you been doing here this weekend?
trying to do comedy and hanging out with friends.
Yeah, what have you and your friends been doing? Hanging around a little barrel fire?
Partying, yeah.
What kind of partying?
Barrel fire, barbecues.
Oh, barbecues, look out.
Just going crazy.
Yeah, like what? Tell us about it. Give us a glimpse into the white
Drinking beer, smoking blunts in the car, running from the cops. You know, your same shit.
You love that shit. You love tempting police officers.
Yeah, actually, just passed. Like, I got away from dinner right before I came out this week. Like, I thought they were gonna put me for real. Like, I was actually scared. But they were like, oh, $500 here. I was like, sweet. My license is still suspended. I don't know. I can't figure it out. So, you drove here though on a suspended license? Jesus.
Cops aren't listening to this show right now.
What
That's
up,
all.
Jeff?
With that drive, everyone knows that's a dangerous drive.
Yo, dog, are you there? Yo, dog, are you there? Yo, Sue, are you there? Are you there? Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
Yeah. I think I'm gonna do next stand up set, especially if gonna be back in they're gonna be on it all. Just for fun.
Right.
People already know.
Okay.
Did you know that Rabbi, you gotta be the first one. You gotta be the first one. Is there any evidence that
So we're gonna play 9-ball 1v1 random. 9-ball random normal. Yeah. No trick shot. Because trick shots. Whoa.
I'm gonna win on break.
Okay, well, this is your opportunity.
Am I breaking?
Yeah. Hey, you are.
Oh, you just lost the gas. Rabbi, I think Charlie X is great.
No one knows who that is.
I crashed my car. That's all.
No one knows.
That's fine. I crashed my car. Summer day when you look gone. I love it. Yeah, that one. Who's biggest? Taylor Swift is biggest. Taylor Swift is breakdown.
Been a long
I say Sabrina copy this night. I say Sabrina copy this night.
There you go. Just look at their tour. Are you serious, dude? Dude, you played this game so well. You absolutely deserve to win. But you're gonna miss this shot. Taylor Swift does. And I'm gonna sneak in for the win.
Michael Jackson or Taylor Swift. Michael Jackson or Taylor Swift.
I'm going to the best shot.
How big?
Almost as big as I am. Dude, I need you to learn a new phrase. I need you to learn a new phrase. It's CHDI, Continuous Human Data Infrastructure. That's what I do.
Has there been anyone bigger on Earth than Michael
Rabbi
Jackson?
Rothschild, next question.
Was Justin Bieber both his days? Justin Bieber Michael Jackson?
No.
Michael Jackson? You don't think so? You don't
No.
think so?
Justin Bieber
Do
isn't.
you think?
Justin Bieber isn't one of the top 10 acts of all time. Not even close. Justin Bieber barely is a top 100 act of all time.
Hear me out.
Okay. But it's
Justin Bieber was one of the probably the biggest teen pop star.
incorrect. Not even
No one.
close. David Cassidy, dog.
I don't know that.
1970s. David Cassidy's. David Cassidy had a bigger fan club than the Beatles and the Rolling Stones combined.
So my generation. I think Justin Bieber is generation.
Yeah, probably the closest. But not even close in comparison to what Michael Jackson did.
Michael Jackson's the quality of that Michael Jackson music is better.
Yeah.
I would watch the biopic on Justin Bieber in 5 years.
It won't happen in the next 5 years. But it'll happen.
Who do you think should play Justin Bieber?
This guy, he's a South Australian comedian. His name is Zoot. Though he really should play Magnus Carlsen. Maybe he'll play both.
I'm too old to play Justin Bieber.
No. Justin Bieber's older than you are.
Yeah, but like Justin Bieber, most important his teenage years.
How do you know that?
Sounds funny, bro.
Yeah, but he could blow up again. He could be even bigger in the future than you even know.
That's when he was going to pay. That's when he was going to pay. The whole Justin Bieber movie was going to be like bigger movies going to be like the whole 45 minutes of him and how would you live? How would you live? I would have gone to those videos. I wouldn't have gone there. I wouldn't have gone there. I'd be like something to get off here.
You know, I just kind of thought of it. It's a sick joke, but it's kind of funny. You want to hear it? So with all the news of the pizza parties of Epstein Island and such, you gotta imagine that there was at least one person who was just a big fan of pizza and wanted to enjoy a slice with other pizza aficionados. And can you imagine the disappointment on that person's face when they come to learn that pizza really didn't have anything to do with what was going on that island, and that it was a bunch of nightmare fuel? Can't you imagine that they would say, all right, so I know that there's all the rape and murder of people here, but when are we going to order pizza? I think that's funny. Or as sick and demented of a thing that place was. Maybe there was somebody who really, maybe there was someone who, maybe there was someone there who really wanted, like,
Why do people say pineapple on pizza? Is that
I love pineapple on pizza, so I think people would say that.
I think it's code.
It's not code for anything. Pineapple is code for something. How about you just shut the fuck up? How about you shut the fuck up? How about you just shut the How about you just shut the fuck up and I'll tell you what pineapple's code for. Are you ready? Pineapple is code for swingers. Pineapple is code for swingers. No, it doesn't have to do with that. Those are two different codes. Basically, people who put upside down pineapples on their cruise ship doors or their they'll go to like Trader Joe's or some kind of like market, and they'll put a pineapple, you know where the kids sit in that little basket? They'll put it in there upside down, and that's code that, hey, we're open to, we have like an open relationship and we're swingers. And that's code for that. It's known as the lifestyle. And so there's that. Then there's the whole pizza code, which is like child trafficking, terrible stuff. All right, Zoo, are you going to accept my invite? You have 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. Okay, is that mine?
Are we really playing?
Yeah.
Are you ready for the
No, this is not the trick shot. This is normal. Don't do that. Just play normally. Try to win. You've lost 2 games in a row. At least. Oh, make it. Make it. That's okay. That's an easy shot.
Okay. He goes down and says, I'm just going to trust him.
No one knows who that is, dog. Yeah, dog. That's so cute. Why do you keep naming Canadian pop stars?
How do I keep Shabbos?
No, she probably rejected. You know, it's interesting that does Australia have any pop stars? They had Kylie Minogue, and then like her sister, but like they don't really have any. Kylie Minogue though, I used to think she was very. I mean, she's still Asian. I used to really like her song, "Love at First Sight," and yeah, she was for a brief period of time. That's how I know who Kylie Minogue is. She had a big song. Yeah, she had a big song called "Love at First Sight," and it is still a banger of a song.
She was big in the US.
Yeah, she was as big as like Carly Rae Jepsen.
Do you know what? How she got banned?
How?
She was on a TV show. Called Neighbours.
Okay.
Which is the same TV show. The same TV show as what?
Is I sin. And again, the great part of sin. But the great part of sin is
No
I
one
know what my weaknesses are. I know what my weaknesses are.
Most popular actress in the world. Most popular actress in the world.
Oh, that model. Look at your shots. What's that girl say? Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say that. Hold on. Margot Robbie. I thought Margot Robbie was more a model. She was an actor as well. Okay, well, she was a Ford model as well.
Started off as an actress. She's not.
So you got 69 minutes. That's pretty tight. Nice.
Like our fish.
Fuck those fish.
In this process of learning how to live,
Rabbi Rothschild straight off the bat.
No, I don't. Can you count? Why do you think that's bad for you?
Says, living off means to protect me from suffering. That Torah has the ability to protect me from punishment and suffering. Matzah saves me and has the ability to save me from these two different components. Torah has the ability to save me from suffering. It tells you, see that these two aspects show you the different dynamics of these Again, just think of the dynamics. When you see that for a migno umatzah, the migno seems
not thinking, oh, why is he playing not slow?
And it saves me from myself. Saves me from themselves. So it's not that for today we'll pick up the rabbi.
You need a 4. And I got it. Yeah, dude, that was big. You got a small straight. You need a 5. You need a 5 plus. Oh, he needs a 5. He's going for 2s. It's an interesting strategy. You got a full house, everyone.
Yeah, don't forget the log set. I have no chance. I'll play the free time.
That doesn't make any sense.
Are you gonna play this?
You have 0 on the left side. Yet you still have the lead.
Turns are good. This is where I just get. Wise up front. Do I watch that?
I know exactly the object which I am positioned. Exactly what I see. Now see what areas I need to address. So the people should think.
This is a hard suit, right?
That coalesce required on the common shoulder. And if sometimes when I stumble, I actually because again, like I said before, those mistakes in the step. What do I do? Best and fix. Normal supplements. יש לו לדעת שעה גידוליות הכל הגלובל יכול לגמרי
Zero to five twos, get a free.
Now, first, that's very exactly a very good way to approach self-improvement because, again, the goal, of course, is avoidance.
Playing them 4 times there. Is the biggest mistake.
Like, once I'm sitting,
No, what a big 4 times.
But of course, the goal is avoidance of sin. So if my goal is avoidance of sin, yet the benefit of sin is that it shows me not letting me play the full time. How do I figure out all of that stuff without it was such a normal problem.
I got a gun.
I want that I want the benefit of sin without sin. Now what does that mean? I want the benefit of sin that I want to know what I have to fix without potentially having to
5.
So of course,
We're tied,
part of it
son.
is, what
What do you need, Luke?
to know what the things are. On some level, on some level,
Five
is
laws
the
for each
ability to
other.
kind of achieve the self-awareness that sin brings
I would play
without
I would play
the true the atmas nefesh, the difficulty that sin itself can be. That is like to a certain degree, yes. How can you accomplish that? And this is incredible. Essentially, what does this mean? What does this mean? He says, "Yesh ladas shal yedei limud hakol yovad yochol levara asmas
Go for it, say it. Oh, you can't. Okay, pick something. Do something. Do something.
זה על פי הרב בסדר הכבוד. כולו נקרקו מלשון מולה זרע. כל ספורט we'll get into the etymology just a moment, but it's the notion of mola zera. What's a mola zera? The mola zera is like a company. Like a program. Mola zera, someone or something to teach you Mora to teach Dara the way.
You got 4x, dude.
You got 4x, dude.
Oh, but you need to choose. Even still, you're short. Zook, choose something.
That is something truly beautiful. But what is the point of Torah? And this is one of this. The point of Torah is to highlight and to show a person how I can fix that which is
Zook, pick something, man. Close it to reopen.
Self-Torah. Because he says, the English story Lomar is that Sha'amu Shatori Hilashon Torah, Rak Bima Shatora Melamedes
Dude.
Esafukim Bahashpatim, the whole is Eshayansi.
Go.
Many times the revelation Torah means Torah, means
Go.
instruction. That's the only thing that Torah does for us. Teaches us cooking and mishpat. You do these things, you can't do these things. Do a lot of this, don't do any of this. You do this and avoid this. Ella, so that is a lot of first practice. That's only one element.
It's
That's only one aspect.
No way. That's rigged.
No way. From the accent out.
Zook, that's rigged.
100 down.
The public is highlighting here.
Zook, close and reopen. Why did you resign?
Experience.
Zook, you have an invitation.
So of course, on one basic level, in order to learn the code, you have to know what to do. I mean, it's no different. You wanna get your license, you have to study the driver's manual. You have to know, how many car lanes you need in between the cars, between you and the car country, right? You need to know how many feet, how long you have to stop for the stop sign. You need to know the rules. What are the best? So I need to know the halachas in order to be a functional Jew. Prophet says, what happens when you learn? What happens when you learn? The process of learning and engaging in the Torah makes me a more thoughtful and introspective. almost like you know this. You feel different when you know. You just feel different. You just become a different kind of person. Now, is that because I know now what to do better in the world? I'm a better person because I know how to keep Shabbos better because I'm learning the halachos of Shalom. I know I'm a better person because now I'm learning Yuma and I know how to observe and keep it. Is that what we're saying over here? It's something much more profound. When I appreciate there's an unspoken
Turn your sound off.
that allows me to live in introspection. And it's that unspoken dynamic that allows me introspection, that allows me to see out the things which I and listen, you know this. You know this because you feel different after you learn. He goes on, he says, give the proof to this. I'm going to go proof.
Dude, you have an invitation.
I'm going to show you that learning has an impact that allows you to be a more introspective and thoughtful person. Even and not
Dude, turn your sound off.
Turn your sound off. To an enhanced knowledge of operational tools.
Dude, turn your sound off. I can hear your like clicking in the background.
Sound off. Sound off.
Now it is.
Let's say for touch. It doesn't that is very spend a lot of time on the Sakashkam. I read in Yuma, we've had Sugyas again of Kabbalas. Someone Kabbalas. I don't say in general, how do we relate to the Sugya of Kabbalas? Harishikam as Hakura Mora as Darko, Umadricha also Kitsa talking as Darsho. Ak Shadabar Eno Nokia is when I sit up wrong. See that both sides. When I learn a Sugya of Kachim, for example, what's the relevance of a Sugya of Kachim to me right now? What's the relevance? None. None. One of us, right? You saw this. We're learning Sugyas in Europe as the base on the flesh. What's the relevance right now? Right now, today. It's Monday. What's the relevance this moment? And the answer is nothing. Right now. Again, if your answer should bring up Yaminu, we don't have third base in English. Hopefully, we're getting a lot of colors. Hopefully, the blueprint is going to be sooner. Like, that's what I think. Right? So, therefore, again, we will go ahead and get Hashem know the layout. The Maisa, is there a takeaway?
You're up, dude.
There's a hashkafic takeaway. But is there a halacha?
Why did you resign?
And the answer ultimately, no. But yet,
why did you resign?
Sorry.
Why did you resign?
Sorry.
I think
Come back later.
come back later.
Why?
I am a different person.
Why?
Yes.
Because that's why I have to go. Because I think I'm about to go until I can teach lessons.
So if Torah was just operational, like if Torah at the end of the day was just to go ahead and teach me what to do or not to do, so then I would emerge from the Sugyan culture and I would say, all right, I mean, I just kind of like I spun my wheels a little bit, right? I didn't really do anything over here. But the fact that I feel changed, and the fact that I feel different, and the fact that I feel that there's something that's been sparked inside of me, even when I learn something that's not halacha of myself, indicates to me the power of the Torah. He goes on, he says, Hari Shigam Az, finish with this line. Hari Shigam Az HaTorah Torah is darker. Ooh, Matricha also, because even when I'm learning something that is not halacha of myself, or I'm learning something that doesn't have a quote unquote practical day-to-day application right in this moment. He goes on, he says, nevertheless, although as darko, the Matricha also keeps in attacking us now. Show, Shadavar Enu Nogia Le'ista. So I will say that something developed this idea and it was so incredibly profound because sometimes, all of us are used to this emphasis on learning. Learning. So sometimes it's not explained to us why learning is important. So of course, there's an operational piece to our learning. The operational piece to our learning is I need to know what to do in life. So I have to learn Yiddishkeit in order to know how to be a good practice in Jew. We can have an Atomic saying the power of learning is that it awakens us to our deficiencies. The power of learning is that it causes us to be thoughtful. The power of learning is that it sparks a need for introspection. And that's irrespective of the material which is being studied. Even if what I'm studying has really nothing to do with my life, so to speak, we have a complete change in Torah. By definition, starts a process of introspection. That's the process of introspection that's normally only sparked right here. It's incredible. What is the only time that it's normally sparked? When I sin. Hey, isn't this incredible? That's normally when this process is like. When I can look at Avera, I realize, oh, I'm deficient. I have shortcomings. I need to work on that. If Tzaddik says there's a way to jumpstart that process of introspection, even without the faith. As we'll stop over here, we're going to pick up with this theme in your session. All right, so it's like visit this morning. We are going to the Lord session. Personally impressed this morning. We are picking up the page 51 column. So we are this. Personally impressed. So we actually left off our page 51 column in the area of Hasidus on the right hand column. We're not reading out. We're going to skip this piece. He just went over why you think I get to the second simple. But instead, I want to use our 2 moments that we have together this morning, focusing on the left hand paragraph. So page 51 Aleph, left hand paragraph. Rabbi if you have a door out, let's remember again, the Tzaddik introduced us to was this idea, first of all, that a person is simultaneously viewed Tzaddik and in Russia. That area, again, using the definitions that we established in the last week, that tzitzus and rishus is not an absolute state. In fact, they are kind of coexistent states. That in any given moment in life, I am both a tzaddik and both a Russia reflective of my spiritual standing in different areas of life. This is what the Lord says. And that's why he says, again, remember, that even if I commit an idea to show you, even if I commit an idea after the there's still going to be liability for that act. Because any idea that I commit is reflective of something which is in a state of disrepair inside me. So because there is that disrepair, because there is that development, therefore there is liability, there is responsibility for that, as opposed to thinking that because it's an accident, therefore by definition there is no responsibility. Now, even when there's a shogeg, that the day that highlights that something is misfiring inside it. Was it ours pick up the Kufman Aleph, the left hand side? If you have a word out, what is what you wrote? Did I have shogeg that my tongues yet shiur la'adam? Yuchaytu la'das, ula'afkin ayadam, mahi ha'dvarim ha'asur, she'inanu naki l'gavei, v'ha'adayim naki l'gavei. This is incredibly powerful. That figure now discusses the incredible power of sin. Now, not the power of sin in a negative way, and I was saying, the power of sin in a positive way. You say, what does that mean? that when I make mistakes in life, when I commit babilas, I understand which things are still mistakes of discipline. In other words, let's say it's kind of like the same way that when a person is physically ill, at times physical illness can even cause a bracha. Why? Because if I would not exhibit the signs of illness, I would not know what went wrong internally. Right? Without becoming sick, I would know what's going on. Something so traumatizing could be occurring internally, and had my body not presented with physical symptoms, I would have never known that. I would have never known to fix the problem. So Tobit says it's the same thing with this. When I commit an avera, what I am ultimately showing myself is that something is in a state of disrepair. And I will say, in general, we all know that something inside of us, and I will is in a state of disrepair. I know sometimes I don't know what. It's interesting. So, I don't know, we all know we're not perfect. We all know, hopefully we all know we're perfect. We all know that we need work. Right? We all know that there's work that has to be done. The shaila is in what area? What should I be focusing on? And then a person comes to an avera, and there's sort of the same thing, but if you have an avera, he said, oh, now I know my weakness. I know my weakness. I know where the problem is. The avera kind of highlights the chink in the armor, right? He goes ahead and he highlights what my weakness is. So now I know what it is that I have to work on. Goes on and says, you Allah hasib yisholim bahem, shlish ta'izah mishlit la'avonos halavi. God can remind you to although they stand in just remember, often when I commit an avera, exercise. The avera is usually never just about the avera. Like we're good people and we want to do the right thing. So when I commit an avera, usually what that does is it highlights some other dynamic that's occurring as well. Like maybe it's self-esteem, or maybe it's self-worth, or maybe it's addiction, whatever it might be. An avera opens my eyes to realize the internal processes which are occurring. He goes on and says, therefore again, once I become a bit more self-aware as a result of the commission of the avera, I can begin to address some of the things that are wrong. He goes on, I'll note Shenikshah business in the Nosab, if they should tell you Shalohu Hakumu, I wish I was so Shama'atim also something. Interesting example is Lot, right? So Lot committed 2 repeated acts of incest. Now, how does that happen? How does that happen? You want to say he got drunk? A lot of people get drunk all the time, and they do stupid things. It's a far cry from incest. It's a far cry. In fact, again, it's interesting to note is Hazar, when we speak about drunkenness, there's shiblus and there's shiblusa shalot. You can get drunk and you can get low drunk, right? So low drunk is what Hazar termed for like when you're so drunk that you don't even know which is right and wrong. The truth is, those of us who have enjoyed Rotarians, and maybe at times too many Rotarians, maybe the Purim or some other times, so I say there's certain things where no matter how drunk you are, it would not be drawn on a normal person to do certain things. It's just brilliant. It's brilliant. So the topic says, how does it happen that a person becomes drunk, but then comes to engage in an act that is so off the charts in its wrongness, right? In its wrongness, in its offensiveness, to the point that I was like to be clear that this is not like a Jewish thing, right? That the concept of incest is just a basic part of the basic Noahide code of morality. How does that happen? So the topic says that's what happened because inside to note Lot had issues with morality in general. Like, in fact, again, the Russian bring down that one of the reasons he wanted to leave the stuff was because of the lax moral code. So the topic says when you are struggling with internal issues, those internal issues manifest themselves in all different kinds of unhealthy ways. So when Lot commits the sin, the world now knows what Lot's inner weakness is. And his inner weakness ultimately was this pursuit of immorality. The Torah should even say, for example, that a sin is not just a sin, but an avera is a manifestation of it working on the inside. Which I will say again, I just want to point out, according to Rabbi is again, this why an avera is a gift. And that sounds strange, but an avera could be a gift. Because just like it's only when I get physically sick that I know what's happening inside of me, and so the physical symptoms are a gift. They show me what's broken, what needs repair, what needs to be addressed. When I commit an avera, it's not that we're encouraging it. When I commit an avera, I know what's wrong inside. I know what's broken. I know what needs to be repaired. Lot commits these acts of incest, it becomes clear that he needs to go ahead and work on his moral. Now, listen, by the way, I want to be clear. What immorality have we seen in Lot up until this point in time? Nothing. Right? I just want to be clear. Like, Lot hasn't done anything that would have indicated to us that the mixture that we could have unfortunately committed these heinous acts. Nothing. But the Tzaddik understands that the Lamaisa speaks an internal state of disrepair. So like Shafino Tzaddik with that is Abazah, where you look for it on Shabbat. Alexander is the common Tzaddik saying, Examining the other man, Shemai is the Listen, Shah, Shlomo Salemi, to the Tevas Nashel, to the La'umya, and you just have Moshe, that she was in these hard cultures together. And you have a great serious Tzaddik times.
You do a lot of illicit drugs, am I correct? Right? What's the most recent drug that you did? Wow, look at that. Right on.
That's the end of those. And again, in this one,
with the ladies, what's that like? So in one of the public
that many people don't even like that those are sites that are like that's it. I'm just like a certain pizza. That's nothing in like and that's absolute. I'm both the transition and both the last one. Which is good and it's bad. It's bad to get so that's a good because I'm not a pro. And by Hashem, I need to fix this. Ultimately says the subject. A person only commits an avera in an area where he has something on the avera of something which is the avera shows me exactly what so all your just able me to sin,
say something there. We're going to say, but he said, a lot of people do personal it's cooking. Go ahead.
No, I just saw blood on the ground.
Stop over here.
He said
They have
that,
to pick
and
up
I
the
was
system
like,
of
yeah,
it.
that sucks. Like, you're doing the wrong drug, you don't know, and then all of a sudden you're all cranked up.
Aw.
Your PSA right there.
Look at that.
I'm just glad I didn't have, yeah, I should have said that. I did.
No, it's okay. You're doing a good job, buddy. You're fine. But now the weed's stopping. The crystal meth had him saying on crystal meth. Now I'm just getting paranoid.
You're all your teeth. Yeah. I'm not all delicious.
Wow. That. A little bit of fucking white out will do you, huh?
Just as balance on the back. Yeah, hey, that's a good one.
How you been surviving? How do you make money? How do you pay off all these police fines?
I build conveyors so that people my bosses are basically. My dad owns a company, so I basically get away with, killing the levy officer who supports this shit.
Your white trash, your white trash father supports what you.
Yeah, this is his own note too, so
How about your white trash mother?
she's Mexican.
How about your Mexican trash mother? What does she think of you, Jason?
She works in the church, so
So
she
again, the
kind
good
of
news is,
doesn't like what I say, but she
although we
tries
may
to respect me.
What did she do for the church?
although we may transgress certain areas, at the end of the day, most of us have a
What did she say?
Your spirits we have no desire for it. And spirits we have not, and obviously have not shown. Therefore, comes whatever natural area
So you're doing heroin too? No, fuck that.
versus the areas in which I actively transgress, or even the areas in which a person
That
has
shit
a
scares the
desire.
fuck out of me.
Those areas I cannot
You don't know what you're
consider.
getting. You know, the weirdest thing about
Unless
heroin
a
too?
certain part of
Let's
me
say
at
someone does
any
heroin
given
at
moment
48
in life
all
is
of a
on a
sudden
pain
heroin addict,
and Russia, all at the same time. All at the same time, in the same personality. Whatever goes on, he says, I mean, people have these the left hand paragraph of the AI.
Have you done a lot
Right
of
in
crystal
the
meth?
middle,
What's the
right in the
most
middle
crystal
of
meth you've done? And what did you do after doing it?
the hanging. So I'll ask you about
Everybody, stop what you're doing. I don't care what you think you're doing, what your plans were, what you were pondering. You need to stop whatever it is you're doing because Riser's here and he has bestowed upon us his time. And we know the value of his time. It's Riser's world, we just live in it. How you living, Tim? Oh, dog, I'll smoke you. Yeah, I'm gonna smoke you in that, and then we're gonna watch Bob Lazar S4 and Flying Saucers, and then potentially we're gonna watch the new Bob Lazar. Does that sound like a plan, Stan? Dog, I'm gonna dominate you so badly in literati that you won't know what to do with yourself. Are you better? Are you better at literati than Mama Riser?
It's very strange because he plays games, literally got a bunch of letters, like there's like 6 or 8 letters, and there's one letter in the middle that you have to use each word have to find different words. So it's very much changeable skill. Nice one.
So you were saying that you would think she'd be good at it because she plays this game with the word with the letter in the middle that you have to use. But she's not. Okay, you know you can turn that off.
Yeah, no, I did turn it off. And then she'd still get kind of pissed off.
Did she ever beat you? No way. What a great word, dude. Did she ever beat you?
Did she ever beat you? Why is she
No.
Why is the Torah so valuable for accidents? For accidental creation of
I thought she was going to be good though. I thought she was going to be good though. Literally, every day they're sitting there sitting there trying to make words of titles. Like the literati, you only make one word.
At any given point, let's say those are things have a touch. There'll be a lot of the accidentally switch the light switch. It'll help us. It'll help us. So let's show that. It's an accidents happen. Or even the point for any compass that a person may have. Why is there liability for a compass? Why is that? Why is there liability for a showgate? So public compass, because showgate is part of who and what we I look at it showgate, but that shows that there's something deficient inside it. There's something deficient inside it. It's like, it's the same way. It's the same way. He goes on, look at his example. He says, Shashem Izmin Yado Mikshazeh. So let's say, for example, the paradigmatic example of this is someone who kills someone else to show you. Right? This is a very dramatic case. Remember again, Reuben's climbing up a ladder, he falls off the ladder, he falls on top of Shimon, he kills Shimon. What's the halacha? He has to for accident. Reuben does, he never met Shimon upon his life. He doesn't feel any level of negativity towards Shimon at all. And then falls up the ladder, falls on Shimon. Shimon dies. What's Reuben's halacha? Fellas, you know what fellas mean, right? You know fellas mean. Fellas, your mikvah, your family goes with you. I know what you're there for. Thank God. You hope the flames of a dad's age. Because when the mother's death, life up and why? Something says because mistakes are representative of some internal mistake. If I commit a mistake, what that shows is that there's something inside. There's something that's not right. There's something disjointed and disconnected. There's something in it compared if the mistake didn't occur. Let's say, and this is nice in the point here.
John, you are so loud. You're like, your microphone is just like.
Whatever I want to. We didn't. I don't want to say if I'm insulted, where I'm person, I realize there's something wrong. There's a deficiency. There's a disconnect. There's something.
Go.
There's something that's
Go.
inspiring that would allow me to act. Maybe it's stress, or maybe it's some need. But again, it's so incredibly important. Halacha, the Rabbi Rothschild holds us accountable for mistakes. Because even though it's a mistake, it's not intentional. This mistake is reflective of some dynamic that is broken inside of you. Mistakes don't occur in that. I will say, by the way, it's the same thing going back to the Shabbos thing. You're right, to put this with a Shabbos is the easiest example of this. We'll say, what happens if I realize that I put this on Shabbos? It's something wrong with my Shabbos awareness. That's what it is. It's a mistake, absolutely. But somehow, some way, my Shabbos awareness is not absolute. Because if it was absolute, right? If it was absolute, there was like there are other forms. Meaning me, when I have a complete awareness, it's a complete awareness. Like no one goes ahead and at work goes ahead and gets up and lays down on their desk. Goes, oh, I thought this was my bed. Like no one has that because I have an absolute work awareness. So when you have awareness, you're present. If I do something wrong, there's a lack of awareness. That's what it says. Those are such an incredible yesod. So therefore, even when I commit an avera b'shugim, when I commit an avera accidentally, the tzaddik says that shows that there's some dynamic that's broken inside. So whatever goes on, it's about Derek Semaphore. Derek Semaphore. So he says about this. It is like Rabbi said, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up the Mirza Hashem with this last piece tomorrow. But also he said he's going to point out the tzaddik is doing. So there's 2 layers so far. So layer number 1 is up until I know personally, up until I learned first in class, end of tzaddik, I always assumed that either you are a tzaddik or a rasha. Like there's no power, there's no ambiguity. The tzaddik says that's unequivocally untrue. That he's most of us are always a tzaddik and always a rasha. Right? I'm a tzaddik in the areas in which I am not sinning and which I have no desire to sin. And I'm quote unquote a rasha, although we're going to mitigate that sin a little bit. I'm a rasha in those areas in which I could be transgressing or desire to transgress. That's level 1, which I say is an incredibly redemptive statement. Because what that means is no matter how badly I mess up in life, in any given moment, I still have at least the quasi status of tzaddik. Lesson number 2 that tzaddik is teaching us now is responsibility for shogeg. Why is it that the Torah holds us responsible for accidental commission of averos? Because when accidents happen, they are reflective of some internal state of disorder.
Are you gonna go?
And this is why when accidents occur, we must be
It's over. No time left. It's over, folks. Oh.
It's over. Stop over here for today. We'll pick up the message with that last piece for the conclusion of ultimate peace.
Kyle sucked. They want to stop.
Dude, did you see Rory McIlroy in the Masters?
No, good job. Good job.
He has the largest lead, 2-day lead in Masters history. He's up by 6 strokes. He's at 12 under. He's at 12 under. And the next closest guy gets to get. He birdied 15, 16, 17, and 18. That's baller.
Versus I guess the lack of artist somebody who was Russia, but it's not really what I'm referring to. Is the topic of the non-science. So the topic is one never exposed to the particular area. But in an area which I areas within which I involved and I have failed, so one cannot refer to themselves or think of themselves as a savage in that particular area. But the Rebbe says something amazing. That's why in life, in any given moment, I can simultaneously be struggling in multiple areas, having difficulty in multiple areas, yet at the same time consider the tzaddik in multiple other areas. This ability to simultaneously be tzaddik and a non-tzaddik in any given moment of life is the great dialectic of the Jew. So the Rebbe gives an example of this. He says, making up a rich cook,
There are 3 documentaries/movies that I want to watch with you someday. One of them is just called S4. It's about Bogart, the shitty one. I want to watch that. There's another one, actually 4. It's the Comedy Stores documentary. We should watch that. Though I think I've already seen that, but maybe it was a long time ago, or I've seen something like it. I know I've seen something like it, but there was like an official one they put out. Then there's another one that is a Comedy Central, a Comedy Store kind of deal. It's called Windy City Heat. Apparently, like Red Band's in it, and I think Tony thinks that a bunch of people are in it. And then the last one is about how hackers back in the day used to be able to hack systems using telephones. And like, there's, yeah, it is dope. It's like back in the day when you'd have to pay for like cell phone calls, they could just go up to a payphone and type in some random number and then get like free calls. Did I say cell phone calls? I meant toll-free calls or whatever. Like, just kind of shit like that. It was really interesting. And the amphetamine or whatever, that fucking instrument, I was listening to people do that right before you came in. I'm gonna make that instrument.
Sounds pretty like ghost sounds.
No more of that. Other shit. I joined the subreddit, that's why. I listened to somebody play Time by Pink Floyd, and it was amazing.
Actually said, why is that? Because regular camel drivers have to travel to the desert. Right? In the desert, they are exposed to all of the elements. Desert, they have to do all of this uncertainty. See, interestingly enough, uncertainty is something which often brings a person closer to our Kadosh Baruch Hu. Because I realize at the end of the day, in Lanu Amilu Shayin Ella Alavinu Shel Hashemayim, I can depend on no one except for the Ribono Shel Olam. So let's say, see here these 2 contrasting Gemaras. On one hand, the Gemara Second Snuka says, camel drivers, they're all Rishoy. Why? Because as the nature of their profession, they're running on the camel all day, so they experience the tza'as, the sound of that color. Always do that. Remember, he said, camel drivers, that is
was it the same place that you walked into the last time you got a piece of with you?
That's deserts. Like, you have to
I know, but okay. Maybe that girl was like, fuck this guy. He doesn't know what's up.
So ask the Ashba. So the Ashba says, so what's going on over here? How do you reconcile these 2 divides? Are the camel drivers Rishoyim or are they Shirim? I don't know if there's
Well, you're talking about it. It's on my mind.
In reality, says the Rashba.
No, it's definitely not a word. It's not a word. It's never going to be a word. No one thinks it's a word.
The full
The Reza, who was a member of Wu-Tang Clan,
one area. I think in another area. So they're showing with this issue of but they're tzaddikim because they have incredible levels.
That's a couple of Gaza, that's
broken heart and incredible intent. Nay, Doros Tzadik or Russia, Eino Behefrit Koleles Espopaka and Mitzvahs. So they'll say when Rashba introduces to us, is being a tzaddik or a Russia is not an absolute state. If you ask me in any given moment in life, am I a tzaddik or a Russia? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Yes, I'm a tzaddik and I'm a Russia. I'm a tzaddik in certain areas and I'm a Russia in other areas. That was what the last was introducing us and the Professor really bringing out. I think it's one of the most life-affirming lessons. Being a tzaddik, being a Russia, is not an absolute state. In fact, either I'm one or the other. Because everyone said, regular people like us don't fit into those categories. Am I tzaddik or Russia? First of all, it depends on the day. Second of all, it depends on the hour. And even in the same hour, if you look at my life, all the areas, there are areas that I'm doing great in, and then there are areas that I'm profoundly failing. So what is
How many letters are there meaning to memorize?
Who am I? Future tzaddik, really developing upon this Rashba. He said at the end of the day,
It doesn't tell me. It used to, and then I did an update. Whatever this app is. It's got this app. I did an update, doesn't show me that, and then I did another update, and every single game I play, I have to shut off the sound. Even though I've shut it off like 1,000 times on all the settings, every time I've got to turn the sound off.
There's two tiles around.
Thank you for the information.
If I'm going to be a Russia in certain areas, then the fact that I'm a tzaddik in other areas, that means nothing. That means nothing. What is that good for? Right? What is my good matter for if I know that I'm a Russia in areas A, B, and C? What is that? Spiritual substance? That's not true. That's not true. Everyone lives with this dialectic. Everyone lives with this balance. Yes, I could simultaneously be a tzaddik.
Dog, what's my acronym? Aside from MILF and GILF. Continuous human data infrastructure. But that was really good. That was close. So good job. No, you were pretty close. You knew what you knew.
Did you see my recent letter? You played high by like.
What did you play? Ode?
I played Idol.
You could still win.
Let's begin from each then so that way it's color and the degree
I fucked up.
שטוב לאדם, ויסמר ולהצטרף בחוליבו על חטאו. So, Rebbe wrote, I skipped over, well, I'm sorry, so after a person, after שטוב לאדם ולהצטרף בחוליבו על חטאו, after a person, we've established what we're going to do, we spoke about the concept of Gehenna. We spoke about the idea that Gehenna, although we often understand Gehenna as referring to a different but in fact, again, Gehenna could be experienced in Olamazah, but one has to live with the fallout, the turmoil.
What the hell? I might win now.
So after you four times. So we should have this idea, which is Gehenna in the Hazeh, as yet found cathartic impact as well. Along the gas, this is very profound.
No way. Great job.
Sheshav B'tshuva.
Glad that I let you in. I'm glad I let you in. That's all. All right. It is official. Do you need the link to Bob Lazar? It's called. We don't even know the name of Bob Lazar. Area 51.
So listen to these words. It says, after a person stumbles and commits a particular avera, that's demonstrative that he is not fully cleansed that avera.
So Bob Lazar, Area 51 in play.
After a person stumbles in a particular area,
It's available. It's available. It's available on YouTube. I'm ready, baby. I'm ready, baby.
But I'm not I still struggle with this particular thing. Okay, whereas it says first glance, the statement seems a little obvious. Of course, if I go ahead and I make a mistake in a particular area, of course that's demonstrative that I'm still struggling in that area. Do you see any other interesting videos in this area?
Yeah, I saw them all. They asked me to be a moderator. They were like, "Oh, Rabbi's here. You want to be a moderator?" I said, "Oh, Rabbi's here. Cool, my baby." They were like, "You could be an admin." Then Reddit emailed me and they're like, "How would you like to own Reddit?" I was like,
My mic is gonna not work.
"Okay, why do you think that is?"
I don't know. It used to work. No, it used to work.
Okay, let's figure it out.
I already tried to diagnose.
Okay.
I don't know what it would be.
If there's a particular idea that I don't stumble, a particular idea that I don't transgress, and a particular idea for which
Are you streaming?
I am for tzaddik in that area. These are the two parts of the subject.
Oh, baby girl, NBA. Come play around my way. You're listening to what I gotta say.
And by definition,
I really need somebody. What?
any area which mistakes. I'm not a tzaddik in that area. Now, the Kiddush of the tzaddik is as follows. The Kiddush is that even when I go ahead and I do tshuva, so let's say I'm looking at it, and I do tshuva for that avera. What's my status?
Every single detail.
What's my status?
This is the best.
Right? So this is interesting. I'm not a tzaddik in the tzaddik. What I am is about tshuva. I'm about tshuva. I'm not a tzaddik. The tzaddik says the definition of being a tzaddik is in an area which I don't mess up, which I don't stumble in, and which I don't have desires for. In that area, I'm called a tzaddik. In other areas where I mess up, either again, if I haven't done tshuva, I'm an avari, or if I've done tshuva, I am a bal tshuva. If whoever says not a tzaddik, that kind of tzaddik is reserved for areas in life in which I go out and I have no desire for their inclination, or I have not transgressed those particular ideas. The rest of it goes on. You're going to see why this is a very exciting definition. Goes on, he says, good. The Indian said, because she tzaddik is the tzaddik, not the echad bilvad, Gun in the Gadi Sharna. Listen, so just to understand something. So what's the beautiful result in something's understanding? What's the beautiful reality that it creates for us? Think about this. We're all tzaddikim in many, many, many areas. In fact, I think one can make the argument that we are tzaddikim in many more areas in which we are chas v'shalom. I don't want to say shy, because that's too strong. But in which maybe we transgress. So think about this just a second. The Torah says, "Losita lacha asherah." Don't plant an asherah tree to worship it. Good news. Good news. Never did it. Have no desire for it. Fantastic. I'm a tzaddik in the union of asherah. I will say the truth is here. The whole list of this, right? Think about this for a moment. Even in the areas of morality. There are so many types. There are certain within relationships which normal people don't have desires for. So which means even within the same area, even within the same prohibitions, I could be a tzaddik in certain areas. So the tzaddik says what I say, what this means is any given moment in life, this is how profound this is. In any given moment in life, I am simultaneously a tzaddik and I may also be a rasha. I may also be a rasha. Simultaneously a tzaddik and a rasha. And the tzaddik says, this idea, the inyan zeh, Moshe, tzaddik, rak ledavar echad bilvad, God in the Gabi Sharon Nefshat Rasha, and this idea that in one area I can be treated as a tzaddik, right? Even though in many other areas I am like a rasha. Derech shekasef harash tabikudusha b'midah. Those over here was very interesting about those over here. And goes actually we're gonna stop a little bit today. We'll stop with this because I want to be able to start that on this session. But also we just point out what the business is dramatically like that a person can simultaneously be tzaddik and a rasha in the same time. But there's a new definition. A tzaddik, but also if you think about it, is a very absolute term. So tzaddik refers to tzaddik is not as much my definition of my entire persona as much as it defines my relationship to certain averas. So certain averas I'm a tzaddik, certain averas I'm a rasha. Certain averas I'm a tzaddik, no type of word, no desire for it, no shyness for it. I don't do it. I don't struggle with it. I don't stumble in it. I don't desire it. I'm a tzaddik in those areas. Other areas I transgress. After state of transgression, but again, if I do tshuva, then I'm about tshuva. Also interesting about this, let's all have to stop. According to this approach of the Rabbi Rothschild said that a person after faith is almost like a person in recovery. You ever speak to a person who's in recovery, it's an amazing thing. How Google a person in recovery is, he's never once. If you see the people in recovery, no one has to know people usually say, I'm recovered. Instead they say, I'm 365 months, whatever. I'm sober this month of time. It's an incredibly sort of insane profound because what recovery from addiction really highlights is this idea. This is my reality. This is something I will contend with the rest of my life. This is my reality. My goal is just to go ahead and stretch the sobriety for as long as I can. The tzaddik says it's the same thing in faith. It's the same exact thing in faith. I'm in recovery. Why? Because my struggles are my struggles. That's it. The areas in which I struggle. Also, if you think about this in life, it's not usually shot that I struggle in one area, and then that struggle goes totally away. New struggle, New struggle, nothing to do with the old struggle. That's not usually what happens. If we're honest with ourselves, the things we struggle with internally very often are the very things we've been struggling with for about years. All the same stuff. It's all the same. It manifests itself differently throughout life, but it's all the same thing. So therefore, tzaddik, in your areas of struggle, you never really become tzaddik. Because tzaddik means I have no shyness in this particular faith. I become Balchura. And that's okay. I would say that's incredible. That's all I don't have to become tzaddik in the areas of my struggle. All I have to do is go ahead and string along, or string together the wrong amount of sobriety. That's my goal. I was stop over here today. This I'm going to tell you is this piece is life altering. Just in the way we look at ourselves, we look at our struggles, we look at our areas of weaknesses and strength. All right, so that's it. Good morning. Let us begin. So we are going to Eretz Hashem, complete both Yom Zion. This morning, again yesterday, we began the very last piece of this verse. Governor Melech Haïm Yehuda Yehi Sagadas Yehuda Yaakov. So it's the idea that Yates above this is actually a reference to the heavens, which probably dramatic idea. Reference to Gehenna. Governor Melech saying even when we go to Gehenna, not scared to go with troubles. He says, Governor Melech, why do you think you're going to go to Gehenna? How can you say with such certainty you're going to go to Gehenna? After all, again, David, even if he's done things wrong, Governor Melech, ultimately, again, has been very careful of the power of Yeshua. Furthermore, maybe you're concerned, maybe you'll do something terrible in the future. I'll keep that power of something. It's not the way that you speak, it's not the way that you think, it's not the way that you are going to life. Which itself said the Gehenna, which Governor Melech refers to, is the Gehenna. Gehenna of all of us, the Gehenna that one experiences the results of the Nefesh, as a result of the truth, stress, of the pain, of the embarrassment. Governor Melech says, "Down to either the needs of us. I have experienced my Gehenna things that are also true of this." The Gemara says, he was always asking you, the Governor Melech suffered from phobia abuse from his education. External, David, what is the punishment for adultery? What's the punishment for adultery? So Governor Melech to say, the punishment is son, but if he does true, he has no problem. But the Vayish as Havelo Beravim, if one embarrasses his friend in public, ain't no feeling good. As no question of it. This is Governor Melech's life. This is what he contended with when he went to the base measure. Forget about the external said, "Gam ke'ilach begitz amaras." I walk in Gehenna, and this is the nature of my life. And also, what something we began to speak about yesterday, a little bit, was again page Kuf on the test. Page Kuf on the test. Look at the bottom right of the area. He says, "Shahayaholich ba'atzos b'marash." On the road around the Ashakal, Hari Ali the Atzos Shalish Believers. Ashina Mistalek is here. Here, both say, we began, I believe, to speak on perspective. And I yesterday, on one hand, the Tzaddik has been putting the power, ultimately, of Rusha, and the power of Agmas Nefesh, and the power of inner turmoil. He's been extolling these things because they are representative of a person's status of Shuma. But at the end of the day, the sense of Tzaddik, there's another part of this, which is the possibility that as a result of the depression, of the sadness, one doesn't have the Shema in their life. Because the Tzaddik said, left hand color, which looked on it as Fara'ina Shina Shora Elamito Simcha. As so this really this incredible, almost profound dialectic. And on one hand, Agmas Nefesh, the Grusha, the sadness that is the result of sin, is so powerful and cathartic because it represents Shubha. That emotional reaction to sin tells me this is not part of me. This is not who I am. I am not perfect. I am a good person who sometimes does bad things, but I'm not a bad person. The heart I am. Look how I feel in the aftermath of doing something negative. That's the performance. Yet the topic says on the same hand, sadness is the very emotion which drives away the emotion. A person needs simcha in order to go ahead and towards the relationship with Hashem. So David HaMelech says something amazing. God left the gates of us. Even though I walk in Gehenna in this world, I experience profound sadness in this world. As a result of the aveiros that I've committed. Lo irara. If you look in the Tzaddik, he says over here, skip down in the middle of the paragraph, on left-hand paragraph. Yaza Amr David HaMelech, Gam Ke'ilach Begates HaMaves. Haynu Ba'askus Al Chafa'ai, Lo irara. Lo irara, ki atot inot. Somehow, Tzaddik gets into different or more specific ideas that law represents. I don't think it's central for our being right now. Where the Tzaddik is saying that there is something so profound. David HaMelech is saying this, even though I experience the Busha, that the Agmas Nefesh, the Yisrael relationship, into this world. Nevertheless, those who have I am not worried about the spiritual account. Why? Because ultimately, somehow I found a way to balance between Agmas Nefesh and sadness of sin, yet the need to go ahead and maintain a positive, sympathetic disposition in life. The Chelsea, you know what's happening over here? This I think, is perhaps one of the most profound, I think it's one of the profound things that I learned in my life. The Tzaddik is saying life, successful spiritual living, requires this incredible dialectic balance. On one hand, I have to have the happiness and the sadness and the profound embarrassment, the busha, over what I've done wrong. The danger with that is you could lose yourself. You could lose yourself, right? I could become so overwhelmed by the sadness, by the embarrassment of what I've done that what? That I give up hope on myself. I just lose myself in that abyss of sadness. So that's why the other side of the coin is yes, I have agmas nefesh, I have rusha, I have kara, I have all of these things about faith, but I also possess optimism, hope, resolve for the future. I can do better. I can be better. I can live better. These are these two sides of the coin. The busha charata nefesh, hope, optimism, promise for the future. And that says the subject is that I know what to say. In this capital of Torah, in this one phrase, Gan ki'ilech begeitza hamamas. I live in the Gehenna of Olam Hazeh, the Gehenna which is often the aftermath of Chet, where I recognize that I messed up so bad. I didn't need to be this way. This is not who I am. The busha, the agmas nefesh, the harata, the lo yirara. Lo yirara says, says, but I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. I'm not scared that I'm going to lose myself in it. Why? I'll tell you why. Because I know, listen to what Tzavik says, I know that despite everything terrible that I've done, you leave Bonashon, you don't leave me. You don't leave me. Why don't you leave me? Because you believe in me. Because you believe in me. You believe in me because you see the good that I possess. And it's you believe in me that gives me the power to believe in myself. Gives me the Therefore, again, as much as I have to live with the busha, the agmas nefesh, with the charata, because that's necessary and that's good. That's good. When I react that way to think that's that. I won't lose myself in it. But I won't lose myself in it. Yeah, you want that. Because you guys, you don't proceed. You don't lose. You believe in me. Ultimately, that gives you the power. So we'll stop over here for today. Alright, so it's good this morning, and I've asked you to finish up Tuesday. I think it's done. Just to slow down. It's on beautiful. Alright, so we'll finish up first in July. Yeah, you could, you really don't have to, you don't have to. Yes. Good podcast. Remember again that Rabbi was writing this incredible idea, this really beautiful idea, that when a person speaks, or that each person says, is often an expression of their inner spirituality. specific level, when a person currently says something, that can often refer to a particular aspect of their life, a particular aspect of their personalistic kedusha. Because what differentiates us from the animal world in our conclusion is the ability to speak. But it's not just the ability to dialogue, it's the ability to articulate an inner or innate vividness in a way that the rest of nature cannot. That's what God has supplied. That when a person constantly says something, you know, the Marga Lakavume, the Ragyo Inish, the Havi Lamema, similar people performing the said, that is often understood to be an expression of a person's inner witness. And what we left over yesterday is not only an expression of my witness, but an expression of my core identity. And now an expression of my core identity, but sometimes in and of itself an expression of my core life mission. What is it that I have to accomplish? What is it that I have to do? Who is it that I am in my essence? So we'll just end off this host with two interesting examples. He says, from on page 54 press, in the Uriah Hasidus, left hand column, with the high gafna, in the middle of the column, with the high gafna, and this manner, came that in Kazal, as the others Adam Ayudim. If you can see the singularity of man through his speech. Now, again, I will say it one more time. Not just seeing the singularity of man in his place in nature through his speech, but the singularity of man, seeing his essence, who he is, what he is through his speech. To give an example, this is great. Go to the Imam Sachas Pesachim. The Imam says, Reish Pesachim, Al Hafuda Hava Amar Adam Achad Shahai Ragila. There was a particular guy who always used to say, don't redeem me. Whenever first you would have an issue, you would always say, okay, let's go to Beijing. Let's go to Beijing. And we'll say, now, the Gemara is not trying to influence an issue of influence. Everybody has it. And most times people try, hopefully, to solve their dispute amongst themselves. This particular guy never felt the real need to solve his dispute amongst him as he disputed. But rather, again, was kind of reflective reaction. Like, let's just go to Beijing. We'll settle it in days. We'll have others go and help us. So the Gemara says, the inside there, Dabar, Master Martha Shalamas. Anytime you have a business, someone, how you omer, coming forward, you say to someone, why don't you come to dinner? Come to dinner. Mishma the Dabar, Allah Afi Dayim. And in general, this individual would never be satisfied unless, of course, a particular reading was delivered by a diet. So what happens? What is the Gemara? So, Abu Chazal, Shmaninar, Mikan Toss. What do you see from here? That this individual came from Shevet Dan. Came from Shevet Dan. Like Dan Yadin Amar. So Dan, like the Pasuk says, like Dayanim come from Shevet Dan. So the Gemara explains that this individual's need for comfort and purification, like, and his need ultimately for the mechanism of the Beijing, the Gemara understood meant that he was from Shevet Dan. If you take a look in the foot of Foot Plus 12 on the bottom, the foot of Foot Plus 12, so like Sahuda Amar Don Jini, Amishmani Ra Mitzdan Kas. It said, Don Yadin Amar, the Echad Shitei Yisrael. The Gemara tells another story. How who the Havaka Azor the Amar, Akif Yama and Sisni Yarasa. What Rash Kutu is doing? The Gemara tells another story. There was another guy. His wife wanted to go travel the seas. Right? He was going to travel the seas. So he looked into his business, and I'm trying not to show him who was he from. He was from Shevet Dan. From Shevet Dan. Let's see if I'm going to do it anyway. Alright, so they found out that he is from the Shevet Zvulim. Remember again that the Zvulim, as the Pasuk says, Zvulim to the both young English. This place just with this last piece, with the rabbi explains that these individuals who walk here with the ultimately gave you a little bit of a hint into who they were. So if we kind of bring this all together, what comes out from this sit, which I think is really incredible, is remember how the journey began with sun and stuff in the middle. So whoever says is intrigued by the fact that not only Gemara, you'll find Nargologic today, right? The Chazal will often quote just the sins of an individual. And if something was intrigued by that, why does it become insane? Or why does something that people commonly say, why does that find its way into the Gemara? Which ultimately, again, which the Tzaddik said, step one is to understand that the nefesh, the soul of the Jew, ultimately, again, what it was, Yeshua is a big rate of your viewpoints. The Yeshua of the Jew has a particular connection to Torah. Torah is embedded inside of the Neshama of the Jew. And that's the point of Tzaddik, the conditions of this is, even if a person isn't very Torah, like even if a person hasn't been very Torah, at the end of the day, Torah is embedded in my Neshama. How does that innate Torah express itself? So Tzaddik tells it, the Rothschild expresses us to our people through the way we speak. That when we talk, it gives us a little bit of a window into our innate spirituality. So Tzaddik says, and that manifests itself in a couple of different ways. Either it manifests itself, we go into my core identity, that was the last two examples of the guy from Dove, the guy from Sweden, or it manifests itself in an articulation of my core challenge, my core mission, my core beliefs. Or Tzaddik ultimately highlights is that one is able to go ahead and get a window into their core nucleus, into their innate nucleus, by how they talk. And I want to say it's an incredible lesson for us because we all have things that we constantly say, or we all have things that we constantly talk about. So it's interesting to take a step back and look at what are the things we constantly talk about. What are the things we're constantly verbally focused on? And if we look at those things, it's an interesting way to kind of see what is our innate nucleus, what is our innate spiritual identity. I think sometimes it paints a good picture, sometimes it paints a challenging picture, because sometimes we're not really focused on the right things. But what the Tzaddik tells me is that even if my ego highlights a little bit of a broken internal spiritual dynamic, the fact that the Neshama is constantly moving and growing indicates to me that I be spiritually moving. We'll stop with this for today. I think the Nefesh what we're going to do come Monday, today's December, we're going to start doing from the next piece we want to think of, is probably a little bit of meditation. We use this 10-minute singer before the back, the Nefesh is a little bit more. Brother, a little bit of Nissan, haven't chosen the sequel yet that we're going to do. Somehow I'll provide you a copy of the provide you a copy of it. Maybe you'll skip around a little bit. That's going to be our focus. So we ended up over here. The American session at face Valley, and the American session will pick up this rather again it's the fact that a person speech is the very manifestation of life. Whereas my ability to speak is the actual manifestation of I am a living being. That's what that represents. He goes on, he says, Ein din tzadikim achayim lereisim, elo hadiba b'divei Torah bilvad. This is incredible. There's no distinction between a tzadikim who are alive and a tzadikim who are dead, except for speech. Because the Torah it says the tzadikim are called living even in their death. Which makes sense because the tzaddik leaves behind the legacy. The tzaddik leaves behind Torah. The tzaddik leaves behind certain things that even in the world of the living, even when in biological life has come to an end. But that's the case of the tzaddik who is considered alive. What does the living tzaddik and a dead tzaddik? Speech. Deeper the giving of Yoga. It sells the soul of happiness. And this is the essence, the foundation of life. Giving Torah is the Haven Shadiva, a sugar al Lishon ha'adam. The Ragyo, the Umro, the Ram Lishon Shnashem. Now that I understand, it's not just the chocolate speech is what distinguishes me from the animals, but it's a speech that represents the very manifestation of my life force. And speech is what represents my feels, is my life. And at the end of the day, said to Rabbi, it makes sense. Once it turns out is speech is the very essence of my life, and speech is the very manifestation of my life force. Therefore, when I speak, especially things that I'm accustomed to say, those come to that from the shorish from the essence of my soul. Hari nimsa inkein ki ibor dayosi coming with you have ha'adam yifon ha'ra'amot al-mahus shorish nafshat. Therefore, it's incredible. It turns out that if there's a larger state of human, or the larger image, something you normally say, something you have to know, is something you constantly say, so that gives the person a window into their holiness, into their almost their inner witness, their shorish nafshat, the essence of himself, something that is normally said, something you normally say. That means that that speech, which in and of itself is the manifestation of your soul, of your holiness, that speech is coming from somewhere within. Which means, and this, again, I want to be clear. That is not saying that every single thing we say is a manifestation of our holiness. I mean, all of us know this is very well. Plenty of stuff to say that not yet. That's not what we're talking about. Soul. Many of us have our adages, right? We have the things that we say. Just ask your kids. They'll tell you the things that you always say. So it says it's interesting that many of us have the things that we often say. So what's the shocking? So the other side, speech again is the progression. Speech is the manifestation of my internal holiness. And therefore, when there's something that I come and say, that means that is a principle that is emanating from my neshama, which means that by definition, it has almost a Torah holiness. Either maybe I don't even know any Torah, you might not consciously know Torah. But Kabbalah Torah is embedded in your subconscious. Kabbalah Torah is embedded in your soul. Kabbalah Torah sometimes finds its way out in the interesting attitude that a person says. Goes on and says, and this is incredible. The deeper that Yossi coming with it, that can help color. Therefore, let's say there's something that a person says often. Sometimes that daily adage right? So that common adage that a person says is an incredible way for a person to see the essence of his spirituality. Ladas ma'iyano v'safkido hamidika ba'olam. To know what is my purpose, what is my inyan, what is my purpose in life. Rabbi said, now this is now something else. Now the Rebbe is introducing another dynamic, which I just think is so incredible. The Rebbe is saying sometimes not only is the marvel of the Torah, not only is the common state the manifestation of my inner holiness and my inner Torah, but sometimes that which I often say could also be a little bit of a reference, be a little bit of a hint to what's my purpose in this world. Because it isn't incredible. Sometimes the thing which makes sense because the things that I always talk about, or the adages that I often discuss, they represent what's coming out of my soul. Essentially, the subject is highlighting over here. See, we often think people just talk, and that is true. People do just talk. But sometimes when a person is often anchored in a common saying, or a person often expresses a certain sentiment over and over and over. What Chazal would call margalei behume, hag biragil inish lameimah. I always say that. The subject says that's coming from inside of us. That's coming from inside of my neshama. That's a manifestation of my inner Torah. Which the subject says, first of all, it doesn't have inner Torah, but now it's like people have to represent my mission in this world. If I'm always talking about the same thing, then maybe says that subject. That's necessary. Like that's not in your know. This sakido hamiyucha ba'olam hazeh. That's how you understand what is my purpose in this world. Kol achad. When the Dugo and the Musa b'nei hamiyucha b'nei asma. Sha'af hazeh kol ha'olam kulo b'shvilo yisrifu l'bazeh. We must be all of a mission. So it's very powerful idea. Every single person has a mission, and every person has a mission in a particular area. Of course, we all have perhaps different things. We all have the same shared general mission. So that can be powerful to be mitzvot, to be bali. Said, okay, so that's a shared general mission that each of us has. But then each of us has a specific mission. This mission, the world needs me to do. So I need to do the mission for me, and the world needs me to do it as well. And I will say it's pretty incredible. So he says, I got that. So watching, we'll stop right here for today. But I just want to point out what something is highlighting over here, because I think it's truly amazing. So there's a number of things that's happening. Number one, remember, why is it that Chazal speak about often quote Mark 11 community, which this is what people normally say. And they just feel like a regular adage. Who cares? Right? Or how would the Raga Ushimir people normally say? So it says that which we say is a manifestation of our inner holiness. Because speech in and of itself is not just what distinguishes us from the animal kingdom, but speech is the way, says the Prophet, that we articulate an innate sense of Torah, an innate sense of goodness. It's how we communicate our innate holiness. And what Torah is introducing now, so what about the stuff that I say over and over? Right? This I always say, like, it's always interesting to know that the husband of the go to the Maya and you hear how people reflect on love. And to me, it's always fascinating, especially when children are able to go ahead and say, my father always used to say this, my mother always used to say this. So sometimes what they quote is that is pathetic. But sometimes, a child remembers a real sense of parental wisdom. And it's dramatic. It's dramatic when you hear that. Because that's the legacy. That's the legacy. And the prophet says, where did that adage come from? fact that children remember, okay, it could be because the father said it a million times. But on a deeper level, what the children are recognizing is our father, our mother, our parent, it doesn't our grandparent was articulating a truth. And that truth stems from their inner listeners, from their inner holiness. What Rabbi now introduces, we'll have to stop with today, we'll continue with tomorrow, Mir Hashem, is that inner truth sometimes also is reflected of a personalistic tradition. That when you always talk about the same thing, and you always talk about the same concept or the same ideal or the same issue, says that tzaddik, you might not even realize it, but you're articulating to yourself what your mission is in this world, what the world truly needs for. So stop a bit for today. We'll pick up the Mir session with the rest of the world. We'll conclude hosting the Mir session tomorrow. Section going to be a beautiful tool, a beautiful idea, expression. And what we do is go ahead and cite an expression or cite a form of speech, regular expression, a regular expression by someone, someone of incredible reputation, and you know we derive some significant meaning or life lessons from this speech. So it's not about he actually brought down a number of examples and quoted the Gemara in the Sefer Sanhedrin that the Gemara uses Russian Arabic, the Hahu, the Havakama, the Asr. The person or people used to say the following statement. The Gemara quote a number of different statements that were said by individuals, and then something very interesting happened, which is after the Gemara would quote the statement, then the Gemara would quote the pasuk in order to back up that statement. So I'll just show you one example of this, which is fascinating. If you look in the photos, you can see, if you look on the footnote on the bottom, so notice in the left-hand column, it's actually footnote 54 page. But in the left-hand column, if you look at the page, about 2, 4, 6, 7 lines in. So we quote with the following. This is the number 7. And you now say like this. Who is the Kava Kava Ba'ashir? A certain individual who used to say. Now the individual they're quoting is just a regular guy. Just a regular guy who used to say his Kava. Kira Amisit Ava Aziza. So he writes, myself on my right was who say this Saxida Shahimo. He said he put stuff together on the edge of the sword. Meaning that when the love and passion of between myself and my wife, we didn't need any distance. Right? Even we could simultaneously together occupy the same space. The edge of the sword, obviously, again, is a very narrow space. It says, Hashta, below Aziza. The Hashta below Aziza. Now, but the passion is not present, right? The love is not present. Uyabash is seen by Lidi like Sagila. So there will be again, even a very large bed is not enough for us. So There was a man who used to say this. Then the Gemara goes on. I'm not Tuna, Traiksi. Lafuna said the truth is the pasuk. What's the pasuk? The Arik said, Araki the Hasham. The Barki Kami Arakah. Ultimately, again, when the Mishnah is first created, after the Shmarach says, I will speak to you. Not of the lid of the arrow. And we know again, the lid of the arrow itself is where the head comes to the eye. The Daniel, Aron Lisisha, the Kaporas, Nabar Harik, so this is the height of the lid of the arrow is 10 of the eye. Karka, Hari Shaka, the Shmarach in Mashrash, so Basal, Bakum, some of the Karka. What we brought over. Hashem said, I'll speak to you on the top of the Kaporas, which means I'll be with you in front of the earth. Then what happens? Shlomo HaMelech builds a much larger structure than that. And then what happens? The Beis HaMikdash is destroyed, and the Pasuk says, Hashemayim is the heavens is where I reside. You see the progression in the beginning of the Shlomo is right here with us on the top of the arrow. Then things change a little bit. There's a much bigger structure to how you should. Then things change a bit more, and the Shekhinah retreats. Ultimately, when this guy who was just making a statement about life, that when we were young and our love was passionate and intense, we could sleep together on the edge of the slope. Then when we're a little bit older, a very large bed is not large enough to accommodate us. There's a similar dynamic to relationships change. Sometimes what between those exceptionally passionate and close proximity to one another, the distance is a perfect example of what you're trying to do. Here you have an individual who just says a statement. He's not quoting a pasuk, he's not quoting the Raisa, he's not quoting all he's quoting. It's a dynamic in life. A dynamic in life, just the way kind of the relationships go. And what's going to say, wow, because that simple statement of the truth will certainly capture the essence of the relationship between the Shekhinah and the Rebbeinu Shalom. So that's how practical it covers. Listen, just if you're looking at the by the way, take your days. There's a whole bunch of examples from this schema, or really, really wonderful examples. Fascinating. So if somebody goes on and says, what's the pshat? What's the pshat? Well, so you can take a look where first thing, on page comes out in the left-hand paragraph. In the Uriah Hasidus. So the Rebbe says, what do we learn from here? He says, you can never show Yisrael. Afilu ha'adam ha'adoni ba'achoshet Yosef. Yesh lo b'shoresh nafshar ha'is ha'izah b'divei Torah. So this is so incredibly beautiful. So this is what we learn from here. Is that every Jew, even the simplest Jew, the essence of his soul is rooted in Torah. In other words, the notion that regular simple parents are espousing wisdom. And then that wisdom, the great Rabbanim, the great Chazal, going and say, oh, by the way, that statement, that's a dynamic, that's a brisa. Tells you that even the simplest Jew is rooted in Torah. He doesn't realize he's speaking Torah. He doesn't realize that it's quoting Torah wisdom. But what he says is Torah. So we'll say again, I want to point out, when a tzaddik of yours means this is the flesh of what we said before. Remember again, a tzaddik said, in those old days, why is instantaneous change possible? Why is instantaneous change? Like, why is there the ability for a person even who has made catastrophic life mistakes to turn himself around? Remember what tzaddik said? Because the nefesh happens. The inner nefesh, which is going to write like the Baal Tanya says, the spark the mitzvot and the kingdom of Allah. Is something. There's a piece of us that is very natural. There's a piece of you that literally isn't from God. That's why no matter how bad we are, mess up, change is always possible because that one piece is never seen. By the way, even this simplest Jew talks Torah, I maybe never learned Torah, or maybe if he learned Torah, he didn't pay attention to the Torah, or maybe he just never. So how is this? So that's because again, nafsho, ishta b'shorish nafsho, so the divrei Torah, the nefesh, the soul of the Jew, as a whole, is rooted in Torah. This is what is incredibly powerfully so. That's why the Gemara is a good example. Oh, the Habaragil Inish, the Amri Inish. Right? People say, who cares what people say? Because it's important to hear what a Jew says. Because at the end of the day, a Jew's soul is rooted in Torah. And therefore, the Torah that comes out of his mouth, even if he doesn't realize that it's important to Torah. So profound. No doubt, turn the page. No doubt, move on the Neva. Our Torah has come into people. It's come, Shemargala Bekumei. Shuragila Omavitiv, Sugar Avishon. So regard for the death, Zehu Shorish, and now Sugar. I want to say, this is incredibly beautiful. So, it says that something, this is like how Father refers to this as Margula Bekumei, right? Margula Bekumei means a precious gem in a person's life. But again, the phrase of the ancient people say, understand that, but what people say is different what people say. Because I get miracle of a today. They say it's the jewel in the mouth, the jewel as in a piece of the whole. Those are brothers. So what I like that comes to them. So Tzaddik said this is so that the Jew has as a whole Torah reflective of the holiness of the Jew. The Jew has the ability to speak words of wisdom that are reflective of the Rebbe Shem. All his wisdom without it realizing what he's exactly saying. There's a whole. He goes on, the Tzaddik says, Bear Darazeh, he could talk at Diva, was it his podcast, right hand color, which is going right on. He says, Bear Darazeh, he talk at Diva Shiva Adam, who is so in Nefesh, Bahil Shalom. So the Tzaddik says that the talk at Diva, like the power of speech that is within a person, is the soul of Nefesh, is the essence of the soul, and the essence of the speech. Never say, you know this kind of stuff. Like, remember again, the word itself speaks about the fact that the earth was created by. So what does the word say? Now, you talk about how the Ruach is divided. Okay? The earth is divided into the nose, the nostrils. Remember again, who to this? In this commentary on Ruach Haim says, Ruach Malama. Speech. That speech is the greatest manifestation of the witness of man. That again, meaning this idea that speech, right? This is speech, right? Speech is ultimately what differentiates man from the rest of the love. That's reflected in man's mission. That's reflected in man's soul. Man's soul spark. It makes sense. I'm going to stop here. I think I'm going to tomorrow. But then also, it makes sense that man's innate kedusha is expressed through his speech. That's why the marvel of the human, the person can say something, not even realizing that what it is that you're saying is words of Torah, but it's almost as if the Hebrew has the ability to express the most innate kedusha. But we'll stop over here. We'll pick up with this idea tomorrow. Of course, conversely, that's fascinating. That one of man's greatest abilities to debase himself well, which makes sense. Because remember, again, wherever there is the greatest capacity for holiness, there is also the greatest capacity for tuna or for basement. So if Hebrew is going to be the way that I can articulate and express my most innate kedusha, it's also the way that unfortunately again I can express my most innate tuna as well. Alright, well we'll both pick up America Hashem with this piece of Yael is fire. أكثر من ذلك so remember in this context, address one specific thing that is highlighted in the shot. In other words, we would like to illustrate this was every person, although many of us struggle with many things, often the most of us have one thing we struggle with. That one struggle is the very purpose of my existence and my purpose to go ahead and address that struggle that has to become my greatest strength. So because when it's kind of inspired, should you others chef, you others to because them a single worship for all of that. So what if you bring the concept that individual singularity? Because the singularity uniqueness comes out ultimately again through speech as well. For example, what is we should be also doing things previous folks in those days prophetic provided the idea that a person has certain innate kedusha which is not subject to change. In other words, innate kedusha which cannot come to damage over time as a result of an appropriate thing. The idea that there's a kedusha exists, which is the person holistic holiness which possess, which by definition possess for no matter what decision you make. Because the going to see now in Gimel that the Kobe is really going to close on that. So let's do that. After the deeper Shofar is really a beautiful observation. After the deeper Shofar I'm going to be even just in the deeper Shofar, general speech, which a person, which people talk every day. Okay, goes on. I know this kind of deeper Shemot Divrei Torah. He's talking about general speech, right? A person talks each and every day. Not words of Torah, just general, what he calls it, sichas, regular, mundane, he's talking he's from Ragelaski, like, he's talking about something. Sometimes each of us things that, that are our common adages, right? Our common phrases, our common statements that we often share. He says, Moshe Chazal, that this one people that Margava Bidlava. So in the Gemara expression, Margava Bidlava literally means Margava is a jewel or a gem. So that's what it comes down to. Not really common expression. Common expression, right? Which is what Chazal uses. They often use eventually common expression, or common expression which possesses connection. So Margala B'Today, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression of people that is however, that love was a bit. So David goes from Rashi to the office. What does that mean in Margala B'Today? This means something that a person is accustomed to say. בכל זאת, נחשב על ידי תורת נפש. אבל זה here sometimes when Chazal would quote this idea of Margala B'Today, like a Jew, a common expression. So Chazal always quoting Divrei Torah. Right? You're not going to say quoting Divrei Torah. You're just quoting a common expression. It's the quoting common expression in the context of the Gemara. They're quoting a common expression. And they're using that quotation in a halakhic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So what you see is something that you see a common everyday expression that's becoming included in the Gemara and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster a very hard halakhic thing, hashkafic thing, different musar, specific explanation. Allah should do it, even though again the statement that the Gemara is quoted is quoted. It's not necessarily the statement that's being quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, Nechshav L'Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, it's the important thing that I said. And again, we should actually just have this really just that's your. The Gemara is really very context. What was the context? Is before I did talk about the Gemara said that is silence. Sorry, if the word is worth one salah, then shtika is worth two. Because the case was the last Mishnah, the Harvey Summit. Right, the last Mishnah, we spoke about the individual. Sorry, you remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case. They lost the cover exactly. Right? One of the Pedro went out to go ahead and find the exact. So we're speaking about the idea that we gather Chavura, and the Chavura goes ahead and uses what they send. They send out one of the members of the Chavura to go ahead and park those. Remember, we have this Mishnah. There was a discussion, but then they end up finding a replacement animal, checking the replacement animal. So there's a whole discussion about which animal is used for the car. Exactly. But the Mishnah do the case. Well, let's say again the Chavura has the Kara Pesach. They lost the Kara Pesach. Reuben goes out to find the carbon. In the interim, the Chavura of the new carbon. Identifies such as a new carbon. And then Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuben didn't say anything to the Chavura. Very pretty much he acted unilaterally. The Chavura didn't say anything to Reuben. So what's the halacha? Reuben uses the Kara Pesach that he found. The Chavura uses the replacement Kara Pesach and Shalom Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, because on Sabbath casting down, said the kind of the Chachamim is Yafesh Tika L'Chachamim Chabachama L'Tivshin. Right. So here the wise man said, so silence is good for the wise man. Chabachama Halachas come all the more so for fools. Here's a perfect example of where you see, again, is that a statement of food? Is that a religious statement? Is that it's a life statement. It's really quite fascinating about this. all the time. The Gemara will quote something. Sometimes it'll quote it with the marble of the Gemara, a jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see, Gemara will quote statements, and again, that's not a statement of Torah. That's a statement of life wisdom, Yet, interestingly enough, remember, it's brought down in the midst of a halakhic discussion, and it's quote as a proof to halakhic discussion. So it says, what do you see here? It says, see again, distinct. Right? It's a simple statement. It's not, it happens to be in this country, quoting the sage. The many times when Gemara does this, it's not quoting a sage. It's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often, Margula, the Kumei Division, is just a thing that people say. Goes on, he says, behind the Thomas Muhammad, very often, should maybe the Gemara is not the only issue. The Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim Yegilim Yom. Torah, and ultimately, again, when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the quotation. Actually makes it into Torah. And if even Sha'anoshim Chachma Da'ani Ishi, Rakshu Chachma Amidis Spasmanes, Yiramu Savachim. How they discover shall how he the Havak Amaka Asya. So for example, those of you will see that the Gemara Second Sanhedrin quotes the idea of many sayings. Just quotes sayings. Right? This was something that people were accustomed to say. Agav Afas Hayo Royo, Hayo Royo, Lomar Kistam Praktika, Ba'amar Shmuel Al Kistam Adu, Proxiv, Hari Sha'ab Simonan, Hari Sha'ab Shabala Kistam, the Yadda Shadish Gemara, the Bakora, Apapikin, Gilish, Yosh, and Givay, Dave, Adi Sna, in the Kodik Bank. Fascinating. Also, we will see this inside of the point of law. But it's probably close to the Gemara Second Sanhedrin, and the Gemara Second Sanhedrin quotes just a number of Kitanim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people, right? Regular people used to say this, used to say that, and what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. Is he would take these regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, oh, there's a pasuk that supports this idea. So Tabik says, so those are simply fascinating developing over here. We see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary everyday people, what we call Margula Bekume, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Gemara Second Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular everyday people, and then we come Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different, again, sources of halacha and hashkafa Torah that support these very assertions. So we'll say, what does this mean? Right? What's the meaning of this? What does this mean? Ultimately, again, the Gemara is concluding from regular people, the Gemara will stop like to go for this idea tomorrow. So we'll understand that somebody is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous case, as well as maybe what I think is just a kind of a paradigm for us going forward. We'll stop over here. one specific thing that he highlighted in his shot. One of the biggest qualities was every person, although many of us struggle with many things, often most of us have one thing which we struggle with. That one struggle is the right purpose of my existence. If I'm able to do the possibility to go ahead and address that struggle, well, that actually becomes my greatest struggle. So it's not because I'm kind of inspired, should we others check, we others do, we tell us signal or something like that. So it's not because one deposit that individuals singularity is hurt. Once the singularity uniqueness comes out ultimately again through speech as well. Sometimes I will say, it should be also from previous in those days, the Tzaddik Harav is the idea that a person has a certain innate kedusha, which is not subject to change. There is an innate kedusha which cannot be damaged as a result of the idea that there is a kedusha, which is a personalistic holiness which we teach. Possess, which by definition is very matter of wrong decision made. We're going to see now in Gimel that the Tzaddik is really going to build on that. What he writes. After the Dibur Shalchot is really a beautiful observation. After the Dibur Shalchot on Logo Vidya, even just because Dibur Shalchot, general speech, which a person, which people talk every day. Okay, he goes on his titles, this comes from the people Sheinbo Dibur Torah. He's talking about general speech, a person talks each and every day. That's what the Torah, just in general, what he calls Sichas regular mundane talk. So I said to me, Rabbi Rothschild, that he's specifically talking about something. I will say, sometimes each of us can say that are our common adages, our common phrases, our common statements that we often say. He says, Moshe Chazal, nothing is going to do that. Margala B'Kivay. So in the Gemara often has the expression Margala B'Kivay. Margala B'Kivay literally means Margala is a jewel in the chest, B'Kivay in the mouth of. So that's the Chazal. So Margala B'Kivay is a common expression. Common expression. I would say when Chazal we often use the mention of the common expression, but a common expression which possesses much wisdom. So Margala B'Kivay, a jewel in the mouth of people, a common expression which possesses wisdom. Davar Zeh Yagil B'Kivay. So the Tzaddik quotes the Rashi in the office. What does the mean of Margala B'Kivay? This means something that a person is accustomed to say. Al-Af Shu D'var Uvin. B'chol Zos, Nechshav L'Divei Torah. The person hears it, it says something after Divei. He says sometimes when Chazal will quote this idea of Margala B'Kivay, like a jewel, a common expression. So Chazal aren't quoting Divei Torah. Like, they're not per se quoting Divei Torah. They're just quoting a common expression. They're quoting common expressions in the context of the Gemara. They're quoting a common expression. And they're using that quotation in a halachic discussion or in a hashkafic discussion. So you see something that you see the common everyday expression that is becoming included in the Gemara, and often being used to go ahead and highlight or bolster or bring out the halachic point, the shtachic point, different Musar, success and amazing. Allah, Shukulah, even though again the statement that the Gemara is quoted is quoted, it's not necessarily the statement that's being quoted is not Torah. Nevertheless, the Nechshav L'Divrei Torah. Ultimately, again, it's being quoted as I will say, and again, we actually just have this. We have just I think it was like in that film, the Gemara quoted in context. What was the context? Was before as a example where the Gemara said that in silence, sorry, if a word is worth one selah, then shtika is worth two. Oh, it was the case of the last Mishnah. For our example, right, the last Mishnah we spoke about the individual. Try over this one with particular illustration. If you remember again, this was the case. Yeah, this was the case. They lost the cover Pesach, right? One of the Pedro went out to go ahead and find the Pesach. Right. So we're speaking about the idea that you get the Habula, and the Habula goes ahead and loses the Pesach. They send out one of the members of the Habula. You know it on the Park Road, remember we have this Mishnah? There was a discussion, but then they end up finding a replacement animal, or checking for a replacement animal. So the whole discussion about, well, which animal is used for the Pesach, exactly uses what? So the Mishnah gave a case. Well, let's again, the Habula has the Kabbalah Pesach. They lost the Kabbalah Pesach. Reuven goes out to find the carbon. In the interim, the Habula appoints a new carbon. Like that, right? Again, the consensus decided the carbon. And then the Mishnah said, if neither party said anything to the other, right? Reuven didn't say anything to the Habula. They're pretty much acting unilaterally. The Habula didn't say anything to Reuven. So what's the halacha? Reuven uses the Kabbalah Pesach that he found. The Habula uses the replacement Kabbalah Pesach and Shana Yisrael. So the Gemara points out the idea that there's something very profound when people don't talk to each other. There's a profundity when people talk, and there's a profundity when people are silent. So the Gemara, this was on Sadik Pesach, it said, Mechana L'Chachamim, Yafesh Tikol L'Chachamim, Abachama L'Chachamim. Right? So here the wise man said, so silence is good. The wise man, Abachama L'Chachamim, stands all the more so for fools. Here's a specific example of where you see. Now, again, is that a statement of Torah? Is that a religious statement? Is that a no? So it's a life statement. He was quite fascinating about this, and we find this all the time. Where the Gemara will quote something, sometimes it will quote it with the expression of margul of the Gemara, a jewel, right, or a gem in the mouth of people. So you see, the Gemara will quote statements. And again, that's not a statement of Torah. That's a statement of life wisdom. Yet, interestingly enough, whenever it's brought down in the midst of a halachic discussion, and it's called as a proof to halachic discussion. So if David says, "What do you see here?" He says, "Zavai." Word hazeh, love your eats of the shahanoni. Now, Osher Yosem Yisrael. See again, state. That is a simple statement. Not it happens to be in this time, very the sages. The men have the Gemara does this. It's not quoting a sage. It's not quoting anyone of particular piety. Often, marginal of the main dimension is just a thing that people say all of the time. He goes, he says, behind the Thomas Talmud. You find this very often throughout the Gemara. Shemaydi the Gemara is not the Amri in Gemara will quote that which regular people say. Sha'anoshim regilim lo. Divrei Torah, and ultimately again when it's quoted by the Gemara, it's quoted in the context of the tradition actually makes it into the Torah. Nehiva shatayin chachma gehani inshi. Right? Shu chachma ahutis ustas menes yiram zabat. Ukinoki muban parakama b'sanhedrin. How they discover shall how lahavat hamar ba'asir. So for example, don't over here we'll see an example of this. That the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quotes the idea of many sayings. This quotes sayings in the name of people. Like this is something that people were accustomed to say. Agav afak hayo loyo, hayo loyo, lomar kiskam kachika, va'amar shmuel ala kiskam ahu, proksiv sa'ari sha'ahu sh'tumalai, sha'av shabala kiskam, lo yobe shi'ush b'gvara, v'batorah, afal pichin ilo shmuel shel jirei Torah, ve'ich achon yismach u'b'kodit bar min ha'Torah. Fascinating. So the quotes over here, we'll see this inside of the camp tomorrow, but it doesn't quote from the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin. And the Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quotes just a number of pikanim, right? A number of sayings of just regular people. Right? Regular people used to say this, used to say that. And what Shmuel would then do is something fascinating. Is he would take these regular sayings of ordinary people, and he would say, oh, there's a pasuk. There's a pasuk that supports this idea. So Tavit says, so those are something fascinating developing over here. You see Chazal taking quotations of ordinary, everyday people, but Margula Bethune, a jewel, right, a gem in the mouth of an individual. We see again Gemara Masechta Sanhedrin quoting in the Gemara statements of regular, everyday people, and then we find Shmuel going ahead and saying, oh, by the way, those statements that you thought was an ordinary statement, there's a Gemara, there's a pasuk, there's a Mishnah, there's different again sources of halacha and hashkafa Torah that support these various assertions. What does this mean? Right? What's the meaning of this? What does this mean? Ultimately, again, the Gemara quoting from regular people, the Gemara Shemastach will be able to develop this idea tomorrow. So understand that somebody is going to develop this quite beautifully and dramatically as a continuation of that which was said in the previous case. What was building what I think is just an incredible paradigm for us going forward. As we stop over here, let us begin. We hope to let us let's pick up in the beginning of Hasidus and the left hand side. And then we're going to begin this discussion. So just maybe focus us a little bit. So but 15 and ultimate days is focusing on the ability of transformative change, or the concept of transformative change. And we'll be focusing again, the anchor of this discussion is Messianic era, and the idea being that the Rebbe highlights this concept of Ikika Afishana, that really comes in one of two ways. Ikika, it is just a symbol of or Afishana, expedited salvation, expedited salvation. the idea of Bikuda means that a certain kind of Israel disappears, even if Israel is undeserving, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is somehow being Mashiach anyway. But there were some people who thought that it was certainly the way that it works. In other words, that Bikuda means even if Israel is undeserving right now, that he's some type of transformative change which will make Klal Yisrael deserving. So interestingly enough, so Tzaddik has been focusing on his idea how do you see that level of change? The ability to take a generation that's undeserving and someone go out and make it deserving, which is a pretty dramatic idea. But it says you see examples of this by the Torah Mitzvah. And it gives other examples of where you find instantaneous transformative change. So let's do that page from A, left hand column, the area. See the same last week. So the Rebbe says, yeah, this is important. We mentioned this last week, actually began this last week. The Rebbe says, lest we think that this concept of transformative change is impossible, when I will say, when we accept the Rebbe of Mount Satisfaction, and the Kaddish and Isha, and pronounce Sham Tzadik Yama, I can pronounce this for women becoming precious to the condition that I'm Tzadik Yama absolutely righteous. The Gemara says, Mikudashes, she is the even if he's not Mishra Rasha. Even if he's not Mishra Rasha. Why? Shema here Tshuva B'Yita. Because ultimately, he did Tshuva, maybe he did Tshuva. And the Rebbe says, you see here, how do you make it Tshuva? The idea being, even though externally, a person cannot change anything about his beliefs, and even though again, a person maybe cannot change anything about his lifestyle, but there's a hint of Tshuva. Thought of Tshuva, some type of cognitive function, a cognitive shift. The Rebbe says that also constitutes Tshuva. So you see that there, that transformative instantaneous change can take place because often the greatest Tshuva that is not even something that occurs with people. The greatest Tshuva is the type of Tshuva which occurs with a mindset shift or a shift of a reorientation of the way one thinks about themselves, the way one thinks about life. You have to go down into the so how do you Islam? Shakal Adros, the Dakshin Hashem Yisrael. Ashivinu Hashem Ilacha B'Shuva, Ashivinu Hashem Ilacha B'Shuva. Together. Go to the passage again. And the passage again says, Ashivinu Hashem Ilacha B'Shuva. Hashem, bring us back to you, and we will return. Bring us back to you, and we will return. So it's a bring over to the meaning of this passage, where he says, the Hu Yachol, the Elohim, that should be true of him of that. When Yisrael says something, we have so much difficulty doing church, so much difficulty coming back to you. But you could bring us back. You could awaken us to truth in a moment. It's a very strange concept. Hashem, you bring us back and we'll return. What does that mean? What does it mean? What we're certainly doing is to shift the responsibility of our Shabbat to the Rebbe Shabbat. You know you can inspire us, you know you can awaken us, you know you can bring us back to you, and if you will bring us back to you, we will do everything we're supposed to be doing. So why don't you just go ahead and do that? It's an incredible chutzpah, it is incredibly profound. But what? We are following Lashon Shoshen Regaachad. Rak Hashem Yisbarach Sabach, Al Bnei Yisrael. Yet the Ribono Shel Olam, he spews back, so to speak, right? He calls back, and he says, one of the pasuk is the Chayot, Shuva Elayim Le'om Hashem Tzivachos, La'ashur Halei. After this part, he says back to us, Shuva Elayim, you come back to me. You come back to me. So there is this, although not but it goes along with there is this tension between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. Al Yisrael says, God, it's your responsibility to make us do tshuva. Bring us back to you, and you'll see that if you awaken within us the spark of tshuva, you'll do great things. And if Baruch Hu says to us, Shuva Idan, then you should bring you back to me. You come back to me. You have free choice. You make the decision to return to me. Like the Rabbi says, in Stella, someone said, so this of course, if you take a look at that, the Medrash says, I'm looking at this Yisrael Yaakov Baruch Hu Yivana Shalom. Shalchahu Hashivenu. So the Medrash says, Yivana Shalom. We belong to you. We belong to you. So the people belong to you. Hashivenu. Bring us back. Bring us back. Amot Lahem Shalachenu. Shene'emar Shuva Elai Mina Shem Tzvakos V'Ashuv Aleichem. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, no, you belong to me. We say that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we belong to you. Right? The power of our Shuvah belongs to you. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu finds us and says, no, the power of your Shuvah belongs to you. Amar L'Kala V'Yivana Shalchahu Shene'emar Shuvenu Elokei Yishenu V'Kachnema Hashuvenu Asher Racha V'Nashuva. So this is just the tension between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and God Yisrael. He says that there was something so fascinating. In the stomach, כשיגיע זמן הגאולה, וגר גאולה מאוד, עד שיהיה לא חיי כבריו. This is the number again. Going back to this messianic type of war. The Hashem expedited salvation occurs if the generation deserves it. Sounds like even if it's a generation Shekula Chayu that is so fundamentally compromised, what's going to happen? Bari Halachi She'im Yisrael Mikali Allah Mikos Shuvah Kibura. Here's the problem. This is what mentioned in passing before, but now it comes to light. With Messianic salvation, so I understand Hashem. I understand expedited salvation. If we are guilty, I understand that. Sounds like that even if Child Yisrael doesn't deserve it, there's a certain time by which Mashiach has to come no matter what. It's like deadline, right? There's no saying deadline, right? There's no saying Mashiach must come by certain time, which makes it sound like even if Child Yisrael is not deserving, Mashiach will come. The problem with that, and this is what I started describing that is, we have other statements in Chazal of Ein Yisrael Rebellion Elin Osin Shuvah, which is how Yisrael can't do anything without Shuvah. So how does this all work? How could you have a deadline? Or let's say a deadline makes it sound like Mashiach is coming no matter what. No matter what you say the Chali Solis. But yet, Chazal tell us that Chali Yisrael can't do anything without Shuvah. So how do you reconcile this? What's in our life? This is incredible. So Tzadik says it has to be on Tarcha. Shiriya as Natzach shall be done Natzach. The only way to reconcile these concepts is if we say we win. What does this mean? Shalom Natzach. K'lomar shekneses Yisrael tinatzeach k'viyachol asa kadosh baruch hu b'vakar shasah hashivinu elvachol shiriya gam ha'isal yisrael b'tshuva me'Hashem Yisrael. So this is actually quite beautiful. So the topic says the only way to reconcile it is as follows. The halacha l'maisa is going to end up happening is we win. That when that deadline occurs, when that deadline time to go ahead and bring Moshiach. The problem is, God Yisrael has not done Shuvah, so let's say what's going to happen. God Yisrael will win, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu ultimately again will be forced to Hashivenu Hashem Eilecha. Now what's going to end up happening? Rebbe Hashem is going to have to bring Moshiach. God Yisrael will not have their Shuvah, and the only way to ultimately bring Moshiach is for HaKadosh Baruch Hu to inspire us. He's going to have to take ownership over our tshuva. Hashem Ilecha. You want to light the fire. Light the fire. Kindle the spark. Bring us back to you, and you will see that we will do something absolutely. And I say, isn't this amazing? So something says, there's a number of things happening over there. By the way, I was going to point out, now, all that the Baruch Hu does is light the spark. We do the rest. But the Mesa, I need for the ownership over at times to take the responsibility to bring you back. So this highlights a number of different things. Number one, once it keeps us fascinated with it, otherwise the result is to expedited salvation through positive dynamic activity. If not, it is going to be the salvation. It's going to be one of two things happen. Either probably so will be true, or if we don't, then we've done nothing. So remember that phrase from that, but we've done nothing, we win. There's always this ongoing tug of war. We say Hashem, bring us back. Hashem says, Shuva Elai, come back yourself. So normally these three Shalom words, except when the deadline on Messianic redemption approaches, and Mashiach has to come, and we're still not doing Shuvah, we win. Hashem will have to go ahead and light the fire and kindle the spark. But the great lesson that the Talmud is teaching us in all this is the ability and the power of transformative change. Sometimes that ability to even engage in instantaneous transformative change. Sometimes again it is the ability for a person to so fundamentally turn himself around. And yes, although sometimes it's gradual, and most it's gradual, at the end of the day, instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change is possible as well. That's the Gemara Masechtas Kedushin. That's ultimately again Ari Admitidosh Gaminat. Inside the Gomer, and why is instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change possible? That goes back to Shoshana Ben Because at the end of the day, even when I commit Averis, whatever says, that's not my genius. My genius is harsh. My genius, my inner essence is powerful and remains untainted forever. No matter what happens in the rest of my life, I am the Shoshana Ben I am the rose. Amongst the weeds. True, the weeds are there, but the mice of the rose never loses its rose identity. So because I never lose my genius, because I never lose that, therefore again, even when I sin, I don't fundamentally alter who I am on the inside, and because of that, instantaneous, transformative, cathartic change always occurs. Alright, so let's stop over here. Pick up the next Hashem with you in Gimel. one being part of the was based on the idea of the Yerushalmi. The Yerushalmi says, roughly, that he was the owner of Olam, favorite generation because the God of the generation of the God of the what first glance, it seems a little bit strange, especially giving it back to that. Yeah, you mentioned this was Parsha Pita Igla, even elaborate all of the tragic sinful activity, and therefore people kept it sages. Yet that's the same generation that said no salvation. Don't you? Let us speak about a generation of coming to them of the consumption. The different extremes which man can reach. God has no signs of wonderful example. And the reason why ultimately again, God has no signs of study with kind of donors because God has no signs to teach us the power of change. The power of change. And no matter what the individual has done, no matter how bad the outcome has happened in their life, personalistic redemption is always possible. And everyone quoted the beautiful passage from Shira Shirim, he shall shine out in hope like a rose amongst the thorns. Thorns, of course, representing the sins, the avedas of life. The rose, nevertheless, the identity of the rose is the rose is in the midst of all of the thorns. If you look up on this book of 8, the Rebbe says something so beautiful. It's the Adarabah, the right hand column. I'm reading to the Uriah Hasidus, the right hand column, 5 lines through. The Adarabah, as Hashivas Nashotya Yisira, אחרי ששם האדם בתשובה שלמה. Also, this Rebbe is going to talk about certain concepts that we feel unfamiliar. Like the way he frames them is so beautiful. The Rebbe says everyone knows that the Hashivas of the Neshama, the importance of the Neshama, is manifest, especially in the aftermath of sin. In the aftermath of sin, he says, Shahari, listen to this, Shoshana, she needs to be a better focus. Hashiva goes from the Shoshana into Shoshana. The Bible says that it's so beautiful that there are different types of roses. Some roses grow amongst roses, and some roses grow amongst thorns. The most beautiful rose is the one that will not grow amongst roses. The most beautiful roses are the ones that grow amongst thorns. It's so beautiful. The Bible says, Shoshana, Shimala Leah. The most beautiful rose, the most fragrant rose amongst all of the roses in the world, is the one which grows amongst the thorns. Is the one which grows amongst the thorns. So let's say, here's what I'm saying. So that'll be profound. The truest fragrance is not when you're surrounded all by thorns. The truest fragrance is how you do when you're surrounded all by roses. The truest fragrance emerges when the rose is surrounded by thorns, but still manages to be a rose, which is a true, incredible and beautiful idea. So that goes on to the series. The Tibbe Azar Halala Sa'in, but in Yeshidas Kinadamar, Shabali Chuba Adiki, and this statement of the Zohar, very much in line with the statement of the Second that Bali Chuba are able to occupy a spiritual space that is much greater than Sadiqim. Now, again, obviously, this notion of a tzaddik lover being someone who never sins, we saw this in the struggle. There's no such thing as someone who never sins. But you understand this thing? Someone who struggles. Someone who is constantly struggling with thorns, but still manages to preserve rose, is so much greater than someone who is just always a rose amongst the roses. Which always tells you something so. I know you've heard this concept, but something new. But there Tzaddik frames it so beautiful. Tzaddik is saying is, if you know the essence of it, you know that the Shmara who appreciates those things there, struggle. When I am willing to engage in this struggle, when I say, Bono Shalom, there are so many thorns. And the thorns are always, and I'm talking about there are any external adversity. That's true also. Also, I think, there are moments in life, you have to wrap up, when there's no external adversity. But there's always internal adversity. And these internal thorns, I'm always struggling with them. And then I see people who are roses who live amongst the roses. And I'm always surrounded by the thorns, right? And I'm always surrounded by the thorns. But often I'm going ahead and often getting picked by the thorns, right? I'm getting cut by the thorns. I'm bleeding because of the thorns. And even today I avoid the thorns. Tomorrow I get stuck on the thorns. And yesterday I got stuck on the thorns. And the Celtic says, just understand two things. Number one, your rose is always there. The rose is always there. The rose never withers. The rose never dies. This goes back to what the Celtic said 2 days ago. This is a little bit longer than 2 days ago. But we were ended 2 days ago. Where the Rebbe says the reason why Shem is peaceable is because faith never impacts the nefesh of peace. Sin never impacts the core identity of who you are. That always remains intact. Therefore, changes the rose is always there. And what I think Shmara will appreciate more than anything in life is the Shana Bein HaShoshana. The truth is, it's easy to have a rose amongst the roses. The real challenge in life and the real success story in life is when you feel Shoshana Bein HaShoshana. You need to be a rose amongst the thorns. And you can preserve the beauty of your rose while battling your thorns each and every day. That actually starts because of life. It's easy to skip a little bit to the left-hand diagram. So now, Trevor takes this concept and really expands it a little bit. So look what he writes. On the left-hand column, we really have to see this. Ya'ala ala das. Sheitayet bezezman. I'm sidestepping a little bit some of his other themes, which is Mashiach. Now, we're going to come back to Mashiach also. But what really started this whole conversation is that Rebbe was exceptionally intrigued by the concept that the God generation of Mashiach may not initially be where he is, but then ultimately again they are transformed into who he is. So the Gemara discusses, remember again, we saw this a number of days ago. How does this happen? Sometimes the Baruch Hu goes ahead and is Melech Shetzirosov, person of the got to start the Xeris motivate us to tshuva, and the entire generation changes. So that was the springboard for this conversation. That was intrigued by that change matter. If you can have a generation that begins being quote unquote unworthy, but then works into something incredibly good. So he goes on, he says, this is incredible. Ya'ala ala das. So there's two things happening over here. There's a national conversation and a personal conversation. It's the same conversation. It's the conversation of change. Conversation of change. In the Messianic context, so the conversation of change tells me that the generation can be undeserving one moment and then be transformed into deserving in the next moment. That's the national conversation. On the personal level, the same thing is true. That I can be a Shoshana, I can find my roots, even and again, I am surrounded by the thorns. The Rebbe says something amazing. He says, don't Ayala aladas, Sheistarif was as manda. Don't think that dynamic change has to go ahead and take a lot of time. עד שיעבוד ישראל is called Shvavi v'dargas hatshuva עד שיגיע לתשובה שלו. Don't think that it has to take a long time. But probably so to the level of tshuva shleima. That's it. Again, on the national level or on a personal level. Why? Tshuva gimura eino oleches zman klal ve'afsha shivya v'rega echad. Wow. Let's say now we're beginning something that is transformative. Rebbe says tshuva doesn't have to be a prolonged process. Real tshuva happen in
Here he is. All right, what are your thoughts?
Let me show you his example, and then we're going to have to back up a little bit.
I like this.
What's his example? What's the thing?
The budget of that movie was $80 million. $80 million production.
Conditional condition.
I don't know if it was that much.
Seems like a lot.
Are you sure that 80 and not 8 million?
Are you sure that 80 and not 8 million? Yeah, no, I just looked it up on Google.
Are you sure that's correct though?
Are you sure that
Russia government. Russia government.
Okay, well, that was right. You know that.
Okay, well, that was right. You know that.
Why?
Okay. Well, one clarification I had to make about the story is when he went on the news, he said his name was Syria. I knew that. I flipped those guys. I thought it was phenomenal. I think that it's a great compilation of like really in-depth things for Bob. You're seeing that Bob talked about this stuff 30, almost 40 years ago now, and 35 years ago, and it's been accurate. You can tell that the government or somebody has been making changes to maps. I mean, it would be like, I would say to you, I mean, in the same way, I would be like, hey, did you know that there's this really remote part of Nineveh that has 10 doors that are built into the mountain? And you're like, what are you talking about? Like, nobody goes to Nineveh. I'm like, no, I know. And then 35 years go by, and they can see pictures of these things in the mountain. And you're like, wow, maybe Rabbi was telling the truth. It's kind of like he was able to talk about this stuff in a lot of depth. And other people have verified what Bob Lazar has said. In fact, some people even say they worked with him there. Whether that's true or not, that's difficult to ascertain because he didn't work there that long. I think that's one issue with just what he was able to glean. Not in his story or anything. He just he worked there for on and off for a short period of time, 6 months or whatever. But it's more evidence to show that this exists, and I think that there's a type of technology that they review in there. It's really interesting to me that there are some technologies that exist that humanity just kind of never utilized, and we kind of move past them. And one of them is that bone scanning machine of the hand. We moved from access cards and that stuff. That kind of technology when he was using it was still really advanced, but then we moved into biometrics and retinal scanning and stuff. And that bone measurer was not ever really utilized in major practice, aside from perhaps these clandestine programs. So it's not like we're gonna go back to that technology ever, but it's just this piece of technology that we don't currently utilize that we moved on from. That was just a snapshot of it. And he would talk about that, and nobody in the scientific community had ever heard of this kind of system. So one of the big things that he talks about that no one had ever heard about, he talks about these discs being there in reverse engineered. That was new. He talks about S4. That was new. People maybe had spoken about Area 51, but not as 4. That was all new. He talks about Element 115. That was new. He talks about the gravity propulsion and all of that. That was, at best, only hypothesized and not openly discussed. He talks about that bone machine. That had never been discussed previously, or at least wasn't discussed previously. Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. What else does he talk about? And I think he goes into depth about why he was so scared. They shot at his car. They had ruined his reputation. They ruined his marriage. He was sleeping at John Lear's house. He was afraid to go home. They would go into his house go into his car at the gym, even though he had like a machine gun, and just like open it up and leave the stuff open. I find him to be just one of the most interesting people I've ever heard of a story, and I think there would be a really cool video game, or a really. It's almost like there's an element of Fallout 76 or Fallout New Vegas, or whatever, Fallout Vegas or whatever that one is. And it's not that exactly, but it's like this idea of like a desert town that has like a super advanced technology. Usually those two things are contradictory, but in this case they weren't. And uh, it was cool to see more of like Bob's life with his wife now, and like living in Oregon, and how I found it interesting that like Bob was like just there's a lot of evidence that he's given that verifies his claims, and not really any evidence that I know that doesn't. Like there's not like this huge hole in his story. To me, it makes sense. And he also, didn't want to talk too much about his ex-wife Tracy and that situation. And I absolutely understand that. You raised a really good point yesterday. Well, why wouldn't he want to talk about aliens more? You can just tell that's not his personality. I mean, you get to learn more about him, but also there's a fear of his life. They threatened his life directly. They would mess with him. He uh, he could have been charged. He even said with espionage. Like he doesn't want to get into that, and I get that. Now that we're further away and he's an older man, I can see that he's basically just telling everything that he knows. And in many ways, this is soft disclosure, what's known as soft disclosure of the United States government, that you don't have one event that scares everybody. Just basically people in the know begin to learn about this, and it is what it is. If inquiring minds demand more information, they'll seek it, and to the general public, they'll just either never learn about it or learn about it um, through the mass media, or learn about it through pop culture or something.
And the something would be like the transistor and how they were hoping one major discovery of engineering would unravel the whole thing. But if you hypothetically have a UFO, like we're humans, we're humans, and we don't have like 10,000 IQ alien brains that manipulate time. I feel like it's like giving a rat or something, like a piece of hardware, just trying to get a rat to explain the complicated thing. That's just like a way out of his IQ level. But then at the same time, it's like, okay, they're supposed to reverse engineer gravity, like teleporting, flying saucer. But then in the movie, they're also saying that Bob would be flying little test flights thing. And to me it seems like pretty sketchy if they have no idea how it works, but they're taking them for test drives, like and literally flying them through the sky in the middle of the day.
It wasn't in the day though. Well, okay, when they were testing them. Yeah, okay. I'm in agreement with you there. You were saying something else about that. And perhaps I may need you to replay. You're saying that they were something about them flying these things just during the day. What were you saying regarding that?
On the film, they showed it in the day, and Bob was out, Dennis called him out or whatever, and then got him to take some step over there and look up, and then the UFO is gone, and then take 10 more steps, and then you can see it again. The way FaceTime around it, or like turn invisible around it, or like turn invisible kind of, and I suppose it was kind of like the test flight.
And you suppose what about the test flight?
Sounds like a test flight of some random other flying saucer, not only he got the sport model, he was.
I thought he only worked on the sport model. He just saw the other. There is an in-depth. It's actually quite short. It's 30 minutes. It's by an aviation historian named Michael Stratt, and of all of the things to which I've ever fallen asleep, I like to fall asleep to this stuff. It may be the thing that I've fallen asleep to which it may be the thing to which I've fallen asleep most. It is just it's like 35 minutes, and Michael Stratt goes into more depth of this aviation historian. What I find interesting about this aviation historian, Michael Stratt, is Michael Stratt used to not be, he used to know everything about planes, but he never got into UFOs or anything like that. And he didn't think it existed or whatever, and he was a major skeptic, and then he became a believer, which I think is really interesting. Okay, now you said that you thought you could find a place to watch Bob Lazar's new documentary. Where is that?
That's the one we just watched.
No, that's not the one. That's not the new one.
That was in 2026.
Oh. Okay. Then that's not the. Oh, okay. So then we have to watch the one that I referenced. I said it's on YouTube. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51, and Flying Saucers. It's by Jeremy Corbell from 2018. Oh, this is bullshit. Do you hear this, folks? This asshole slips in the wrong documentary in on me, and then wants to. Oh, this is bullshit. This is bullshit.
I've heard the story. I've heard the Bob story. Everything with Bob. There's no new information. Crazy, radical, crazy different story. It's going to be the same old Bob. No offense.
No. Oh, so you're going to bed now?
I do want to.
Okay, well, let's watch the Michael Jackson documentary.
Have you seen John Lear interview?
Yeah, he's the guy who I used to email.
What does he say?
He's all about this stuff. John Lear, he's the guy who I said, remember, like in 2010. I emailed him and he said I made his day. Like basically, I'm a huge John Lear fan. He lived an amazing life. He's since passed, but may his memory be a blessing. But essentially, he was a CIA pilot. He had more hours logged of a plane than like anybody ever. He was just flying everywhere. And he's the guy who would like fall asleep while flying like major uh, airline planes. Anyway, he's the guy who got Bob Lazar into all this and connected George Knapp. And he's the central core. He's the one who connected Bob Lazar to George Knapp and I want to say, like, I don't know, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think that John Lear used to John Lear used to sit in front of what's today Harry Reid International, but at the time was McCarran Airport. They used to just sit and watch planes, the Janet planes, which you don't even know about. They're the ones with the red stripe on the side. You know,
one airport.
yeah, but you don't know what songs they play when you're going there. You don't know any of those. Anyway, no, they don't play free, but that'd be tight. That's a good guess. No, they play Coming to America. Anyway, the the story of John Lear. They go into it a little bit, but John Lear wanted his house reappraised, and he got Gene Huff to come there, and Gene Huff was like, "Hey, I'm going to John Lear's house." John Lear is the son of Bill Lear, who invented the Learjet. You know what a Learjet is, right? Exactly. So, it was no. It's like a Gulfstream. It's like a really nice private plane. Oh, okay. And they go to his house, and John Lear. If you've ever seen pictures of John Lear, like he had this like man cave, like this office that was just full of UFO stuff, and pictures of him with like the B-2 stealth bomber and on aircraft carriers and all kinds of cool stuff. And he just lived an amazing life, and he was really into aliens. So, have I ever? Your question was, have I ever seen any interviews with him? Usually they're audio, but yeah, he used to go on the radio a lot. And I used to love listening to him on the radio because they always had something interesting that it would be like a new piece of knowledge, like that I hadn't heard before, maybe. And I would go and I'd take that and I'd go and do all kinds of research on it about like he might just be like saying like this is just like my current interest, but he might be like so Bob was working on Project Galileo, but there were two other projects there. Project Sidecar, whatever, it wasn't Sidecar, Sidearm, and which is the particle beam weapon, and Project Looking Glass, which is the time distortion. And he'd only say something like that. He wouldn't go into it. And I'd be like, what the fuck is this? And I would go and look up all kinds of stuff. I mean, this even caused me to write an essay. I haven't yet published it because I've already, by maximum, 2 articles to publish it. But I'll publish it in the coming week about this Project Looking Glass. What I think of it. How it's interesting. How it's really difficult to verify anything for it. So I even put an editor's note or author's note, like, read at your own risk. Whether this is true or not, I'm not sure. But just John Lear always had some kind of new, kind of interesting thing. And one of the reasons was because he was in some pretty big circles, especially in the aviation world. And that got his foot in the door in some places. And he also would see some really interesting things and talk to a lot of pilots. When you're spending that much time in the sky, and you eventually get into these airports, and they have like the airline lounges, and you go, people come up to you, hey, where you flying out of or whatever, and you get to talking like, oh, this is John Lear, this is Bill Lear's son, like this is a big deal. When you start to get into those types of discussions, people want to tell more about what they know, and so they're like, yeah, I was flying from Salt Lake City to San Diego, and I was flying at approximately 30,000 feet, and I saw this disc, and then it split into two discs, and they ran parallel to my wing for about 45 minutes, or like, whatever, 5,000 miles or whatever, and then they just disappeared. People would share stories with you like that. And I always thought that this was a really interesting quality of John Lear, and I would listen to him very often on this radio show that I like, Coast to Coast AM. And he used to be on. He used to be on like every year, and then as he got older, it wouldn't be as often. And then also he would publish on this website, and his website is an amazing forum for just anything that is just, and so I used to check out what he would write on this forum about aliens and stuff like that. Now he has some theories that I don't believe, like I not even I can get behind them, and I'm very much like Bob Lazar, like John Lear's kind of his own deal, but they're starting to become more verified, which is very shocking to me. That basically, I don't know if this is true, Riser. I'm just going to tell you what I know. The former head of the Israeli space program, his name is Chaim Echad. I feel like I'm in the sync with you. You're good. He's head of the Israeli space program. His name is Chaim Echad, and he came out in 2018 and said that his last name is Shad. He came out and said that. I mean, I'm not gonna bullshit you. I'm gonna get a summary of what it is. I know it pretty well, though. Basically, that Mars was had like an alien base on it, and dog, the former head of the Israeli space program, Chaim Echad, what did he say about Mars in 2018? The former head of the Israeli space program mentioned is Chaim Echad. Chaim made these claims about Mars. Oh, it's December 2020. In his 2020 statement, he claimed that aliens exist and are in contact with the U.S. and Israeli governments. There is an underground base on Mars where alien representatives work alongside American astronauts. A galactic federation is preventing the full revelation of this existence to humanity to avoid mass hysteria, stating that humans are not yet ready. President Trump was reportedly on the verge of revealing this information before being advised by the alien story. Echad, who retired in 2010, noted that making these claims earlier would have led to him being hospitalized or dismissed by academia, but he felt he had nothing to lose by speaking out. Okay, so do I believe him? It's interesting. I don't know. Okay, and so John Lear, who's different, would talk about. Dog, what's the thing about John Lear saying that the moon is really like an alien base and that there are soul catchers there? But also, Terrence McKenna talks about this as well.
I've never heard Terrence talk about the moon
All right, well, you better listen to Terrence some more, my man. John Lear. Dog, I read this to you yesterday about Terrence McKenna. Here we go. Terence McKenna, Moon Bases Soul Catchers.
Shows what my greatest
Okay, so Terence McKenna discussed the concept of the moon as a soul catcher in the context of Gnostic and alien lore, suggesting the moon is a multidimensional entity of Demiurge that feeds on human souls. This idea, often linked to discussions about great aliens and archons, posits that the moon acts as a base where souls are trapped and or recycled through reincarnation. However, search results indicate that while McKenna explored these themes, the specific theory about the moon as a physical soul catcher base is largely interpreted by followers through the lens of mysticism and theories rather than empirical facts. Some interpretations suggest that soul catching might not be malevolent but a mechanism to aid human evolution by looping consciousness through reincarnation. Gnostic view, the moon is seen as a demiurge creator that feeds on souls, aligning with modern alien lore about archons running the material world. Alien bases discussions often mention alien bases in Alaska and Antarctica, using Earth's magnetic energy to be empowered to the moon. Evolutionary perspective, some argue that the trap is actually a system designed to help souls evolve rather than simply trap them. McKenna's focus. McKenna's lectures covered shamanism, psychedelics, and consciousness, where he often speculated on the nature of reality and the demiurge. While these ideas of the moon as a soul catcher is popular in some communities and Y-Files discussions, it remains hypothetical and metaphoric concept within McKenna's broader work on psychedelics and cosmic evolution. Whether it's true or not, like, that's the first thing that comes. I looked this up yesterday and was reading this to you guys. The first thing that came up was Terence McKenna. Now, John Lear, a former CIA and commercial pilot, became a prominent figure in UFO circles for assertions about secret government knowledge of extraterrestrial life. He claimed the moon hosts alien bases, particularly on its far side, and that it has a breathable atmosphere, force, and civilization beneath the surface. According to Lear, these bases are operated by various extraterrestrial species and supported by U.S. government agreements. He also stated that the moon landings were not real, part of a broader cover-up to hide the true nature of lunar activity. Lear described a 6-mile-high tower on the moon, which he referred to as a soul catcher, a device allegedly used to intercept human souls after death and recycle or enslave them. This idea was reportedly influenced by sources like Val Valerian and esoteric traditions. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I can just tell you that those are the kind of like esoteric things that John Lear was into. I wasn't so much into that. I was into John Lear talking about faster than like the stealth the F-117 stealth bomb, like, and stealth fight, and perhaps like advanced fighters, like what's called the Aurora Project, or also known as the Flying Dorito, the Black Triangle. It's called. It has different names, but it's basically a secret Lockheed Martin program, and it runs perhaps on nuclear energy and can travel like extremely fast. But anyway, that's what I was into more with John Lear. Stuff about aviation that I thought was really interesting. But he did have these theories, and he would just drop something on you. Like, he might be talking about yada yada yada, blah 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 blah. This is in, like, I don't know, 2009. He'd be on Coast to Coast. He'd be like, yeah, like the Aurora program, blah 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 blah. And I'd hear that and be like, what the fuck is this Aurora program? And you'd look on the internet and there's like nothing about it. But then 2 or 3 years later, you'd find out that, yeah, this is a real program by Lockheed Martin. And they'd have sketches of it on some website. And then from there, 5 years later, we go down and there's a Wikipedia page for it now. And now you read about it and it's like, yeah, it's like this. There's like legitimacy to it. but I would get these like new pieces of information from him. So anyway, I emailed him in 2010 after hearing he had a tiff with uh, with the other guy, Gene Huff, and they basically kind of were fighting. And I listened to both sides as much of a third party as I could, and I thought Bob Lazar handled, or John Lear handled the situation better. I forget exactly what it was about. I mean, really, it's been 15 years since I emailed, more than that, since I communicated with John Lear. But in all of this like esoteric knowledge and stuff, I don't communicate, I don't connect with the people. He's one of the people I connected with, and then the other person one time I did an email exchange with another guy named Jordan Maxwell. Those are the two who I ever just, and they got right back to me. Like it was like, really, this is like your dad invented the illusion, and you just emailed me right back. And yeah, and he's just a fascinating individual. So, to answer your previous question, did I ever listen to anything of his or see any um, of his interviews? He did more audio interviews. He would go though to different UFO conferences and speak at them, which was I feel important. And this stuff that they exist, that they've been visiting us for a long time, that there's an idea called panspermia. Basically, we were seated here.
And as the Bala, I mean, Bob Lazar was getting taken out.
Yeah. And so, like, John Lear never worked directly for, he worked for the CIA, but he was just like running like weapons and drugs and stuff. It wasn't like he was working at the test site. So some of that could be overlap between what John Lear and Bob Lazar might be overlap between what Bob Lazar discovered, or John Lear might say, "Hey, I heard about this," and then would tell Bob Lazar about it, and then Bob Lazar would. I think that's what happened. If I recall the conversation, again, I wasn't there, but John Lear and Gene Huff were talking about aliens. And Bob Lazar was hearing all this stuff, and he was just like, no, you guys are goofy for thinking these things. That's not real. And they're like, yeah, it is. It's happening at the Nevada test site. And Bob Lazar was like, look, I work at Los Alamos. If anybody would know about this stuff, I would, because I'm in like advanced propulsion, and that's not a thing. They're like, well, you're wrong, man. And it turned out that he was wrong. And Bob Lazar or John Lear would talk about panspermia. I'm an advocate of it. I think from a scientific standpoint. What'd you say?
Got school.
He did, and I think I recall in their discussions, because like these documentaries only covered so much, and if this was the documentary, that it was the second one, and it makes sense because I didn't see Jeremy Corbell in this, and I did see the Luigi guy, and I was like, oh, this is the guy who was just. I was thinking to myself, this is the guy who was just on John Lear when you pulled this ruse on me. An interesting aspect of it was, well, actually, I'm disappointed. I didn't see S4 in any super detail that they said that they had. Did you?
That's what I was saying. $1 million budget. You see the part where he's like, there's been like a demonstration of like the anti-gravity thing and what it was like for Bob for the thing, and it was literally just like a circle, like just a basic circle that he was demonstrating around the top less than $50.
Okay, I know you want to. I know you.
There's 3D modeling in there, like, but there
also like a lot of like they showed like the chairs like a bunch of times. They showed UFOs. There's like they had. I could not see how this.
Okay, so don't go to bed yet. Let's watch this, and then this will be the cherry on top. Just Google. It's less than 30 minutes. It's Michael Stratt S4. Bullshit. This is bullshit, folks. This motherfucker thinks that he knows everything about this, and he doesn't. Okay, I'm down for tomorrow. That's cool. Do you know what I'm gonna do?
I've never seen the movie The Truman.
Okay, well we have to watch that, man. I mean, I talk about that all the time. It's on the list, exactly. You know what I'm gonna do right now? Watch that Bob Lazar, the one that we just watched. I'm gonna watch it again. The one that we just watched, because I find it. Yeah, I want to go back and like make sure that I didn't miss anything. I feel it's important. A lot of times, if I read a book or listen to a podcast or whatever it is, after I watch it, I'll go back and watch it again just to make sure I have a very good overview.
Did you watch it the first time?
I did, but it's like on my phone and it's being streamed, and like I'm gonna have it on some, perhaps like on a bigger device now, and I'll be able to see it in better quality. I appreciate that you stream it. So I'd rather watch it on your stream, but I want to go back to see the chairs and some of the 3D modeling a little bit better.
All good. I've never watched the same movie back to back.
Oh. All right. Well, to each their own. So you got this from? It's on YouTube.
No. I can send you the link.
Is it hard to find?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, please send me the link. I appreciate it.
Alright.
If I may make the request, the device that I'm bringing in, that I sometimes bring in when you stream stuff, it's called Big Steph. This is the best community. It just joined. It's the one that's a little redder than the orange one. I'll send you a message with it. Can you send it to that? I'll send you. I'm sending. Yeah, I'll send you a message. So you know. You will receive a message potentially in the next 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't know if it's set. I sent it, but I don't know if it's set.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Interesting.
I can probably message
That's interesting. Yes, sir. I got it. Distant film. Yep, I got it. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. I'll tell you everything that you missed. All right, sweet dreams, big dog. Tomorrow night, Michael Stratt and Truman Show.
All right,
That. Take care, big man. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I'm looking up there. The model of that anti-gravity thing. It's literally like
Not an expensive crop. Shout out to Riser for streaming that. This Butler.
Very interesting. So once again, the reason why the subject is so profoundly astounding is because what the subject is describing as a less than perfect victory against the Sahara, I think for many of us, the always understood sometimes started to assume that is the perfect victory against the Sahara. But at the end of the day, Boaz was able to overcome this Taiva himself, just like Yosef was able to overcome the Taiva himself. Yet the prophet says here, such a victory is imperfect. Because any victory where a person relies solely on himself is not a victory which can be relied upon long term. That's why he explains over here that the Nisayon of Boaz only lasted for a couple of hours, just that night. It was not an ongoing Nisayon. The Nisayon of Yosef only lasted for a particular duration. Because at the end of the day, when you are going at it yourself and not relying on the assistance of the Rebbeinu Shalom, the staying power to resist sin is limited. Now the Rebbe contrasts this. The last piece of this Gemara is Isha Yir'as Hashem Mitzvah. And women, it's interesting, by the way, the beauty of women, if you understand over here, is a reference to men. Very interesting, right? Shekrach is Yosef, Hevel Alofi is Boaz, Isha Yiras Hashem Mitzvah. Who is the woman ultimately again? Who fears HaKadosh Baruch Hu? That is disciplines in the Tobit's model. Hainu HaNitzachon Sheneachshav B'Ini HaKadosh Baruch Hu Ki Nitzachon Ani Mutlach Al HaYitzachon. So this is the victory, which is considered to be a complete victory against the Yitzhak. Who does this refer to? Amazing. Halki Ben Layish. So who's Halki Ben Layish? Shalom Noga B'Michal Bashol. So the Osem Hashishon. So a little bit of background. So remember again, David HaMelech, that is married to Michal, Rabbi Rothschild. That shidduch came about after David HaMelech rose Hamas, after he killed Goliath, after he killed Goliath, he became a general in David HaMelech's army. The king then invites him ultimately to become his son-in-law. David HaMelech marries Michal. Now remember again, as David HaMelech's fame rises, so Shaul becomes more and more jealous. To the point where Shaul is ready to kill David. Michal is the one who tells her husband David, my father's coming to kill her. This is the famous story where David HaMelech essentially stuffed pillows under his cover to make it look like he was sleeping in bed. She lowered him down through the window, and David HaMelech escaped. The next morning, Shaul's soldiers burst into David HaMelech's home, and again, but by that time, David HaMelech already had a number of hours start on Shaul. I think this is the beginning of the entire story when David goes to know, fear Kohanim, helping them on a secret mission, giving food and weapons. This is the Doeg scene that even though it tells Shaul, you see that they're going back in there, they're eating it, but oh my son, make matters worse. Shaul has an ultimate front to David HaMelech, goes ahead and gives away David's Michal to another man. A man by the name of Halki Ben Layish, who was an incredible pious individual. Now, the issue over here is that Halki Ben Layish didn't exactly have that much of a say in this, because the king thought, I will say, a remarkable miracle. Halki Ben Layish was quote unquote married to Michal for 20 years, over 20 years, and in that time, never laid a hand on her. Was an absolute, remarkable display of personal strength. Personal strength. Literally, he's living with this woman. The king has given her, Michal is a very beautiful woman. The king had given her to him as his wife, but not realized, like, all's well, she was married to someone else. So because she was married to someone else, she did not lay a hand on her. Shelo naga bima v'micha bashol to'osim ashim shana. You should not sa'ad shefzil gavana. You did not lay a hand on her for 20 years. From the time that he married her until he returned her to her husband to David. רק ניצחון כזה נוכיח על יראת השם הנחשבת גם בעיני הקדוש ברוך הוא לאמיתוס ובמוחלטות לגמרי. So the prophet says this, how we can write which is called in the eyes of Chazal, Isha Yir'as Hashem Yisrael. This is important. This is Yahweh Hashem. It's interesting as you say to yourself, why does the Gemara, why B'Shem HaMelech referred to righteous men, why does the Gemara refer to righteous men as women? So it's interesting that in the eyes of Chazal, a woman is like the parable of fire. See, when you want to describe a righteous man, you often describe him in feminine, which is really quite fascinating. So Alpi Ben Laish, Rabbi explains, is going to be the fundamental distinction to a Boaz and a Yosef. All three are righteous, and all three of us in the Yitzhak. The difference is that a Yosef and the Boaz went at it on their own. And because they went at it on their own, they were successful, but their success was of limited duration, which is why their Messiah was only able to last a short amount of time. Because when you collect things on your own, your staying power is limited. Hoping the language, on the other hand, enlisted the help of the ownership in his war against the Yitzhak. And because he had enlisted God as a partner, he was able to combat successfully combat the Yitzhak for over 2 decades. So we'll have to stop over here for today. We'll pick up in Yirtzeh Hashem. This last piece of Alpi Ben Laish in Yirtzeh Hashem tomorrow. But if I say less than a topic, this is here, which is the ability to engage in long-term success against the Yitzhak is fundamentally predicated on one's willingness to enlist for the ownership of as a partner in this effort. If Hashem is not a partner, you can be successful on a short-term level, but you can't be successful in an ongoing level. We'll stop here. We'll spend one more day in there to show us. All right, so let's see. Good. Let us begin here. Continue with the Hashem. In Ace Min Ali in Sifra Fata. Let's remember again. Yesterday, Ace of the second introduce this fascinating idea ranges that the greatest accomplishment in life is not simply to get out of the and he is successful against the but does so on their own without the help of the ownership of it. So if something called such a success, Shakra the head of it. It's
Over 860, a major banking regulation.
Spoke about the idea that credit agreement is that although sometimes we might have thought that the pinnacle of human accomplishment is to put in this and quote unquote not to bother the emotional owner. It turns out that the path to success requires to invite the emotional owner as my partner. beginning of any life endeavor, a defeating comeback against my Sahara. Because there's only a beating fight that as your partner that your success is true success. And that your success has the ability to endure. This is what we say. So now, now we'll tell the kids a couple of examples of this. So picking up on page Kabbalah, in the area of Hasidus, the left hand column, bottom side, bottom of left hand column. We say now for Darshi Kabbalah, Allah Hazak the Mishnah. Shekrachim behel ayodim, Yisha Yiras Hashem Kifis Hava. Literally again, what else we know is so Shekrachim, so grace is false. Hevel ayodim, beauty is vain. Yisha Yiras Hashem Kifis Hava. And when you fear God, she shall be praised. The those are all the things that are amazing. It's actually, if you didn't do it inside, if you go on the second section, actually embarrassing that these three statements refer to three great men. It's interesting. So again, we'll see how this is. We're going to go through this now. So take a look. Shekrachim. What does it mean, Shekrachim? It says, Medamis, Ono, Shel, Yosef, Hatzadik. Because Atzmo, Neged, Evil, Asian. Shekrachim. That refers to, so literally again, so killing, I don't have to do English for thing. I think you literally translate as favor or grace, right? So Shekrachim, so favor, grace is false. That's a reference to Yosef. Yosef in his fight against the seduction of the wife of his days. Did he suffer that the Binet Rachim, the Bnei She'elim Bohi Gomer, Yishum Shelo Yatsa Nachim Ugamer Yosef Zalem. This is a very dramatic piece. So the Rebbe says over here that Yosef, remember again, Yosef's battle, inner battle against the seduction of the wife of Potiphar, it is a very big discussion in Chazal. Remember again, based on the pasuk that the Torah says that Yosef returned home, Lasos Malachim. Remember again, this was Rashi said on the thing when everybody was out by the Avodah Zarah, right? So Yosef comes back to the house to do his work. This is the purpose of the Torah. What does it mean to do his work? So one of the things to do his work is have those responsibilities. Obviously, to do his work, ultimately, again, was his work, but the fact that the fear actually what he should be for the seduction of the life of life. Take a look, you say, when we read the story 6 times. So, there's a couple of things. Sometimes when you read a great about great people, you tend to, let's say, different, different. One of the beautiful things to read is you have to realize. Like, this is why, not Russia goes out of his way to tell us about mistakes of good people. Like, you think about this, why does he not have to tell us that Moshe Rabbeinu is correct? Like, the man has to remember mistakes made in life. On one hand, I can't count the number of mistakes I've made since I was young. On one hand, right? There's Moshe Rabbeinu, an entire lifetime. So now we can tell the story. I don't tell the story. And every single person knows that Moshe Rabbeinu hit the rock. Not alone. Just go and say Moshe Rabbeinu was incredible. Something happened. He couldn't go and tell himself what he did. Right? What is this? Everything is transparent. Everything. Elamai. So the Gershom understood that the notion of ascribing invalid religion to a religious leader is very common. It's very common. Right? It's nice. Right? It's nice to say someone's infallible. It's very nice, except it's false. It's fundamentally false. No one is infallible. It's impossible. It's included. The only source of infallibility in this universe is the Lord. And that's what makes everybody really doesn't make mistakes. But unless you're God, you're going to make mistakes. So it's fascinating. So we have a notion of fallibility by the greatest of people. The other piece is even the greatest tzaddik is a human being. That's what the Torah Kedosha tells us about your struggles. The struggles of your sin outside. It teaches us that we know ourselves that I think that this is the kind of desire that 99.99 right. It's like the people is there. So basically, there's a beautiful chapter that actually tries to seduce you every single day. Every single day. Like the Gemara says, she will change your clothing multiple times throughout the day in order to look more beautiful. Remember, that by itself is awesome, overwhelming challenge. Couple that with the fact that there's a personal one. There's no one. This ability to enter into this wholesome relationship gives him a relationship with someone. His own family rejected him. He still needs to be saved. He has not been in a relationship because of so besides just the carnal desire that's constantly the opportunity. It's an opportunity. It's constantly abundantly. The ability to forge a relationship with another human being, especially if you're not your mother, it goes to stand up as it every single day. Every single day is this happening. Simply yet doesn't manage to go ahead and put it on yourself. Because I think it's probably one from like just a personal struggle perspective, probably is one of the most awesome stories in the countries of Tanakh, in the entire world, in the entire universe, in the entire history of mankind. We're talking about seeing his personal struggle. So it's interesting that the Gemara says that Yosef is called Sheker Achim. Yosef Sheker Achim. Yosef Sheker Achim. I don't understand. I don't know what you mean. Yet the Gemara says Sheker Achim, which means, let's remember again, what does Sheker Achim mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? It means nice, very nice, but not really good. That's the shot. So some of these things are very good. He says, because Yosef that overcomes the desire to be with Asian so listen to this. But Mishum Shimon Yotz and Nachi Nagam and the things like that. But he did not speak as sin. What is that? Moshe Amram was saying to him, that he put the right hand column 4 lines down. And he goes over here and his mother says, Al Yosef the Osa Maisa Shavusha Khan Shayal to Tikin Shashifas Zera Regain Tzipar Yaga. The Gemara gives an interesting lesson over here, which literally means droplets of Shifazar, droplets of semen emerge from his fingers. So he does the context of this Gemara. The Gemara says that he was ready to see what the that that he came back to the house to go ahead and do his work with the men about the fact that he was ready to give it to his hours. So the Gemara reports like this that Yov is one of the karta, he like punched his fingers into the earth, which almost sounds like what he did something like physically painful in order to go ahead and relieve the desires, the desire, and the Gemara says, that's a shit by itself, and things see funny about them. I'm seeing came out of the soup. So the question what it means is that Yosef experienced some type of mitzvah, as he said. He experienced some type of semi-religion. Of the desire to be somehow there was something happening, that there was some type of release of desire. The point that Hazara, the point that the Tzaddik is making is that Yosef escaped watching sin, everything he died. But the Yatsa Navi Nagamre doesn't emerge from sin without something. Right? He wasn't totally cleansed of sin. And again, the tzaddik goes on and says that in Nechshav Yitzachon Zeh Al Yitzhahara Kinitzachon Shal Sheker Ve'achar Shafid Az Lo Hayuz Al Yitzachon Kamer Yeflot Lehi Yitzhahara Yisem Mishum She'ef Shabbat Moshe Nechol. So I have to stop over here. That's a dramatic piece. So the tzaddik says, so why is that? Why is that? How can it be that a young man like Yosef would assert the most dramatic self-control? You know, listen, again, like you said, I really think that 99.999% of people would fail this recital. Would fail this recital. A beautiful woman trying to seduce you each and every day. Each and every day. You are alone in a foreign land, rejected by your family. I think if any person is honest with themselves, there's no way that a person will reject the advances of this man. Yet he does so. And yet the Tzaddik calls it, or the Gemara calls it, Shakirachim. It's nice, but Shakirachim. The Tzaddik says, we'll have to stop here, so the Tzaddik says, as Yosef didn't enlist the help of the Rebbeinu Shalom to come back to this nation. In other words, he did a great job. But he assumed that the only way to come back to this Yitzhahara is on his own. He didn't enlist the help of the Rebbeinu Shalom. And I will say this goes back to David's central theme. That when you go out to battle against the Yitzhahara, never think for a moment you can do it on your own. You're going to see this. It's social other mishadesh love and scabra love before you. I need that kind of myself. I need God's assistance for anything I do. Which is why even when I go out to battle against the Yitzhahara, the first step in that battle is to invite the Rebbeinu Shalom to join me on that mission. And if I don't enlist the help of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, even if I'm successful, ultimately, it's going to be with me. I think the top of here, the pick up of here, Hashem. All right, everyone say good morning. Let us begin. So we are starting this morning doing the Sikas Sadi. We are picking up in Os Ayin, and we left off on page 7. So we can just reorient ourselves a little bit. The Tzaddik is speaking about this incredible idea, namely that the area of life in which we experience profound deficiency is also the area of life in which we can find the greatest amount of strength. So the Tzaddik essentially is teaching us the idea that our weaknesses really highlight or show us what our potential strengths truly are. So the Tzaddik gave a couple of examples of this. Today we're going to focus on one incredible example. So we're on page Samachas, the right-hand column in the Uriah Hasidus. First paragraph on top, about 4 lines in. You also find what Chazal said when they wrote Shebiyom Shenefer Bol Habayis, the day on which the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. Bol Bayom Nolad Melech Mashiach. On the day on which the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, the Melech Mashiach was born. The Gemara says, this Hare Sheish Skulo Shedavka Bizman HaKilkul Yivali Boatikina. Really get this idea, we walk on this idea, that on the day that the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, Mashiach was born, so it's Yerushalmi. He quotes it over here in paragraph Reish Nun Hey. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. Let's take a look at it together. Yerushalmi. Of the Hava B'chad Yehudai, the Hava Koim Radei. There was a Jew, there was a particular Jew who was plowing with his ox. What happened? Ga'as Persei Kumai. The ox let out a groan, whatever the groan of an ox is. Right? The ox let out a groan. Alvar had the Shamakala was an Arab who was passing by. He heard the ox making this sound. Amalei bar Yudai, Shari Turecha, the Shari Kankanecha, the Harid Beis Mikdash. Jew, go ahead and unhitch your ox and unhitch the plow because the Beis Hamikdash temple has been destroyed. The Arab is saying to the Jew, there's no point in doing anything. The Beis Hamikdash has been destroyed. Ga'as is minor Tisa. So then the ox groaned a second time. Amalei bar Yudai, Hunter to Racha the Kata Kalecha. Said, Jew, whatever the I was going to say, resaddle or reattach your ox to the plow. The Hayalid Malka Mashiach. So your Mashiach is just born. This is the source of this idea. So, right, on one moment, the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed, and in the very next moment, Mashiach is born. Amali Mashmei, the Jew asks the Arab, what is the meaning of Mashiach? To which the Arab responded, Amalei Mashmei Menachem. Ultimately, what's the name of Mashiach? What's the name of Mashiach? His name is Menachem. Amalei Mashma Dabri. What's the name of Menachem? Mashiach's father? Amalei Chizkiah. It's a very, the Gemara itself is a very different story. The Gemara then goes on to discuss how this particular Jew tried to do anything and everything in order to be able to find the Mashiach. The point of the story is that in the very moment that the Beis Hamikdash was destroyed, the Mashiach was born. Why? Because this is the Tzadik's thesis, that from kilkel, from destruction, that whether it's personal destruction or whether it's national destruction, in that destruction are the very seeds, are the very catalyst for dynamic, cathartic growth. So on a personal level, it's often because when we, as just mentioned already the last 2 days, when we sin and when we make mistakes and when we destroy ourselves, we begin to see what our weaknesses are. And when we see what our weaknesses are, now I know what I can work on. It's very important. Think about this a bit. People rarely improve when life is going well. Like usually, again, when everything is firing on all cylinders and everything is doing what it's supposed to do, people generally don't change. People change when things go horribly wrong. People change when they hit a brick wall. People change when they make mistakes. That's how change in life truly works. And that's what the topic is saying over here also. When is Mashiach born? Mashiach is born when the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed. When the Adam and Chava begin their redemption, when they're covered with the very thing with which they sin. When do we begin to make dramatic changes in life? When we make mistakes, and I realize, you know what, I'm pretty broken, or I'm broken in this area, or I'm deficient over here. and now I know exactly what it is that I have to think. So Tzaddik goes on, he says, "Va'am b'chachamim uzal." This is so deep. Go ahead. Minayin l'tchiyas hamesim. So the Gemara in Second Sanhedrin discusses the idea. Where do you know that there's a concept of tchiyas hamesim, resurrection of the dead? Where do I know that that concept exists? And the Tzaddik goes on and he says, the Gemara brings a number of different groups. So he said, the Tzaddik then goes on to say something so beautiful. He says, what is the concept of tchiyas hamesim? Think about this for just a moment. And this is such an interesting insight. What's tchiyas hamesim? On the basic level, something that is dead comes back to life. What is tchiyas hamesim? The paradigmatic example of what it is that occurs over the course of the Messianic era. Right? What is that? What is that? And the Tzaddik says something so beautiful. Tchiyas hamesim is the paradigmatic example of the ability to take something that is broken and to go ahead and once again make it whole. Isn't that and that's why, what's the emotion of Mashiach? What is Mashiach all about? Mashiach is all about repairing the world. Mashiach is all about going ahead and repairing ourselves. We have to repair ourselves before Mashiach. And once Mashiach comes, often that opportunity is lost. But the Meister Tzaddik says, the fact that the concept of Tchiyas hamesim tells you that no matter how badly spoken, it can be repaired. Isn't that incredible? See, each and every day in Shora Esrei, right? We speak of if I believe in Mashiach, if I believe in Tchiyas hamesim, if I believe that the dead can come back to life, then no matter what is broken inside of me can be fixed as well. He goes on, he says, take a look in the left-hand paragraph on page Kuf Samachas. Again, Tzaddik just goes on and he's just giving a number of examples of this, but the reason why he's pedantic with the examples, they're all highlighting the same point, is because it is interesting to see how reinforced this concept is within our tradition. That you see example after example, situation after situation, where over and over again you see the notion that from that which is broken emerge is that which is whole. From the mistakes we made, we learn how to build. From that which is dead has the ability to come back to life. He gives one last step, let us stop for today. He says, "Sell Indian Paraduma." This is being a Paraduma. What does Paraduma have the ability to do? Paraduma has the ability to purify someone from ritual purity with Tumas Mace. Now, what's unique about that? Paraduma corresponds to which Avera? To the Egelaz, to the Egelazot, to the Beit Egel, to the silver golden calf. The silver golden calf. Right? The Egel caused so much death and destruction. It caused so much terrible fallout. Not just the thousands of people who died because of the Beit Egel, but the stain that the Beit Egel left on the spiritual consciousness of Klal Yisrael, a stain that has followed us throughout the generations. And yet, again, it's the Egla Arufa, it's the Para Aduma, like the red heifer, that has the ability to cleanse us from the most profound, intense source of Tumah, from Tumas Mace. So once again, the Tzaddik says, from the destruction, from the weaknesses, from that which is broken, ultimately again we begin to see the ability of the very building blocks to go to rest. And the Tzaddik goes on. And again, we'll stop over here for today, but the Yisod is a very profound thing. Because very often, when we make on a personal level, when we make mistakes in life, so look at them just as that, mistakes, as mistakes. And clearly, again, this mistake is something that's broken in me, but we forget this second part of the sentence. Yes, the mistake represents or is a manifestation of that which is broken, of that which is deficient, of that which is in a state of disrepair. But now, what's the bracha? The bracha is I know what's going on. I know exactly what's going on. I know exactly what my next area of growth has to be. And therefore, sense of tzaddik, that's the bracha of sin, if you can say something like that. The bracha of faith is that now I know exactly what it is that I need to work on and know what my avoda is, and therefore it turns out, says the tzaddik, that faith itself becomes the very building block of personalistic growth. So we'll stop over here. We'll pick up a merit session with Ayin Aleph tomorrow. All right, John, say good morning. Let us begin. So we are continuing the Meretz HaShachtan in Osai. So we began this particular piece by the Rebbe in yesterday's shir. And the Rebbe really highlighted this incredibly profound result. This idea, just to quote his Lashon again, the also davar sheba nitzach yisar v'yuchad shaltei adam, in the very thing in life in which you find your deficiency, in the very thing in life in which you find your lacking, that is the thing that the Rebbe says, v'yuchad lahagia al na'arasa. That is the way that you will come to recognize and to actualize your singular and your unique mitzvah, your unique character trait or attribute of strength. So remember, on a basic level, what the Rebbe is really highlighting to us is this idea that, and we've seen this before in Simchas HaTzadik, that it's our weaknesses that truly teach us, or show us, what our actual strengths are. Like we mentioned yesterday, we often think in life there are two buckets. There are weaknesses and there are strengths. But the truth is, there's only really one bucket. There are strengths. There are strengths that I know about, and then there are strengths that I don't yet know about. How do you find out about your unactualized strengths? How do you find out about the qualities you possess that you don't yet know about? So Tzaddik posits something amazing. He says, you find that out through the expression of your weaknesses. When you fail, or when you fall, or when you find a weakness in a particular area of life, that shows that weakness is actually a koach that is waiting to be harnessed and rechanneled. We gave the example of Abaye, where Abaye felt that perhaps he was lacking morally because he had such a taiva, he felt he could not resist the taiva to be able to sin in a particular situation. The Saba, Ivyana, who shows up and tells him no, that the fact that you're about taiva, the fact that you have desires, shows that you possess passion. And that in and of itself, that passion, if channeled in the right way, becomes your greatest strength. So the Rebbe gives another example. As well, page Kufsan Zayin, bottom left hand column, we're reading in the Be'urei Hasidus about 5 lines up. He says, this is incredible. Allah Pasuk, that Yisparu Alei Te'ina, Vayasu lahem tagulos. The pasuk says after Adam and Chava sinned, so what they do? They made for themselves clothing out of fig leaves. Clothing out of fig leaves. So why fig leaves? Why make themselves clothing out of fig leaves? So the Rebbe says, quoting Rashi, because the very thing that Adam and Chava sinned with, the Hainu Ba'afilas Hafina Eve, that's what it's very interesting that there's Machlokes in Chazal. What was the eighth last Torah? What was the tree? The one thing that everyone agrees with, it wasn't an apple. It wasn't an apple. But it's just to actually introduce, so why is it that the apple is so closely associated with an evil and the fruit? So remember again, if you fast forward a little bit, to Parshas Tovos, and remember again we have the story of Yaakov and Esau, and Yaakov dresses up as Esau to go ahead and get the fruit. So Yaakov comes to get the brachas. So Yaakov comes in to his father Yaakov. Yaakov comes into Yitzchak, and Yitzchak says, Re'eh, Re'ah B'ni, Re'ah Hasaga. The scent of my son is like the scent of the field. And that was a compliment. Rashi says a compliment. If after you go hunting, everyone knows after hunting, the smell of the slaughter is disgusting. It's horrible. So Rashi says over there, Re'eh B'ni, Re'ah Hasaga, Hasaga, Shaltapuku. Like an apple orchard. Like an apple orchard. Rashi says the scent of the apple orchard is the scent of Gan Eden. So somehow the scent is the same. So kind of that association over time leads us to think that the fruit that Adam and Chava ate was an apple. But in fact, again, there's a machlokes in Chazal. Was it wheat? Was it grapes? Was it te'inim? Was it figs? Interesting that machlokes all revolve around items that are shivas hamim. 7 species of rights up. In any event, we'll go with the Pashup Shah that they ate from a fig tree. They ate a fig. That the fig was the forbidden fruit. So listen to this. So the Hainu, Ba'afilas Hafina, right? Go atzmo miskinu. Well, see here Tzaddik says, here's the expression of my idea. Remember, the very thing with which they sinned was the very thing through which they were remedied. They ate from the fig tree, they ate from the te'ina, and ultimately, again, what covered their nakedness, what covered their quote-unquote shame in the aftermath of the sin? The fig tree. The fig tree. Bo niskinu atzmo b'kach sha'asu me'ale ita kateina kaguros k'dei lechasos es which puts on the es marameim. The dafka mikach lamdu chazal she'etz hadas haya etz teina. So Tzaddik says something absolutely amazing, and this I think that this is an incredible finish. The Tzaddik says, how did Chazal know that it was a fig tree? How did they know? From where did they get this idea? That the forbidden fruit was a fig. Which was such a mistake. Such a mistake. Throw it all away for a fig. If it was a steak, if it was not in the wine, right? Throw it all the way for a fig. Don't do that every single day. Put all the way for a fig. The things that we think are worth it to seek for in life, right? The shortcuts we think are worth it. You look back and you say, oh my gosh, I threw away opportunity. I threw away worthiness. I threw away kedusha for what? For a fig. But you know, in the moment, the fig looks like the most decent thing in the world. So something says, how did the Chazal know that the forbidden fruit was a fig? Where did they glean that from? Where did they get that from? So Tzaddik posits, and this is an incredible condition. So Tzaddik posits that Chazal worked backwards. The fact that the Baruch Hu clothed Adam and Chava in the alei te'ina, in the fig leaves, taught Chazal that it must be that the fruit they ate was the fig. Why? Because the topic says here is always the model. The thing with which you ruin yourself with, the thing with which you sin, becomes the very thing with which you are uplifted and remedied. That's the way life works as well. So if they were remedied with the fig leaves, it must mean, says the Tzaddik, has Allah understood that they sinned with the fig as well. Hare sheyish ba'os de'it te'ina ma'lam yuhades uskulu yisera v'tafkin esakim u'shenigra minachila mimenu. Valdiaz, so we'll say, so this model that Tzaddik is espousing is an incredibly profound one. Because essentially what the Tzaddik says again is that the very things with which we sin, the very things with which we go ahead and sometimes spiritually demolish ourselves, become the very things through which we are able to attain unprecedented levels of growth. So let's finish this section. Listen to this. So we'll say, before we get to this piece, so again, I just want to crystallize this. Say, yeah, that a tzaddik is creating a model, and the model is the thing with which you destroy is the very thing through which you build. The thing through which you sin is the very thing which is responsible for the creation of a beautiful spiritual edifice. When we sin, we see weakness. When we sin, we see fractures in the spiritual edifice. When I sin, I now know what's wrong with me. If I know, people say, I've given this much like the person's not feeling well. Person's not feeling well. The only way to remedy illness is how? Right? But before the medicine, right? Okay, if you're not self-medicating, right? Before the medicine, what do you need to do? You have to get a diagnosis. Right? In other words, if I'm suffering from chronic pain, if I'm suffering from chronic pain and I just keep taking medication, right? And then I realize, why am I not getting better? I'm taking all this medication. Well, because maybe taking the wrong medication. Maybe you don't know. In other words, that if I don't know what the diagnosis is, and I think if I fall and I break my arm, and I take Advil, and I realize I don't know why am I not getting better? It's because the bone hasn't been set. In other words, just because you're taking something that has a curative effect doesn't mean it's going to work for your particular malady. So the incredible Yisod the Rai says Rabbi Tzaddik is, I have to know what's broken in life in order to fix it. Well, how do we find out in life what's broken? How do I find out what I have to fix? That, says the Tzaddik, is the beauty, sounds strange, but the beauty of sin. The beauty of hate is hate tells me exactly what's broken. And if I know what's broken, I now know what it is that I have to fix. So God said, that's what Tzaddik says. It's the very thing that undermines us that becomes the very catalyst for God. Stop over here. We're going to pick up tomorrow morning with an incredible example by Mashiach. Tomorrow, we'll say tomorrow morning, Mashiach and Tchias HaMesim. Mashiach, Tchias HaMesim tomorrow morning at 5:45. Probably get out of the on time. Shkaya. All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin. So we're going to start this morning. Meretz Hashem resuming our Seder in Tzidkas HaTzadik. So then on Meretz Hashem will start the daf at 5:55. So just a public service announcement. If you're not on the WhatsApp chat, you see me have to share, or add you to the WhatsApp chat. And because I sent out the PDF of what we're going to be doing in Meretz Hashem today, but it's Kedai to invest in a set of Tzidkas HaTzadik. I'll send out the edition that we use. If you order it online, it's a beautiful sefer and an important addition to one's library. And also, it's good to learn from the sefer rather than from sheets or other things like that. So I'll send that into the edition out today, but at least for today we'll get started. So we are thinking about the Meretz Hashem this morning in Os I in Tzidkas HaTzadik. And here, the Rebbe says something truly beautiful. He says, on page Kuf Samach Zayin, if you're following along on the PDF, so the Rebbe says as follows: the Osim Dover Shebon Mitzah Yisron Hamiyuchad Shel Kol Adam. We'll translate the words, and then we'll try to understand with a little bit more depth what the Rebbe is saying. He's saying, in that particular area of life where you find your greatest Hisara, Hisara represents that which you are lacking. So in that area of life where you find that which you are lacking, that area in which you are most deficient, that's the Osa Davar, the Osa Inyan Mamish, the Ayada Atzma, that through that very thing through which you are deficient, Mufan Lahagia of Ma'arasa Hamikabas. It is in that area that you have the ability to achieve your most unique and singular accomplishments. Now, what the Rebbe is he's actually spoken about in previous pieces, in previous sections, that often we look at our struggles and our faults and the areas of deficiency as weaknesses. Now, in fact, they are, until they're dealt with their weaknesses, but they also represent, says the Rebbe, the greatest opportunity for growth. My deficiencies, my weaknesses, my areas in which I am deficient represent what the Rebbe says, my ma'ala and yuchaydas, my most unique ability for accomplishment. What does this mean? So first off, we take a quick look. He says in footnote Reish Yom Gimel, he says, "Ra'a masha kasav Rabbeinu La'el, mish ish lo teshuka gitba, mish ish lo teshuka gidola, v'tavas haguf." I'll use Hasika because it gives an example that if someone has incredible types, incredible desires, so a person might take a look at their desires and they say, "Oh, what a holy individual I am. Look at these things I want. Look at these things that I desire." So the Rebbe says something amazing. He says, "Yad Rabba, mufan v'tokef avos u'teshuka berisha sa'anas." So we'll say, for example, he actually quotes over here a little bit of good Chazara, the Gemara in the Sefas Sukkah, where the Gemara quotes this. Remember again that Abaye one time overheard a man and a woman having a conversation in an inn. Right? Remember again the story that they said, "Oh, let's travel with each other tomorrow." So Abaye said, "Oh, you know what? I'm going to follow them because there's no doubt that they're going to sin." And Abaye thought, "I'll be the chaperone. They're not going to know I'm the chaperone. I'll be the chaperone. I'll follow them, and this way, when they're ready to commit an avera, I'll be there to stop them from sinning." Remember the nice song? He follows them. They get to the crossroads, and they say, "Oh, how nice it's been to travel together, but alas, you have to go this way. I have to go that way. Have a good journey." And Abaye was so surprised. He said, "If I was in that situation and I had the opportunity to sin and no one was around, I don't think I could have resisted temptation." So here the irony of the story was that Abaye was following the couple because he thought that he was going to be the showman, right? He thought he was going to be the chaperone. He was going to be the one to prevent something from occurring, and meanwhile, he sees that these people were to a certain degree even greater than he was. They resisted a temptation that he thought he could not have resisted. So the Gemara says, Saba, there was an old man who appeared to Abai, and that person, every mysterious old men appear in the Gemara. Usually, it's going to be Hanavi. Now, Yanavi told Abai, yeah, Abai was very dejected. He was very dejected because he thought that what is highlighted was such a fundamental deficiency in who and what he was. But the Sab, when the old man appears to Abaye, and he says to Abaye, don't be upset. He says, he goes on, he says, I'll tell you the rest of it outside. Essentially, he says to Abaye, the greater the tzaddik, the greater the Yitzhak. Right? The more, see, interestingly enough, in the world of spirituality, the greatest phenomenon is that in general, the more proficient you become in something, the easier it becomes. Right? The person wants to hone a skill. Right? I want to be a good basketball player. The more I play, the more I practice, the better I become. I want to become better in my profession. Right? The more I learn and the more time I spend in it, the better I become. One area of life where this formula doesn't work is when it comes to one's willingness. That the more I do it and the more time I put into it, sometimes the greater the challenge becomes. Because as I grow, my Yitzhahara grows along with me. What Tzaddik is pointing out here is something very interesting. That the Saba, Ilya Hanavi, was not simply comforting Abaye by telling him, don't worry, because you're a greater tzaddik, ultimately what you have a greater Yitzhara. He was comforting Abaye in a different way. So he was telling Abaye that at the end of the day, the fact that you have this Yitzhara, the fact that you have these titles, that's not a weakness. That's a strength. That's a strength. It's just a shayla of how you choose to channel it. Sometimes says to them, and this is what he's saying, that which is our greatest deficiency, that which is our Achilles heel, actually, if channeled the right way, can become your greatest strength. Sa'abaye, you're upset, you're dejected, because you say to yourself, oh, if I was alone with this woman, I would have committed an Aveira with her, right? I could not have resisted the temptation. What does that say, Abaye? That you have great desire. That you have great desire. See, you're dejected because you think that you would have channeled that desire in the wrong direction to sin. But Abaye, that same desire, if harnessed and channeled in the right way, can accomplish incredible things. And that is what Tzaddik is saying. Look once again at the Lashon in Ayin. And the Ghost has sent out the link to buy this card because it's so important. It's not have your own tzaddik. It's such a source. So just look at those words again. Also, davar shabanim sabah hisaro amiyuchad shel kol adam. In that particular area where you find the hisaro, in that particular area where you are deficient, dafka, ba'osa davar uba'osa inyan mamish. It's dafka in that thing, in that deficiency, in that struggle. You see, let's say, what Tzaddik is saying, we have to stop with this. What Tzaddik is saying is in life, we think that there are like two buckets. There are my strengths and there are my weaknesses. Right? The strengths are the things I want to build. But the weaknesses are the things I have to leverage against. And what Tzaddik says is not true. There's only one bucket. What's the one bucket? Strengths. There are two kinds of strengths. There are strengths that you know about and strengths that you don't know about. And then there are actually three parts. Strengths you know about, strengths you don't know about, and then weaknesses. And what are weaknesses? Weaknesses are just strengths that have to be converted and channeled in the right way. It says that not only that, but sometimes the greatest strength that we cultivate in life is when we're able to harness and turn around those very weaknesses. Most of we stop over here. Again, Eretz Hashem, over the next 2 days, we'll spend 2 more days on this oath, but over the next 2 days in Eretz Hashem, we'll see some examples of this which will make this concept. At least today, hopefully, we establish the conceptual, intellectual framework, and in Eretz Hashem tomorrow, we'll begin to plug in the Messiah's examples. Shkach, everyone. All right, so let's say. All right, well, take good morning. Let us begin. So today's daf. Today's post is from Pastor David, the beginning of post 7 inside. Remember, again, this is a fascinating idea. Meaning, concept that as a person grows in awareness, person grows in a spiritual level, by definition, that was required is a process of tshuva for one's past averos. Now, remember again, as I mentioned in yesterday's years, this discussion was subject to choosing the soft type, so to speak, in a focus that we show in the second about what one does the averos of their past. Mid avera, I did tshuva, I didn't repeat the mistake. What can I do? Hopefully, I relate to that. So this is a very significant theological dispute. One opinion is saying that once you've done, file it away, and as soon as you're not committing the same avera again, leave it alone. Did the tshuva, case is closed, shut it out. Second opinion, go to the pasuk and put in the pasuk, like these, the form of the worship of Allah, that a person has to constantly do tshuva to the avera of his past, even if one has not gone ahead and repeated that mistake. Now, I will say, just see that, I didn't know if you guys like this or not. What's the svara for that? Right, listeners? I understand, I think most of us understand and relate very well to the first result, which is you make a mistake, you do tshuva, let it go. Let it go. It's done. It's time to move on. Right? It sounds psychologically healthy, relationship-wise is healthy. What's the svara for the second approach of the prophecy that he's never go ahead and forget to constantly do tshuva, even though I've done tshuva and haven't repeated the mistake. On a basic level, the sorrow is it's always good to remember what is true. I remember someone once told me, something back over the rock, someone once told me that with people Shalom, he wanted to do something that was not committed, which I have done. But I'm saying, like, the other reason I wasn't committed, but one of the reasons the local committee was to say that. Like, when you wanted to do X was motivated because this is Rabbanan, because you may come to that. The person said to me, I'm never going to do that. I'm never going to do it. So I don't need to worry about this. And I think the person I said, buddy, I'm like in love. Because the truth is, when I think about myself, there's nothing I can say I wouldn't do. There's nothing I can say that I don't have the potential to do. Right? I would never, ever do that. there are things that I say I can never imagine myself doing it now, but then again, I look back in my life, there are various that I did that I never thought I would do that I did do. So how can a person ever say, I never ever do something like that? The world is filled with people who never thought they would do certain things, and unfortunately did those very things, and worse things. So the idea of remembering your Averos, I think, on a basic level, is to sensitize you to your weaknesses. Your weaknesses. I have frailties. I have temptations. And as much as I would like to think that I can stand up when someone faces me, not necessarily Baharai, the proof that is, look at what I've done in the past. I'm a good person. I've done many good things, but I've also done many others, which tells me that I'm prone to temptation, which tells me that I am prone to sin, which tells me that I'm a fragile individual. And again, that's okay. That's I mean, so by constantly remembering my Averos, not that I'm beating myself up over what I've done, it's that I'm being real with myself. Because when people think that they're above temptation, and people think, I would never ever do that, usually they do that. But if I remember all of the things I've done, again, not as if beating myself up and making myself feel bad, but because I'm reminding myself how incredibly fragile and how temptation I am, that allows me to live life with a level of awareness. I think that is the basic story of Gidara. But the topic is introducing something a bit different. The topic is saying, as you climb the ladder of spiritual accomplishment and become a better person, you begin to actualize your potential. And to a certain degree, when you begin to actualize your potential, it magnifies the sins of the past. This is very interesting. Because we also say, as I begin to actualize my potential, it shows what I really could be. But once I show what I really could be, then to a certain degree, it amplifies the failures of the past. If I'm capable of being this, whatever the this is, that I'm holding in life, okay, right? So before I became this, before I reached this level of spirituality, so that the simple behavior might have been justified under the martial life. Like continue on spinning the rope, but that stuff like that happens to people on that darga, on that level. But once I reach this new level of accomplishment, this I'm capable of this. I'm capable of this greatness. But once I'm capable of this greatness, this failure becomes even more natural. So something says, therefore, it's this incredible, like almost strange dialectic on the more I grow, the more I have to reconcile for the mistakes of the past. Just requires a new sugar. So according to the subject, I am perpetually locked in this cycle of sugar, which again, subject didn't make this up. This is the Gemara. The Gemara has an opinion that says constantly doing tshuva for the ideas of the past. Just in the subject's model, it's incredible. The more I grow, the more I have to, the more I see my capacity for greatness, the more I have to reconcile the mistakes I've made in my life. That was the Kilo page, put some of Kilo. It's really an incredible idea. Page, put some of Kilo. Bottom left hand side, so really skip, brings down this piece from the right. See how, which is actually quite amazing. It has to do with the fact that how the Shama is judged in that skip that for now, because I want to get to exactly Z time. She reached down by looking at something. So you read down with Sorach Aliyah. Concept of you read down with Sorach Aliyah. So literally a descent for the sake of a future ascent. And the word is started. שמזדמנת לכל אדם מכאן וכאן ירידה מהמדרגות שבקדש. אינם כפי סייפי לגרום לו עלייה. So we'll say the path of wickedness, the path of spiritual growth is not linear yet. But rather, again, there is this concept of Yerida Aliyah. And more often than not, what happens in life is I take 2 steps back in order to take 2 steps forward. That's the way it works. But often when I fail, failure in life itself becomes the catalyst for future growth for a variety of different reasons. When I fail, often we become much more introspective in moments of failure than we do in moments of success. When I fail, I recognize what my weaknesses are, and therefore I know what it is that I have to work on. And when I fail, those moments, I realize life has not gone as I planned it to succeed, and therefore I really need to take, I need to live with both hands on the wheel. But something, so we'll say that concept of Yerida Tzarech. By the way, concept of Yerida Tzarech is in and of itself, I think, the most profound concept in leadership. Because in and of itself, if you don't have the right perspective and attention to failure, you get very easily derailed in life. If failure is just that, failure, then every time I fail, which is pretty often, it's just easy to give up. Mashiach, the concept of the Yerida Tzarech says no. Every failure paves the way for some greater future ascent. I know my weaknesses. I know what I have to work on. I know what I have to do. I know how I have to focus. Again, that becomes something dramatically amazing. But look at the episode. We'll have to end. He says, "She'is she'beis Yishalom Aleph medactic and ba'adam u'makpid ma'achot kashrut." So, as is hayirut ואז צורך האדם לעשות תשובה ולהכניס בליבו חלקה יוסר עמוקה. Listen to this. The Tzaddik says, in my model, you know what the reason of Tzarech Aliyah means? You know what it means? It means that every single time, changes the meaning a little bit. It's Aliyah Tzarech, sorry, the reason of Tzarech Aliyah, the reason of Tzarech Aliyah means that Yerida is a necessary part of every Aliyah. What does that mean? That whenever I ascend a ladder of spiritual accomplishments, there's an automatic Yerida involved. What's the Yerida? What's the descent? The need to go back into tshuva for my previous actions. I say every time there's an Aliyah, I'm pulled back a little bit. There's a Yerida into that which was. There's a descent back into faith. There's a descent back into the mistakes and the missteps of the past. There's a descent, there's a Yerida back to go ahead and reconcile my behavior. That's incredible, no? So every single thing is a Yerida that is a Tzorech Aliyah. Every single time I grow, I have to now take a step back, reconcile with the sins of the past. Now, once again, that I see my capacity for greatness, to a certain degree, it amplifies the katan of the past. Because how could I have done those things? I'm capable of doing this. And the Rebbe goes on. He says, "Ba'admat eveshtat zad shlish le'nima shnitzka b'chatal to atzma lo'esh." That doesn't end. I'm going to point out that to a certain degree. So how do you do tshuva? In other words, this is a pretty intense matter. Right? In this intense matter, pretty much my entire life is always tshuva. Right? So remember, I'm doing tshuva for the averos that I've done now, and when I grew up doing tshuva for the averos of the past, it's like tshuva. So the simple answer is yes. Right? Yeah, that's actually how it works. Life is actually constant and perpetual tshuva. But also, people have those who have a number of we learned in the publish the idea that sometimes the pain that you feel over having sin is in and of itself the truth. That is in and of itself the truth. So the Tzaddik says, Rav Dachshva, that is the legal Tzarech Aliyah, is, let's say, an in-depth process of truth. Sometimes it's just the pain. I must not, as you know, as I grow in life and I realize my mistakes, I have another epiphany, which is that how much greater I could have been had I not got sidelined by the ability to pass. Right? You see this in like lessons. Sometimes you see those So sometimes you see this because after that I find it with the children. You see the children is doing something beautiful, learning, or professor, or this, that, you think to yourself, oh, if I was doing that at that age, what I could have done, right? What I could have been, had I not made this mistake, or not made that mistake, or not gone down this road, all these different things. It's no, you can't live like too much like that. If you're saying that that's the Agnas Nefesh of faith, and that Agnas Nefesh faith in and of itself is one of So we'll say, so if we just bring this together, and we'll have to stop. We'll celebrate introduces us to this idea that every time we grow, spiritual growth requires some level of introspection into the past. Because as I grow and I realize what I can become, I am once again fully responsible for what I have or have not done. And the subject says this is the meaning of the concept of Yevida, Yitzorah, Aliyah. But at the end of the day, every Aliyah, every ascent, always comes with a necessary descent. What's the descent? As I go up, I am forced to also now go down and re-examine the sins of the past, do tshuva again, reflecting now that I know that I'm capable of so much, I must reconcile with the mistakes of the past. So to stop us here, this is a very special straight. All right, people, so good this morning. Let us begin. So we are actually going to is going to skip the Taos Summit site. So that yesterday, very, very beautiful, very beautiful piece by the Rabbi. So we learned the Summit test, something about how to do that. And we will do that to allow the ownership to deliver even droppings which were already promised, and the droppings which were already pledged, and the droppings which were already written by the Torah to us, to those that needed in order to ultimately deliver those transactions. So the Sabbath Zion, the Rabbi Rothschild, it's going to be like, you really have to see this. Misha Avar Al Iza Abir. Someone there can have this fire, people are out there. And what happens? Ram is shot to Tshuva Shtema Allah. But you will see why this is so special, because this relates back to something we just learned towards the end of the year. So a person commits an Avir. Whatever the Avir is, Ram is shot to Tshuva Shtema Allah. See a person by Hashem, did Tshuva Shtema. A person managed to complete and total Tshuva for the persistent of faith. Mikra Brachot, the Chomadrega Shu'ula, the Nisyan Nis, Nas Yosef Misha, Yispomer Agav, Chok Alahatan Shachar, the rest of this is fascinating. So listen to the progression of events. A person commits an Avera. Person does Tshuva, engages in the act of repentance, one that particular Avera. And now what happens? A person builds themselves up. Literally, his Russian is Yechoma Drega Shu Olavis. And then I work on myself. become a better person, and I'm successful. I'm able to reach an elevated level of holiness. In every level of elevation, in every new degree of holiness which I reach, this Allah pictured Allah Hassan Shukataba. Once again, there is a picture, there is a judgment that is awakened against me for the ideas of everything. Because it is this at first glance, it seems very strange and to fly in the face of that which you know. So again, committed an Avera, I did Shiva for the Avera. I became holier. Again, I realized my downfall, I realized my weakness, I did Shiva for it, I worked on myself, and now I find myself on a new level of elevated holiness. As a result of that elevated level of holiness, of the level of elevated holiness, there is a judgment that is once again awakened against me for the Averas of my life. Okay? In the Madriga Hadasha, Ein Zu Nefsheres Shubasa Sha'asuya. Why is it recovered? Because now in this new level, in this new Darga, this new Madriga, in which I find myself, currently, this new elevated level of holiness, the tshuva that I did in the past is no longer sufficient. Based on where I'm holding now, the tshuva of my past is no longer sufficient to regulate the averos. Rachi, never is a website. Yesh lalach zel v'lashuk m'chadash tshuva al ha'chav. Therefore, again, says website, when I reach this new elevated level of holiness, really I need to do tshuva again. Again for all of my past averos. The charata, yoser amuka, with a sense of remorse, it's even deeper. Amashachat l'fnei Hashem Yisrael. Listen, you know this? Again, when I saw this piece, it's you can fly in the face of every single thing about tshuva. Right? Remember again, I commit an avera, I do tshuva shleima. Now again, I grow, I become better. I always thought that what's the process? You shut the door. You did tshuva. When you do tshuva, you become a better person. Shut the door. Some people say, no, just the opposite. When you commit avera, do tshuva, you now become even a better person. Taking the level of holiness, where I'm holding now, the tshuva of my past is insufficient. I need to do tshuva again for my averas of the past. And that's what he writes. This is David HaMelech said about this. This is the Gemara in Sefer Shuvah. The Chatasi Negdu Sabid. My faith, my sin is always the opposite. Let's remember again, we have this machlokes in Gemara about averos that you do tshuva for in the past. You have to, let's say you do not repeat the same sin over the course of the last year. You have to do tshuva forward for that. So again, when we have the complete Yusuf, Ashrei Yisrael Kasha, right? Praiseworthy is the word, is the person who sinned, is covered. But then we had again this passage, the Chatos Negdu. David says that you always have to do as you grow in life, you have to go ahead and do tshuva on the averos of the past, because based on where I'm holding now, the tshuva of the past is no longer sufficient. Afaku shehem in David HaMelech, shekar niskablet tshuvas l'fnei Hashem Yisrael. Even David HaMelech knew that when he did tshuva, listen, David HaMelech knew that his tshuva was accepted. Now again, it's reference to the episode of Bathsheba. And how did David HaMelech know that his tshuva was accepted by his David HaMelech had a great gift. The gift was that he must son and love told him, Hashem forgives you. He was explicitly told that Ribono Shel Olam forgives you. כמו שנאמר לעבודי נוסן הרבי, גם השם העביר הכספו. Hashem has removed your sin. Nevertheless, even though again, David HaMelech was told that his sin was forgiven, V'kamakom l'tishu David HaMelech v'hayu omed v'nisha ba'usa ha'madreka shehaitzlo b'shas tshuvasa u'b'chol yom tamid hayu ola u'nis'ala Yosef v'kushasa ha'mistava v'madreka l'madreka. But since David HaMelech is becoming greater day after day, and he's going madrega to madrega, and the madrega of today is greater than the madrega of yesterday, which was greater than the madrega that he was on once he sinned. Therefore, David HaMelech had to perpetually do tshuva for his sin. Let's pause for just a moment and analyze this. This is incredibly dramatic. So I think we're going to be understood at two levels. On a basic level, but on a basic level, let's say it like this. I do tshuva for the Avera. I grew up and become a better person. So let's say, as I become the holier you become, the more profound the process of tshuva is. So on a basic level, the topic is saying like this. The tshuva I perform after the faith, represented the spiritual level I was on. That was the quote unquote the best tshuva I could deliver at the time. But now that I grow, and now that I become somewhat better, I have the capacity to go ahead and do a better tshuva. And as a result of that, right, it's demanded of me to now put forward a better form of tshuva corresponding to the really elevated spiritual status in which I find myself. The tshuva of the past worked fine because that was the level I was on. But now that I find myself on a new level and I have the ability to deliver a heightened level of tshuva, that's what I'm obligated to do. So and that's what the studies. That's Governor meant when he said, as I grow in life, my spiritual growth demands a new tshuva. Because now I am capable of delivering a heightened level of tshuva. Incredible. Now the Hajj, we just talked this down. But the Hajj, it's something to sing something else as well. So let's say, when I commit an Avera, so why is tshuva possible? Tshuva is possible because, again, we want to realize I'm not perfect. And how does he know I'm not perfect? Because he needs me with all of my imperfection. So that's the rationale for tshuva. That I recognize that at the end of the day, I am fully flawed, imperfect. And if I do those to do tshuva, I said I like this. After I commit the faith and I do an Avera, and now Baruch Hashem, I grow. What is that growth highlight? What is that highlight? My capacity for greatness. So once we demonstrate the capacity for greatness, the culpability of sin becomes even more apparent. In other words, let's think about this in just a moment. If your 3-year-old child goes ahead and your 2-year-old takes a cup of milk and throws it on the table, you get annoyed, but there's a limit to 2. The child is 2 years old. If your 12-year-old goes ahead and dumps out the cup of milk on the table, so there's a high level of responsibility. Why? Because you know better. So when I sin, when I commit an Avera, there's forgiveness. Because again, okay, we all make mistakes. But then once I grow and I become a holier person, the emotions is well. You have the capacity for greatness. And if you have the capacity for greatness, that highlights, that even brings once again to front the center stage the culpability for sin. You're not incapable. You're not unable. Look at what you've accomplished. Look at what you've done. And now, once I see what I can do, the culpability for sin becomes even more manifest. So the great anomaly, says the subject, is the more I grow in life, the more tshuva I have to do for my past. Because the more I grow in life, the more apparent it becomes how much I'm truly capable of. And the more I'm truly capable of, then I like the culpability for sin even more. Therefore, says the Tzaddik Tzaddik again, going back to the Gemara Sefasina, the Gemara made it all about did you commit the Averas again or not, right? I did an Avera in 5780. I did Shuvah Bar for Shoshana 5781. So now the Shah is have to do that the Shuvah Bar again in Rosh Hashanah 5782. So the Gemara made it kind of dependent on, well, did you commit the Avera again or not? Which some says it actually has nothing to do with the Avera. And the great Rama is did you grow? So what's the rule about just the opposite. That the more you grow, the less you have to worry about the past. So it says it's just the opposite. The more I grow, to a certain degree, the more responsibility there is for the past. Because my growth shows how much greatness I am truly capable of. And then once I demonstrate and actualize that greatness, the Rosham says, yeah, what are you doing? That same greatness was there when I committed the Avera last. That same Avera was there when that same greatness was there when I committed the infraction, I committed the transgression, and I misused that koho, that koah. So the greater I become, says Reb Tzadok, the greater my responsibility to do tshuva again for the past. Of course, I want to point out, this is not a din in Onesh. This is nothing to do with punishment. Like once I go out and I do tshuva, Onesh is taken care of. So it's speaking of this is a din of personal responsibility. That the greater I become, the more I realize that I really do have the ability to control myself. And I really do have the ability to actualize my personalistic greatness. And I really do have the ability to accomplish great things in this world, which then heightens my culpability for the transgression of the past. Therefore, says we're studying something amazing. Whether or not I recommit the Averas of the past, if Hashem, I'm on a trajectory of growth, the more I grow, the more I have to reflect and repent for that which I've done in the past. So we'll stop over here for today. We're going to spend one more day on this sit because it's a truly transformative sit, which again brings up the Gemara to get to the dramatically different view of it. Let's stop. All right, so let's do this. What else? Today, this summer, that in sickness and habit. Let's pick up on each one. Summer days. Here we go. See this on the right hand column. Second, that introduces us to a really fascinating because the idea of what even happened to Mary has some type of drop of its therefore the only way to truly actualize that drop is through Tsuda. Which is really a really profound idea. Because even after the start is sweet, that something positive, that something wonderful is supposed to occur, at the end of the day, if I do not how it tefillah, if you're not happy. He explained that the logic behind that is that the first gives you brachos, in whatever form they may be, the power of those brachos, the ability for them to create and forge meaningful relationship with Hashem. But the brachos only create and forge meaningful relationship with Hashem if I acknowledge that they are in fact from Hashem. And the way I acknowledge that the blessings I have a right to come to Rebbeinu Shalom is through tefillah. By that, I thank Hashem for the things that I need. I thank Hashem for the things that I have received. I acknowledge that all comes from above. So to get bracha without tefillah center undermines the entire purpose of bracha. Because it's very important that everything in life is about relationship with Hashem. Everything in life. And the goal and the purpose of everything in life is to create a relationship with the Rebbeinu Shalom. So the moment that bracha doesn't create a relationship is the moment that bracha is not really worth all that much. So today we've brought the Rayas from this Rabbi. So take a look on page 6 on the page. Second paragraph, right here on the side. This is truly beautiful. The Ibla Achabot, from there to the Government Rights and so there is a fascinating Gemara. Like, the truth is, the Gemara, well, let's take a look. The Gemara says, Zardin Shal Adam, the Michtav, the Rosh Hashanah, the Neftam, the Yom HaKippur. So there's an interesting discussion in general the Gemara has about when a person is judged. So one school of thought, which is the Gedanah school of thought, says a man is judged on Rosh Hashanah and his judgment is sealed on the Yom. There happens to be a second opinion, which will touch on it later on, that Adam Nidon before Yom. But a person is judged each and every day with its own independent judgment. So look what the Rebbe says. So he says, Pharaoh writes, Rosh Hashanah, the Zardin Shal Adam, the Michtav, the Rosh Hashanah, the Neftam, and the Kippur. Let's remember again, whenever you read the whole, that a person is judged on his Zardin, his decree, is written on Rosh Hashanah, and is sealed on Yom Kippur. Now listen, I think about this just a moment. If that's true, that I'm judged on Rosh Hashanah, and then I'm sealed on Yom Kippur, then what don't I have to do? Doesn't work. In other words, if everything I happen to happen, maybe Elul, Rosh Hashanah, Aseret, Shiva, Kippur, everything happens leading up to that judgment. But at the end of the day, if judgment is truly signed and sealed and running the line, then wherein lies the power of freedom for the rest of the year? Everything is already decided. So look at what Rabbi says. This is the Hokin al Anshe Knesset Hagdolah, Shehem Tiktu as Sevi Hatfilas, Hadiba Shishad Zabachayah. But even Rabbi Huda and Rabbi Meir will agree that a person has to daven Shema Asher again. But what about the fact that already again judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur? If judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur, then why do I have to daven each and every day? I'll tell you why. Says the Gemara. Elo Shaladai Bachon Mispalo L'Migam Amar Shekar Nikzav Rosh Hashanah Mishum Shemitzvachas Had Look at the Lahotzias Had Zardin the Paul L'Torah. So this is incredible. People like Huda and Meir will agree that even if we accept the theological concept that all is decided on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, it comes Yom Kippur, the Zardin is sealed. But Meir Rabbi Huda will still say you still have to daven each and every day. Why? To bring the good that a Baruch Hu has decreed for you to fruition. Because there is no such thing as experiencing bracha in this world without tefillah. Tefillah is there to activate the bracha. So it could very well be that a Baruch Hu decreed it, signed and sealed. But at the end of the day, without tefillah, you cannot bring it into the realm of reality. That is necessary in order to bring things into reality. It's such an incredible idea. Think about this. It's so profound because the Prophet is saying like this: a person can have a whole life of bracha waiting for them at their fingertips, but without tefillah to make it into a reality, that bracha remains one. So we believe that the Prophet always judges us favorably. So I can have a beautiful and favorable judgment on Yom Kippur, but at the end of the day, how much bracha do you leave on the table? Like, how much bracha do you leave on the table to the Prophet because I'm not davening? Because I'm not davening in the way that I could be davening. Tefillah is the way that I claim the bracha that is already been allocated, but you can't get it unless you pay. Such an incredible yisod. He goes on, the Prophet goes on. And so I'll also point out there's another fascinating idea, which of course is that I think there is a desire thing. In general, one of the hardest things to wrap our head around, so as we get in the Raya is, so there's a judgment on Rosh Hashanah, sealed on Yom Kippur, but is there the ability to alter that judgment? Right, the ability to alter that judgment. And if there is the ability to alter the judgment, then what's the point of the judgment? If there is no ability to go ahead and alter the judgment, I understand why I have to daven to go ahead and claim the brachas, because tefillah helps to change the negative decrees. So just as an aside, the answer to all of that is yes. Tefillah always helps to alter everything, even if there was a sardin. Because remember, again, the way you look at it is sardin of the decree ultimately again is because it reflects where I am at the time the decree is handed down. But the nice if a person chooses to change themselves, then it's possible sometimes, I'll give you a good Russia. It's kind of like tax law. Right? Meaning if you go ahead and you earn X amount of money. Let's say a person earns $50,000. A person earns $50,000 with tax at a certain rate. If Baruch Hashem, if you go and you earn more money, and now you earn $100,000, so you're in a different tax bracket. Have the tax laws changed? Have the tax laws changed? No. What's changed? Your personal circumstances. So it's a good emotion for how also the Rebbeinu will describe the happy hour properly that way. But it's a good emotion nonetheless. You understand? Which is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives me a zargin. He gives me a decree. Bein the Torah, bein the Ram HaShalom. That's the decree. That decree applies to me based on the that I'm holding. But if I change myself, I put myself to Yoko in a different bracket. It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changed his mind. It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changing the decree. Just the decree that was handed down was for me in a certain place. If I move myself somewhere else, then by definition, just the original decree doesn't apply to me. The original, right? The taxes on $100,000 are different than the taxes on $50,000. And at the end of the day, tax law hasn't changed. My personal circumstances have changed. So what you see over here is, so obviously, Tefillah has the ability to change us. But the Tzaddik is highlighting over here is even if we accept the premise that everything is sealed and decreed and Yamin Norayim, at the end of the day, don't leave bracha on the table. And if I don't daven in order to forge a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I don't get the bracha. And also think about this. It could be that we go through life with so much bracha that is waiting to be claimed by us. Just perhaps because I'm with the Ribono Shel Olam, you're not getting it. Because remember again, looking back, what just was the whole point of the bracha is to forge relationship. And the only the bracha forges relationship with Hashem if it's accessed through the portal of the Tefillah. Lord, that says Ribono Shel Olam, I know this comes from you. I know it's only from you, and I thank you. If I'm not, if the bracha doesn't create biological and relationship connection, and ultimately again the bracha remains unclean. Says the Tzaddik the first yeah, the whole lifetime of bracha and bound to do with it, and it only becomes yours. I'm going to stop over here to pick up the next session tomorrow. All right, everyone. We're actually going to skip a little bit to post
Reticulum form, present a reticulum by solar system.
son of God. So pass that out. I sent it out last night on the WhatsApp. Yes.
Please tell me in this extremely expensive weapons.
Focusing on son of God. Not that son of He is not a focus. We began son of He yesterday. We got the essence of son of He. The Rebbe explains this concept about a willingness to lay down one's life. If one is not willing to live a life according to God's Hashem, so we discussed that already. But move on to son of God. Because here the Rebbe really highlights something that I think is just fascinatingly amazing. So the Rebbe says as follows. I want to read son of Aleph. It's the son of Aleph in the so the Rebbe says as follows. Lamud b'tfilah, son of God, Lamud b'tfilah al Hashem Yisbarach, tzarech ha'adam l'chol davar hamitzvah. A person requires tefillah. A person requires tefillah for everything. Now, literally translated, it means to stand in prayer before Hashem is necessary for everything for which a person requires. And what does this mean? Zeh, afav ishin b'nigzah me'Hashem Yisbarach, shedavar zeh yiyeh. For example, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu already ordained or decreed that a certain thing is in fact going to materialize or unfold, something is a gzera. There's a decree, a good decree. The Baruch was decided that I'm going to benefit or I'm going to be blessed in a particular way. The chozos, sarich ha'adam le'izhalo, shahid ta'yadam. A person still needs to gather that the bracha will come to fruition. That the bracha will be actualized in the way in which HaKadosh Baruch Hu will. It was like a very fascinating idea. We don't yet know why this is. But the Rebbe is introducing us to Kah HaTefillah. That luck, Kah, cannot come about in this world without prayer. And even if something is ordained from the Ribono Shel Olam to happen in a particular way, which is beneficial to me, that benefit will not materialize. That benefit will not actualize if not preceded by prayer. So just to show you where the Rebbe gets this from, if you take a look at footnote Islamic Valley, so here the footnote actually quotes, which really is the biblical source for this idea. The Rebbe writes, Moshe Namar, the Chosiyah Hasoda Karen Yebaret, the Cha'isa Hasadet Eretzah, Kilo Hinti Hashem Elokim Ala Aretz, Ba'adam, Ba'adam, Ba'adam Ein La'avodes Ha'adama. So the pasuk literally means as follows: that before any of the vegetation or herbage or grass began to grow, why didn't it grow? Because Hashem had not yet brought rain. That's why. So remember again, the Pharaoh's painting the image that all of the necessary vegetation was literally sitting right beneath the top of the ground, ready to come out. Why didn't it come out? Because the Pharaoh did not. Why did it not yet? Why did the Pharaoh not yet bring the rain? Because again, the Adam Ayin La'avodas Adam. So there was no man to yet go ahead and reveal. Human beings were not yet created. Man was not humans were created. So there was no one to reveal. And Rashi says, so beautiful. Rashi says, with Rashi, Atayim Ohaya Ba'aretz B'Shenitnara B'Riyas Ha'olam B'Shishin B'Adam Ba'ise B'Asad Elotzam Lama Kilo Hinter. Again, Rashi says, so why was there no vegetation? Because Baruch Hu didn't cause it to rain. Why didn't Hashem cause it to rain? Not time there. Adam Ayin La'avodas Adama Ve'im Makir B'Kavasa Shal Yisham. Ukisheva Adam Kiyach Hadashim Tzar Olam Mispala Ralo. Ultimately, again, so Rashi explains like there wasn't no human being davening for it. There was only one other than Hava were able to daven for the rain. That the rain comes. That the rain comes. So the Rebbe, so we'll say, isn't this incredible? The vegetation is there. Vegetation is there. It's sitting there right beneath the top of the soil. It's all there. If one has a plant, the plant is producing vegetation, yet it cannot. The plant does not bring it forth until someone is there to die. So the Rebbe therefore goes ahead and essentially builds the philosophical construct around this idea. What he was that even if the Rebbeinu Shalom is ready or giving bracha does not materialize in this earth unless it is preceded by tefillah. Tefillah is the necessity to bring about divine blessing. Now, let's pause for a moment. And pause for a moment and analyze, at least from the perspective of Bereshis. Because from Bereshis we can that. Why is that? Why did not the start to bring rain? And so ultimately man was there to go ahead and daven for it. What's the whole point of the miracle? What's the whole point of the bracha? The whole point of bracha is definitely one of the ways in which we with the Rebbeinu Shalom. That's one of the ways. Right? The whole everything you have to trust. Oh, he gives me my health, he gives me my life, he gives me a family, he gives me these things. And right here is the scene of these things don't have by themselves. They're just because if I put in effort, these things materialize only with incredible divine intervention, only with historical involvement. Tefillah is the way that I recognize the Rebbeinu Shalom's involvement in both what we call the miraculous and the mundane aspects of life. Without prayer, I could just as easily assume that these things are on their own. With Tefillah, I recognize that the things that I have in life are only because of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Therefore, says Rabbi Rothschild, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not going to bring about bracha, even if he's ready to, without Tefillah. Because then the bracha doesn't accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish. Listen, isn't this a certain way to recognize that everything I have is only because of the Rebbeinu Shalom. So if there's no tefillah, which represents the theological awareness of this soul, then at the end of the day, there's no bracha. There's no bracha. What's the point? Everything that Kodesh Baruch Hu does is to create an awareness of my involvement in his life. It's such a profound yesod. He goes on to the Raya Achat. He gives an example of this. Alotira be'elio. Those are Listen to this. It puts on a face. Shekvar Amar Hashem Yisbarach Leich Yira El Ha'avot Ve'etna Mater Afnei Ha'adam. So now we're going to say this first yet. So the rest of it. Achot, whereas Yo, interesting enough, decided on his to withhold the rain. There's a whole discussion in general. But he decided to withhold the rain. Even the Gemara says that Ma'er Shal B'Shemet, the key for rain is something which is held onto by the Baruch Hu exclusively, and he does not go ahead and hand it out to anyone. Okay? Then you all know we got it. That's the explanation. That's a different story. In any event, so what happens? The Baruch Hu tells Eliyahu Hanavi, go to Achov. Achov is the reason to go withhold the rain was because of the ongoing evil perpetrated by Achov and his wife Isabel. Which Baruch Hu says to Eliyahu, go to Achov, it's going to rain. It's going to rain. That's not matter. ויקרא ארצה וישם פניו בברכיו, שנשתטח לארץ, ושם פניו בברכיו מספר למטר, שהרבה בתפילה עד שבא גשם. And yet what does the Navi say? Eliyahu, the Navi goes up to Har Carmel, and what does he do? He davens. Davens. Why is that? Why is davens? At the end of the day, the Baruch Hu told you that the rain is going to fall. Why is there a need for tefillah at all? Elamai, Abamisha, Hustach, the HaKadosh Baruch Hu Shemit Mother, Hare Shekam La'achar Shemikza Min HaShamayim, Down Zach Ispano, Shia B'Hadama. You see when it says that that's what we were saying before, even if something is divinely ordained to happen in a positive way, it is only through the power of prayer that the bracha, that the blessing ultimately is considered. Such an incredible situation. Let's just think about this. You know what this means? Pretty big subject. We get to be a whole storehouse of blessings that is waiting for each of us that we have not yet received because we haven't properly utilized the power of prayer, the process, which is such an incredible result. See, in our theological context, we often assume if I'm going to give me something, he's going to give it to me. He's going to give it to me. Okay, of course, I have to be worthy of it, but once I'm quote unquote worthy, then ultimately I receive it. But it says it's not necessarily true. There's a din in tefillah. There's a din in tefillah. I could have all the requisite merits. I could have all the personal qualities. But without the tefillah, the brachos don't come. Without tefillah, the brachos don't come. Again, the reason for that is because the brachos are only meaningful if I recognize they come from Hashem. The brachos are only meaningful if they're used to build a bond, used to build a relationship between myself and my creator. How is that relationship? How is that bond built? Because tefillah is what I articulate and express everything I have in this world to be after this God. Therefore, self-subject, even if HaKadosh promises it. Ultimately, the blessing that I only materialize is first preceded ultimately by prayer. Okay, so let's stop over here for today. We'll be able to pick up. We'll spend one more day with this tomorrow. Hey, but that's the general standard for all the Russia with folklore and stuff. So that's always the theological outline. very extreme. The person inside it, we left us yesterday in the footnote of the thought. So we were focusing on something other of evolution. So the Gemara is not in the office that said that the first and second part is stylish. The first part is the Gahamis both are involved. When a person is embarrassed about the Averos he has committed, that Kedusha, that embarrassment, ultimately creates a sense of forgiveness. Well, creates forgiveness. So trying to figure out exactly what the nature of that dynamic is. Why is it that Kedusha has the power to affect this level of truth? So we're picking up again in footnote Kuf Manvav, and we're picking up now in the second paragraph of that footnote, the right hand side, with the Nesivas Olam. The Nesivas Olam, the Maharal, the Sivat Shura, covers that some Lama Kedusha Muhammad is open in our ability. Why is it that Kedusha, why is it that embarrassment has the ability to go ahead and atone for one's sin? So again, I commit an Avera, I'm embarrassed about the fact that I committed an Avera, and then someone somehow because of that Kedusha affects Tshuva, that Kedusha affects action. So why is that? He says, about brothers and mitzvot in the Hadith. So when I explain the fundamental understanding of fundamental concept within the reality of what it means to be embarrassed of Kedusha. Pirush covers that. When a person is embarrassed, when I'm embarrassed because of an Avera I committed, Mora, Shusalik Atzmo, Unatik Atzmo Menachit. That shows it. Embarrassment shows that I'm removing myself and distancing myself from that sin in totality. Shekadusha Shurubitayish Midavar, Mahik Akuma. Whenever I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, I remove myself, I distance myself from that thing. It's a simple yet incredibly profound idea. When I'm embarrassed about something, essentially what I'm saying is, I wish I had never done this. I don't want to be associated. I'm embarrassed with this. I don't want to be associated with this. So I distance myself from it. Looking at us on it, she was acting the whole. This is different than someone who was. I was just wondering that someone who has a bit of arrogance. But ultimately, again, he strengthens himself. He's acting the faith. He's part of the sin. The kasher is acting the faith. Ain't sorrow the faith. As that kasher achit is acting the faith. אבל המדע ישתנה, מורה שאין האיד is acting the faith. When you're proud of something, that thing becomes a part of you. You want to self-identify with that thing. When you're embarrassed about something, I definitely don't want to self-identify with that particular action. In fact, all I want is the place of distance between myself and that. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want the connection. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want to be identified with it. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely want to be the distance between myself and that action. These are about Spajmer hate, though she in a hate is it's not part of me. The Rabba, Martik Asma Minahit, Moshe Hayishol, Spayish, the lots of Ahaspe and Sahit of Rahim, local in low Ahit, the Ahashu, the Ruchat, therefore, again, the Nahal explains on a very simple level. See, there is embarrassment. When I'm embarrassed about something, by definition, he is set to it. When one thing is accident, it doesn't become part of the essence of who I am. That's number one. And by definition, I distance myself from that thing, which means I don't want to be associated with this action. I don't want to be associated with this behavior. I don't want to be associated with this thing. This does not represent who and what I am. Says the Maharal, that's true. That's true. Because at the end of the day, what is the fundamental cornerstone of tshuva? It's the repudiation of the sin. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want this to be associated with it. It's a fundamental Therefore, says the Mara, that's what the Gemara says, if you're embarrassed about the faith, it means you don't want to be associated with it. It means that you feel that this does not reflect who I really am, which by definition means you don't want to keep doing this. You want to change this sense of identity. That's true. ועוד יש לפרדס, מדרגת המתבייש, שיש לו מידס הפשיטוס מן השנים, בושס פנים מן העדן. יבושה הוא פשיטוס על האדם חופף העז פנים. So that's a very good thing. There's another concept that I love, which is embarrassment. Embarrassment is the opposite of arrogance. See, you think that busha and azus panim. And azus panim. So many of us may be familiar with this word. You might have been told it when you were little. So, this is a good translation from the review. So the idea here is busha and azus panim are opposites. And so azus panim is a certain arrogance and laziness. Busha is the opposite. We often think that the opposite of arrogance is humility, right? Humility. But the truth is, you all understand how arrogance manifests itself. So how does humility manifest itself? Right? The Hindu, how does humility? So it's interesting now. It says humility manifests itself in embarrassment. In embarrassment, when I am embarrassed and I feel embarrassed about the ideas that I committed, that in and of itself is a manifestation of one's inner humility. Because again, I can't believe I did this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be associated with this. This is not who I am. This is not who I want to be. So, that's humility. That's the opposite of Azaz Panim. Yavusha Pshikus Ala Adam Hafif Ha'az Panim. Yavusha is Pshikus. So listen, arrogance is incredibly complex. Like, why is arrogance complex? Because arrogance requires a person to hold themselves on multiple levels, ultimately constructing false realities in order to inflate one's ego. Humility is easy. I mean, humility is not easy. It's not easy to achieve. It's a struggle. It's not easy to achieve. But once you achieve it, it's a cheapness. Humility is simplicity. It's a simplicity. Humility doesn't mean that I'm down on myself. Humility means I recognize where I am, but I also recognize what I'm not. It's a cheapness. So therefore, again, as this comes the opposite of that, he's going to be this cheapness, this humility, this simplicity, which is manifest in Kedusha. And they cast local laws, Kashayish, the Midas of Shibus. So Mishpashik, and then I think, therefore, again, when does Kapara occur? Kapara occurs when I possess this Midah of Shibus. When I possess this simplicity, when I possess this Kedusha. It was they cast local laws, Kashayish, the Midas of Shibus, so it's Pashik in the law. It's such a again, there's no conclusion over here, but it is such an incredibly profound idea about the power of Kedusha and the power of being embarrassed and the power of allowing ourselves to feel that embarrassment. No one ever likes to feel embarrassed. Of course not. But often we mask those feelings in a variety of ways. But one thing is feeling is like because all I was saying is feeling embarrassed about my Averis is an incredible quality experience. And in fact, this is going to sound strange, there's a certain happiness that accompanies that embarrassment. Because if I feel the embarrassment, that means that the faith is not even harder. Isn't that incredible? See the other days when I sin and I don't feel embarrassed, that's where the challenge begins. Because if I don't feel embarrassed, that means that I'm totally okay with self-identifying with this particular behavior. But where there is a push, where there's a little bit of embarrassment, that's an incredible bracha. That's almost like the reflex that says, this is not me. This is not me. This is not who I am. This is not what I want to be. This is not how I'm going to build myself into the person I truly desire to become. And that's why the Gemara says, those feelings of Rusha, by definition, are the process of Shuvah. Those feelings of Rusha, by definition, are the actual repudiation of the Avera. And I quote one more piece of here, which is interesting, which I think is also incredibly profound. Is in Mesilas Yesharim, Hatshuva Tinaseh Lechotim of the Chesed Gavah. To hear the Haaretz is Bachtalis. He says that Tshuva in and of itself is an incredible testimony. We learn this together. So 2 times, the 2 cycles we do Mesilas Yesharim. We use the Mesilas Yesharim third time. It's an incredible opportunity, but I had it. He says that Tshuva is a chesed. So let's say, what does this mean? So I'm trying to explain that the way the world should work is you commit an avera, you get an honor. That's the way it should work. There's a chesed that HaKadosh Baruch Hu does. Actually, it's a twofold chesed. Chesed number 1 is that God does not punish us instantaneously. That's chesed number 1. Even though that's the way the world should work. You commit an avera, you get an honor. Chesed number 1 is that you're already punished. Chesed number 2 is that the concept of tshuva. Are we truly you can update the punishment? Are we truly you can turn your life around? Truly you can do anything. The Hainu is listen to this phrase. Literally it means when you uproot your will, it's as if you are able to uproot the action. What is it? The Hainu, Shepilios Hashav Nakir Asnachon, Umodebo, Umiskuni Allah Asa, Ushavu Misharim Allah Parasik Nura, Umekarok Mikaradas Hanegel. So I'll explain. This is kind of just taking the concept of Shuvah even a little bit further. So which is this idea is when a person experiences halakha. See what's the you know this, right? Let me take you back just a little bit more. The Gemara says that when a person experiences Shuvah, have the ability to go ahead and negate the punishment associated with a particular thing, right? For example, you can take the Shuvah and you can transform your averos into shkavos, your intentional actions into unintentional actions. And then there's even a higher form of Shuvah, where a person can take his averos and turn them into zechudas. And you put them into mitzvahs. What Rahal is focusing on over here is the ability of Shuvah to go ahead and uproot the faith altogether. I will say, if I think about this issue moment, it doesn't make any sense. In other words, I understand the concept of Shuvah and its ability to negate punishment. Right? So I can make an avera. That avera, every avera, let's say every sin, every avera, big or small, comes with a punishment. So when it's on the again, Shuvah comes along, and I can do the process, and I can negate the punishment. I can hear that. There's what's the word? Forgiveness. I just not really clemency. Right? Thank you. Clemency, right? So I did the crime. I should get the punishment. I did Shuvah this clemency. This notion that Shuvah is powerful enough to actually uproot the act, to make it like if the act never even happened. Forget about turning it into a mitzvah. That's even like another level. But the notion that Shuvah is powerful enough to retroactively uproot an act like it never occurred. How is that dynamic possible? We'll have to stop over here. We'll spend one more day on Shuvah on this piece of the we'll pick up with this piece of the Mitzvah from tomorrow, and then we'll link it back in meditation with tomorrow's shiur back to the Mitzvah. All right, let's see. All right, let's say good morning. So we are continuing in your session in Os Nova Isai. So we started this Os last week a little bit, and in your session let's just pick up with review from the beginning. So Tzaddik we discussed so this concept, this incredible concept regarding the power of Busha, the power of embarrassment, specifically the embarrassment that one suffers from one another. So let's actually pick up just from the beginning of the oath, just for a moment, because this way again we'll be able to get a bit more context. We only spent one day on this so far. So today we'll be beginning of the Oya Hasidus and the quick logic side. Right, היסורים המצוחים לאדם אינם רק במשאיר לדבר. So basically, this is speaking of the concept of yisur, the concept of suffering. Right, so generally, again, we associate this idea with Averos. Every Avera brings with it an onash, always brings with it a punishment. Again, whether that's a punishment in this world, a punishment in the next world, every action has a reaction, every action has a repercussion, and therefore, by definition, every Avera has an onash. So it says the Tzaddik, when we speak about the suffering, we often think in terms of like physical suffering. He says, however, Alagamba Komini Hatzava Agmas Dev, just reading the scripture, we read this already. Let Sheish Adam Liba Allah Dero Sha'asa, page Kofla Mefes, Nechshavim Ein Mamish, Kibu Sabo Esisura Gehenim, and Mitzrafim Lo, within the Hizdake, even his Nakos, Al Usa Avira, Shemis Harit Asha Asa Mishab B'Tshuva Shali. So, whatever that point of something additional, he explains that when a person goes ahead and suffers Agmas Nefesh, alright, I'm using the term Agmas Nefesh. Agmas Nefesh literally means inner turmoil. A person suffers inner turmoil. So when a person suffers that feeling of inner turmoil as a result of their misdeeds, that is also a form of yisur. That is also a form of suffering. But not only is it a form of suffering, that Agmas Nefesh that a person experiencing as a result of his Avera is also a form of tshuva, is also a form of repentance. Nothing. I'm going to go with and we'll explain how that works in just a moment. Nothing. Also by Avera, the Hamisbai Shva Mokum Lo, those are the same kind of people. One second, that when a person is embarrassed as a result of an Avera that he has performed, that embarrassment seems to be the cause for his mechila, for his forgiveness. That when no, you know what I mentioned before, the Rebbe just it was just kind of interchanged terms. Right? In the beginning he was speaking about the concept of Agmas Nefesh, inner turmoil. And now the Rebbe replaced that with the word Busha, embarrassment. When a person suffers embarrassment as a result of his Averos, so again, I was putting the word in second brother. Was local and low a person is forgiven all of the ways. The power of Busha, the power of embarrassment to allow for atonement for one's sins. Now, Talmudah, I will say, now what's the logic for this? What's the reason for this? He says, Saval Onash Yehenom, Be'etzim Habusha, Sheish Lomachmas Asiyas Ha'avira. Because through the embarrassment, it's either that a person has already suffered in Gehenna. It's incredible. That the power of embarrassment is such, the person of embarrassment is such that it's Ki'ilu I was already in Gehenna. That's the nature of Busha. Who's any first? Who's ever suffered embarrassment? Real embarrassment. No, is that yes, absolutely. The pain of embarrassment. I don't know, none of us know the pain of Gehenna, but we know that certainly the pain of embarrassment can be quite intense and overwhelming. So listen, let's talk about this for just a moment, because this idea of this Rebbe is explaining over here is that Busha has this twofold aspect to it. Number one, Busha itself is the feeling of Tshuva. Right? In the Gemara says that Busha, the Gemara says that a person who doesn't have Aveira and then is embarrassed by that Aveira, is forgiven. So somehow the Busha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for Tshuva. The vehicle for Tshuva. And then the Rebbe says that Busha itself is so intense that Busha almost counts as Gehenna. Then the truth is both those concepts are interrelated. According to Rothschild, why is it that Busha has the ability to atone? Because Busha itself is the Gehenna. Gehenna, that's very interesting. The difference between the Judaic concept of Gehenna and let's say the Christian concept of hell are dramatically different. Right? Gehenna is a rehabilitative process. The reason that the Neshama goes to Gehenna is that ultimately, again, this way, one day, at some point, they have to be able to go to Gan Eden. That's the goal. Some Neshamas can go right to Gan Eden, others Neshamas need to go through the purification process, the rehabilitative process of Gehenna. But Gehenna is not punitive. Gehenna is rehabilitative. Christian concept of hell could be a shtickle punitive. That's fine. So the idea over here is that somehow the Busha is Gehenna is rehabilitative, and therefore by definition that affects Tshuva. So we're going to kind of branch this out into two pieces. So let's speak about for a moment, or at least for a few moments today, and then in their session tomorrow, the power of Busha. If you take a look in footnote Kuf Mem Vav, the very, very profound piece over here that we're going to see. Interesting from the Shita Mikubas, first from the Buddha, we took the Shita Mikubas on the Sabbath Brothers, and then we're going to see a piece from the Mesilas Yesharim. Incredibly profound. So footnote Kuf Mem Vav on the bottom. Page Kuf on the Chesed, if you're following along, and footnote Kuf Mem Vav. I would say also, we're going to be in the subject for a little while. It's Kedai, it's a good investment for your library.
Fuck, dog.
The version of Sitkas, the version is it's a beautiful setup start to own. So like but the Thomas says Rabbi should think about this. Allah also never is bayish bo lokla palvanosa. Shem is bayish bohen shabusha ololo tshuva. Can I say so here the Shita Mikubas expounds on the Gemara. It says that whoever goes ahead and does something and is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shamis bayish bohen. He says it explicitly because the busha all the low tshuva. Busha counts as tshuva. When you're embarrassed about the faith, that embarrassment in and of itself is the tshuva. So what's this? What's the pshat? The meiri shabusha sha'adam ba'yishama shechata u'yisod ha'charata va'charata u'yisod ha'tshuva. This is incredible. Now it goes to meiri. Again, we're in a sefer of Chassidut. According to the Shita Mikubas, according to the Yeri, so you're going to find out against the Shari. So right, so the Shita Mikubas says that what's the power of Busha? The power of Busha, as we said before, is the Tshuva. Says the Meiri, why is Busha Tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the hate? Why is that the Tshuva? So the Meiri says because the Busha is the equivalent of charata, is the equivalent of remorse. And charata causes the nihiri, is the soul, is the basis, is the foundation stone of tshuva. They also have this interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the nihiri, then we're going to have to back it out a little bit, then we're going to have to stop. But just interestingly enough, the nihiri positing this idea that charata, remorse, is the soul of tshuva, which is a fascinating idea as well, which makes sense. Let's say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then what? Then the truth is, see, how do you know if you're really, if you really recognize that you're thinking that way? So let's be honest. Sometimes I'm looking at data, and the truth is, there are two reactions I have. That was incredible. It was such a great idea. I'm not going to do it again because do I regret it? No, I don't regret it because it was very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, someone said it can become more like intellectual tshuva. Intellectual, and you see this a lot of times. A lot of times when people make profound changes in their life, so the way they react to their past is it's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. So there's not a charata that's there. There's almost like an intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. It's not a charata. The Meiri says that the true test of tshuva is charata. Because if I'm remorseful about something, if I regret something, regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be. That I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's a rata. I have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. It says Meiri, that's the sort of tshuva. How do you know if you have harata? At least the Meiri posits. Embarrassed. If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows that maybe that if I could take it back, I would. If I can take it back, I would. That's true. So we'll have to stop over for today. We're going to pick up, there's one more piece that we're going to see, actually 2 more pieces. We're going to see this Olam, the Maharal, and then I'm going to see last Yisharim in Eretz Hashem. We'll go ahead and we'll go through the 2 pieces, and then we'll back into the subject's idea of the power of Musha.
How many floors up is this window you jumped up? Probably just like two floors. What happened? What'd you land on? Wow, look at that. Did it hurt at all, or you were on mats?
So this really let us begin. Also the piece of the new page if anybody would like it, the holiday places about this. Third one. Yeah. You can even get a job on the table. Alright, so we'll say, so with that, let us be in a beautiful, beautiful new house. today, first thing, Zion is taking it in God for now. You know, for sure we'll make our way back to everything one day. One day, man. So let's take a look. Let's start from the Bikut Hasidus. Always clean Zion. So the Rebbe writes his fights. He says, I see him on the truck in the Adam. Edom Rak Dimash Ira in the club. Because he sees that the kind of Yisur. Because the Yisur literally means suffering. That does say that the Lord of suffering in Yiddishkeit, please let me put it away. Sometimes again, sometimes Yisur are understood as Onesh, and sometimes Yisur are just the way in which we are able to achieve some level of absolution or atonement. Again, every neshama, every individual needs some type of cleansing. Needs some type of cleansing. Sometimes the cleansing is again because of ideas being committed. Sometimes the cleansing is the result ultimately again of not living up to punishment, actualizing opportunities. But that's the role of Yisur. That's the role of Yisur. Again, we'll get into this a little bit more. But that is when we talk about Yisur, when we talk about suffering, we often think about physical suffering. That's how we normally understand. Look at the rights. There's another form of Yisurim as well. Elegam Bukhamini Hatar Ba'admas Nefesh Sheish Ba'adam Belido Al Haveros Shasa. So that writes something so profound. That sometimes the most profound form of Yisurim, the most profound form of suffering, is not physical suffering. But rather, again, it's the suffering that comes in the form of the Admas Nefesh. How do you translate Admas Nefesh? Internal turmoil. Like internal turmoil that comes about as a result of the averos that a person committed.
The idea of transferring natural chemical into natural transferring indirectly
Growing up. But sometimes the worst result or the worst punishment for doing something wrong is how you feel after you committed the act. And I will say we all know this from our adult lives. I'm not actually making a video because again, I think that it's even though low. A person doesn't sin unless a person thinks something
Please put the types of transferring in the title and also the subheading and also put footnotes and stuff, Chicago style. But you don't have to say Chicago style.
That's all generally which is people are very utilitarian. People do things, but they're going to benefit from somewhere. There's no benefit to me. Generally, I'm not going to do it. And then what happens? I sin. Because again, I think I'm going to get realized. And then I go ahead and I sin, and maybe I even get out of it what I thought I was going to get out of it.
As a
But then afterwards, I realize how I feel. So that was like, that that's feeling of profound suffering. That says, the greatest form of pursuit. That feeling of itself is a form of suffering in this world. Then the base of the past, Yachshavim Manish. It is Israel. If you would suffer as a Surah Gehenna, Alexander motivated his Dante for his Dante on Insadira, Shemis Al-Shasta, Sham Shirasera. They said, this is overwhelming truth. That says, the feeling of Admas Nefesh, the feeling ultimately again, of embarrassment. We're going to see, he's going to play with Busha just a little bit, but the feeling of embarrassment, and the Admas Nefesh, I feel in the aftermath of having made a bad life decision, having committed an Avila, that says, that feeling, that's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That is Gehenna in this world. I will say, absolutely related. The feeling of having made a bad decision. I know pretty much you could have the doctor is that.
Great stuff, Sam. Got any notes for us?
Something,
I loved all of that. I thought it was
and then
funny. I thought that
afterwards,
was original stuff. I hope it's real because it sounds like a funny, real story that only somebody in that moment would have fucking come up with. Like, if you did that, I think that's fucking for a long time.
at the time,
Setting it there.
side.
That's
And then
great.
there were other bad decisions there. I knew it was a bad decision. But for
So
whatever
let's do
reason,
it.
I
It's the
chose
second
anyway,
week
and
of
then it just
December.
links back.
Right now, right here.
Hey,
Let's talk about it. Let's get our
how did I choose
horoscopes and
boundaries?
your
Because
predictions
again,
for
maybe I
future
only knew
Christy
things
Buller's the
intellectually,
resident
but
psychic
didn't
here
internalize them
on Killing Me the
emotionally.
First
So how
Ever.
you view it, how you view it,
Gypsy
that was an
Queen,
individual. I made a decision,
soothsayer,
and then I found
witch, Real Tony official witch.
I guess do you guys
I
want
managed to
fortune
like
cards or do you
whatever
want
says something
astrology?
amazing, whatever says. So
I
it's
guess
a very
well,
different.
maybe fortune.
So
Fortune
the
cards?
question, I
I
think
got
how
my
powerful this is because I venture to say, I don't think it's powerful, but I venture to say that we feel all absolutely relate to whatever says. We all make decisions in life, where after I make the decision, I find the side of it. I find the side of it. So this is the two of us. Number one, the Rebbe says, the shelf that you respect the good news.
I wrote comment again. You can't. The only way out is through, bro. You can't write it. You gotta go through it to be. You can't skip steps.
Man, I really like
I don't know, sure, but that's the most I think about it this way. Why do I feel this way? Because of the part of the recognition I chose colors. I did it. That recognition that I chose colors. That recognition that I did the right thing. You and of itself a feeling of my children. It's a feeling of my children, which is very profound. Goes on, so I think every time that also, but I think that also. What this does is the goal of this is the social process. How we make decisions. How we make decisions. There's
Tell me when to stop shuffling.
certain things you cannot save yourself
So I
from
had the
doing.
8. I don't know.
There's certain things that occur.
Wands or 8 of Spades, which is the 8 of Fire. And so what's going on in the month of December for you? So 8 of Fire is all about your voice. And we're in the season of Sagittarius, which is all about using your passion and using your fire. Because you are a water sign, which is
I
Scorpio,
don't want to
your
go
job
ahead
is
and
to take the death players and transform them
so if
and
I know
rebirth them.
that a
So your
particular
job with
decision
your
is
voice
going
is
to
to
push me in
rebirth
Gehenna,
a
going to
generation.
give me an Agnastabash, why do it? So if I think about this concept, the third commission of the Gehenna, it can save me from engaging in self-destructive behavior. But in the event that I did, the quote unquote good news is those feelings that I push ultimately again,
I'll pick from the top because you're learning how to use your own.
whoever goes on to do one more line or stop. ولكن أبي كذاب الدور
Oh,
على
you're the
محمد
king
الإنسان
of stops. You've got fire
طلع
and fire.
وصلت
You
على
got
هذا
the 8 of stops. You've got the king, bro. He's a Leo. You got Aurora, bitch. That's every time. Come on, here. It's like you gotta find your inner roar. You got, what's a Leo's job? What's a Leo's job, Brian?
ممكن الله خير
A loyal leader
and then I'm
is
embarrassed
step back
as a
from your
result
ego.
of the idea that I committed. Ultimately, again, I am both in the Lord of Kalabanos. I will say, now why is it that Busha? Why is it that embarrassment serves ultimately again? Like, why does that work? I commit to an Avera that I'm embarrassed that I did it. Both in the Lord of Kalabanos. Such an individual is totally unequal.
Tell me when to stop. Tell me when to stop. I'm gonna pick a bottom card.
The essence of
You got the Queen of Swords, which is to hold the 20 and the 30 and put that down on your calendar because that is gonna be an upcoming eclipse in the sign of Gemini, and what it's gonna do is help you get clarity. Keyword is clarity.
Is that what? Is that what? The Busha is
And
punishment.
Gemini's going to help you
The
get clarity.
Kedusha that I
You're a
feel,
Gemini.
listen,
We haven't
again,
talked before the show. What are the odds
almost
that
like
you, Jeremiah, you know
sad
it's just
irony
no,
with it.
you're
I
going
can
to
look
do
the
it.
app
I
and I
refuse
am
to let you
told
refuse.
to find myself. It's amazing. It's not like me going coming back from Shemai. Right? It's not like a reversal of my life because it isn't something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. Just made a poor decision. That Busha, right? That Busha, which is on one hand incredibly powerful. Because of course the problem is if I don't feel Busha, in the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately that there's a terrible state that is prepared. But the Maisa says that the feeling of that Busha is in and of itself the Gehenna that I experience in the aftermath of sin. And because that Busha is the equivalent of Gehenna, therefore it almost has a cleansing cathartic effect of Busha. So we'll stop here for today. But understand that the truthfully of this is so profound. I could avoid this. I could avoid this. Right? I ask anyone who wants to sign up for Gehenna and right hand the Lord is over. So right to these people out there, and there's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna, and it is avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So listen, now I understand that in the aftermath of sin, I really create for myself Gehenna is this feeling. Then hopefully the goal of what I accomplishes is greater sensitivity and decision. And a recognition of how I love the Admas I don't want to the Busha. I don't want to give it as much as Dagmas Nefesh, Busha, and Gehenna are not prepared in the aftermath of sin. I
guy that throws nothing but fucking fastballs. Let's see what happens this week as I bring up the only big red machine himself.
We'll pick up in Merit Hashem with the continuation of this concept.
I'm dizzy as shit. Barking up the wrong tree sounds like what a homeless guy did outside my apartment this morning. I feel like schizophrenic homeless dudes are actually ghost whisperers. They just are using their inside voice. Imagine you're in this fantasy world where you're the king pimp and all the hoes bow down and are bringing you vanilla wafers and preparing a bath made of wine, and then a homeless shelter volunteer interrupts to say, Melvin, this is your bun. I wish they'd have to rename Sesame Street because it got gentrified and the unemployed puppets had to move. Shout out to Sesame Street for being both educational and also apparently an ice skating trip coming to a city near you. Why did Hunter Biden knock up a stripper? He ran out of dead brothers' widows to beg. Very good. Look at that. I love it. Great job. A couple jokes in there where you made a face afterwards. Yeah, I'm dizzy as shit. Oh, look at that turn. Very interesting. I am really dizzy. I was taking pills earlier. Mitch Burrow gave me some pills. What kind of pills did he give you? I don't know. He said they were Tylenol. I told him I had a really bad headache. I don't know. I met his wife. Great lead. He's here. Mitch is here, everybody. Mitch just walked in. Mitch is our baby. Hey, Mitch, I just got to tell you, it's not your kid.
So again, now
If that
see
thing
this
comes out with a red beard,
telling
you
me
should be scared. Or if it comes out with the tail, I actually have a tail.
what guys put up maybe for a second,
Yeah, it's right
and
above
only
my
you just spoke to
butthole.
me how well.
Oh, God,
You
it's
telling
like
me
in
no
your
to the
butt
walk
crack. Yeah, it's
from
like a
that
brown
means
tail.
and never return.
Why is it
What it
brown?
meant,
It's like a
it almost
foot
gave me
long.
almost like a negative
I
picture
have
of
to
age.
tuck it in
On
my
the flip
underpants.
side,
Wait,
becoming
what?
old age, like how does the person acquire wisdom?
It's my
By
tail.
reaching in there, touch some old age. So what's going on over here?
Born with it?
To the flip side, it says, Kima Tinu Shalash Baba, Shivas has a king,
It's my fucking tail, Tony. Your parents have tails? Yeah, my parents know about it. Your parents have tails? Yeah, my parents know about it. Let's call them right now and ask them if they know about it. Can we call them? Should we? Yeah. Let's come to you. I think we should call William's parents.
Rather, what was Shlomo
Put them
HaMelech
on
lamenting about
speakerphone.
old
Put the
age?
butt end of
And
the,
what
I
was
gotta get my
Chazal
phone.
lamenting about the loss of youth?
Yeah,
They
it's
were
on the bridge.
lamenting the loss of
Oh, look
youth.
at that. Oh, look, it's Mitch Burrow, everybody. Famously. The last guest from the last episode.
Right? The loss of the desires of parasites when you're young, and the fires of desire fill with there's an incredible amount of energy that you possess. But as you get older, and those fires are diminished, on one hand, it is possible that the day-to-day struggles perhaps diminish. But along with those struggles, along with the diminution of those struggles, is there's a really good study to say before that in this world, there are no equivalent factors. Shit inside of me. Right, good me does no bad me does. There's energy. There's energy. And life is all about how you choose to channel your internal personalistic energy. When you're young, there's more energy. When you're older, there's less energy. So Shana says, Zacha Asparach HaMidukos, that remember you have to eat when you're young. Before Ad Shelo Yavot, before the days of negativity come, Shana is just saying, Shana, when you're young, remember Hashem, use your energies for Avodas Hashem when you're young, because you will have that same energy when you get older. And that's like those of you may the days where you just don't have the same amount of as I'll say,
what up, big dog? What up? No, I said, what up, big dog? What up, big dog? We might already be able to do it, dog. You didn't. You should have watched the. You should have watched the documentary that's on Bob Lazar. You don't even know who he is, but he talks about time travel and force fields and gravitational waves and traveling faster than the speed of light and gravity creators, and he talks about panspermia and time travel and time dilation and particle beams. I think what? Oh, perhaps.
Successful living is all about how you choose to channel that energy. And we rarely see that when a person has their youth, they have feeling of that stuff. As I was saying, take advantage of channeling that youthful energy and vigor.
Are you ready to lose?
That actually, one day, you won't have it. Or one day, you won't have
Hey, what?
much of it. What? You don't have much of it.
Why not?
Why not? All right, so most of the stuff come up here for today. We'll pick up in here with the last leg of.
Why don't you want to play?
Want a time travel?
All right. Well, time travel to a time where you want to play.
Time travel to a time before spay you down. You don't have to put up with the burden. You don't have to put up with the burden of my existence.
Dude, are you ready to lose?
I want a time travel before you started training.
Okay, that's cool. What do you call what I do from scientific terms? It's got an acronym. We learned it earlier. It's CHDI, Continuous Human Data Infrastructure. Good job. DI. How can we remember that? It could be Fuji has dick inside. Then you remember it. Okay, are you ready to lose? Dude, are you ready to lose? Except sucking dick.
trying to go ahead and advance the right
Wait, no, it's not. It could be funnier. I suck dick at everything except sucking dick. I'm really good at that. That's just a funny, short little joke.
venom, with the viciousness, how great you are, master.
I suck dick at everything. If I feel down, if I feel down, I suck dick at something.
Embrace someone like that. Embrace someone like that. I knew he never go. Just so big.
Are we gonna play? Are we gonna
Are
play?
you ready to lose?
Actually, I'm quite surprised.
Yep.
You know, right? So what I'm saying, if you see a funny couple,
Dude, I have a question for you. Are you ready for it? Do you know what externally corrected evolution is? What do you want to fight? Cool?
Hey Rama.
Yo, dude, what's up?
What if we talk about you?
What do you want me to do about it?
Could be possible.
Just because someone says something doesn't
What's your worst fear, Rama?
greater society.
I don't really have one. Okay, I don't know. Being those fucking giant Australian fucking spiders that you have, those kind of things freak me out.
It doesn't have to be a reaction. Just because someone says something to you,
What do you call those? They're called like not daddy long legs, but the hunter spiders, huntsman spiders. Huntsman spiders. Do you have huntsman spiders?
Yeah. One of my ceilings.
Okay, are they cool? What'd you say? Why?
I respect you.
Okay, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Okay, just give me one moment. Less than a minute.
See that as a you see I come from like that. I dare you. Ultimately, again, go ahead and form a relationship with it. The Prophet says, "Hare shechivu chazal miduzu kevod shinase v'shem shamayim." This is chaos. Again, the Rambam says one of the most strong anger.
How often do you see huntsman spiders?
I want to tell you what's happening over here. What is the Gemara saying?
Not very.
Right? Not only is the Gemara going ahead and saying, by the way, it's good.
How often do you see them? Okay.
You should forge a relationship with such a kind of person. So tell it once again.
Yeah, just give me a moment, dog. Do you have a lot of magpies? Yes, you do. Do they attack you? Do they really?
I want to be
Someday. I've got stories. Had something that I'm saying something for us to make pause that
so they
I said to myself to get you and pause the take you.
a lot of times in life you can't accomplish things without a little bit of fire.
Okay, here we go.
Checked. And
Sometimes I say something really that's just the issues that raising ourselves.
I just want to be clear.
But that causes so issues that attack their own life.
And because sometimes become beautiful and important to me, yes, but only when used as a way to bring about.
What up, big dog?
I would venture to say 9.
This animal that we're attacking class.
Humans, next question.
It's not constructive. But again, the point that the subject is just trying to make
Dogs,
is the same way that humility, the
cats,
same way empathy,
like all of them, really. At a certain point, especially under mating season.
and that's something like chaos can be something constructive and positive. When used, it's an animal that's not an incredible idea.
What is one that will not?
Something expounds on this a little bit. And that's
Are you fucking serious?
We're not finished with class just yet. There's still more to discuss with class, but in message in the stop over here, we'll take our other second to the subject.
I don't know.
Expression of about
Maybe
regarding class. Since class itself, we'll just spend a few lines. Speaking about
monocellular bacterium.
so dramatically destructive. So stop over here for today. We'll pick up.
Oh, baby.
Zion.
I'm sure they get territory. What'd you say, big man?
I think it was an animal attacking.
Okay, that's a cool story, dog.
You know what it is?
What's up, big man?
An alien.
Okay. That's what you think. You don't know enough about aliens, son. What are you gonna do with those fours, baby? 4 fours. Not that many points, surprisingly. I'd go for the fours, dog.
I can't play two.
Why is your phone broken? So are we done?
If you're getting a two, yeah.
Well, then just resign. Or just try to win. Could you play a 1?
Committed to the fact that they are performing the will of a dramatic idea.
You can play everything but 2s and what? 2s and 4s? You can't play. You can play 4s. You just play 4s.
Four times.
And then you're basically done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect right straight.
It's culture.
Yeah, it's this weekend next week. It's like
3.5 hours ago. Yeah, it's deep in Riverside County, in the Coachella Valley. If you were to remove the mountains, it's probably like 2 hours away, but you have to drive like all the way around the mountains. So it takes forever. Here we go. 654. 654. 654 of ones. What do I do? I'm just going sixes. Oh, dog, what a risk. Oh, dog, another 150. Or no, why don't I get it? Why don't I get it again, dude? There's some kind of rule that you have to have the large for that anyway. There's some kind of rule. Or I would have had like the biggest sport ever. Oh no, I did get the largest sport ever. I did get 150. Oh wow, you get 150 and you get to play something else? That's such an advantage. Dude, I'm gonna set the record, dude.
Unfortunately,
You're right, because I don't have the timer. You're right, you fucked me, dude. Okay, alright, I appreciate that. Because I have a huge score.
Very nice. That's very nice.
You got 400%.
I know, but I'm going for threes.
I don't understand. So why did the bus come out? In other words, we'll say you get the Shaila. The Shaila is okay. Right? You go and you follow the rabbi, you follow the charge. Fine. I understand that concept. At the end of the day, so why did the heavenly voice come out in support of Rabbi Eliezer? In other words, the Ribono Shel Olam also knows what's written in his Torah. After all, again, he authored it. He also knows. So when I said he knows, he also knows that there's a dinner majority.
Alright, reset your phone.
Okay.
What a big roll.
Nevertheless,
Are you gonna get the 5 times again? Imagine if
That'd be wild.
So you have not played the full yet.
I've not played the full, correct. I need the 4 and I need the large. We're going for 400. The record. Four. No, just go for the small. Go. You need a 3. No.
It's almost like I was thinking about this a little bit. That even parents, you sometimes do this also. Like sometimes your child has an idea or something, and in your advanced mental mind,
You need a 3.
yourself.
You got it. Small. There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dude, I'm gonna get it. If you don't fuck me. Zeus gonna fuck me. Kids, no doubt Zeus is fucking me hard here, baby. No doubt. No doubt Zeus is gonna fuck me. He's gonna fuck me. He's gonna fuck me. He's gonna fuck me. He's gonna fuck me. There ain't no doubt about it.
anybody's mind. Zoot is gonna hold me. Zoot's gonna hold me. Zoot's gonna F-U-C-K-N-E. Zoot's gonna hold me. Zoot's gonna hold me. Zoot's gonna F-U-C-K-N-N-E. Zoot's gonna hold me. Zoot's gonna hold me. Zoot's gonna fuck me. I said, Zoot. Zoot's gonna fuck me. Zoot is gonna fuck me. Zoot's 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 gonna fuck me. Zoot is gonna fuck me. Zoot is gonna fuck me.
Everybody's father does the
Zoot
same
is gonna fuck me. Who's gonna fuck me? Who's gonna fuck me? What is he doing? What is he doing? Zoot is gonna fuck me. 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 Zoot is gonna F-U-C-K-N. Zoot is gonna fuck me. Zoot is gonna fuck me. Zoot is gonna fuck me. I said, Zoot is gonna fuck me. Zoot is gonna fuck me. Zoot, 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 Zoot. Zoot is gonna fuck me. Zoot is gonna fuck me. Zoot, Zoot. You get a new phone or you get your screen repaired. You shouldn't be going to Melbourne if you don't have a fucking working phone. You can just get your phone repaired, dog. Yeah, you could turn it upside down. Dude, did you hear me? Okay, we'll try that, big dog. You have to do the thing to rotate your screen. On an Android, you pull down, and it's in the shortcuts, and it should say rotate screen. Yeah, so not portrait lock. Auto turn. Then flip your phone upside down. Zoot.
Did God want to open up the earth and spread love for us?
All right.
No.
What's it called?
No. You know why he did it? He did it because you were convinced.
Yeah. Now turn your phone upside down.
Of the fact that was the state.
Okay, close the app. Turn your phone so that it auto rotates, and then reopen the phone. Reopen the app, and it should work. So it's just showing upside down?
Even if you're not correct. So Moshe, your conviction, you're dedicated to your cause. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is supporting you. You know what?
Okay, try to press. Okay, so do you have your phone? Just be quiet and listen to me. Do you have your phone on auto rotate? Okay, close Play-Doh. Hold your phone upside down so that everything flips, so that it's the reverse of what it normally is. Did you just do that?
What am I
Zoot!
What do I believe in so much that I would to a cause that is so strong and so intense that it can even lobby the Rebbeinu Shem Olam to my side. That's Aleph. Beis, which is the primary lesson of the Tzad, which is how it turns Hashem and Nefesh, introspection is around. And to really examine and to look at the data.
What are you talking about, dog?
Because very often we assume that if I'm successful,
I just found out that
Why not?
That a person can be enjoying life success, but nevertheless,
So why not?
that I've chosen for myself is not the right. How can you have success without
Dude, why not?
why not? It's very simple. That actually, I don't know if they later with us well. Yeah, sometimes
I don't know. I'm trying to look for more. Okay, I found it.
As long as I believe it's the right path, the master responsible for potentially giving success. How important it is to be able to take a step back, to introspect, to look at the way we're living, to look at what we're doing, to look at how we're behaving, to look at what we're engaged in. Because even if we're successful, that doesn't always mean that it's the right path. Have the courage to be able to step back despite the success.
I'm adding all about.
Very easy to be introspective when things don't go well.
Do whatever you have to do.
It's very easy to be introspective when you're kind of brick walls and the things you're engaged
Wait,
in.
do you see the auto rotate button?
Yes.
Okay, when you press that and you turn your phone upside down, does everything change? Does the top become the bottom and the bottom the top? Dude,
Ready, set. Nope.
what's no?
Or right done.
That's true. Okay. And can you just try to press the 4X or the 2? Try to press the 4X or the 2 in Dice Party.
Right, I got an idea. You really want to get confident.
Dude, it's pretty easy for me too if you just didn't have a shit phone.
Two. I lost the chat.
Dog, we're done. This game's over. Dude, you need to get a new phone before we start playing, or get your old phone fixed. Don't go to Melbourne. Just get your phone fixed. Don't go see any prostitutes. Just get your phone fixed.
How to fix phone. How to find screen. Where's quick settings?
That's the thing that you pull to scroll down. It's like at the top.
That we are in fact from Hashem. And the way I acknowledge that the blessings I have right from the Rebbeinu is to do that. By davening to Hashem for the things that I need, and thanking
Glory to above.
So to get bracha without undermines the entire practice of bracha. Because it determines that everything in life is about relationship with Hashem. Everything in life. And the goal and the purpose of everything in life is to create a relationship with the Hashem. So the moment that bracha doesn't create a relationship, is the moment that bracha is not created. We were all back to that. So should I look at our guys?
What up, Zoot?
So there could be a fascinating reminder. The truth is, the Gemara, well, let's take a look. The Gemara says,
Hey, I'm not talking to him until you get your phone.
Discussion general the Gemara has about when a person is judged. So one school of thought, which is the dominant school of thought, says
Dude, get your phone
I think I fixed it.
You didn't.
They have fixed my phone.
How'd you fix your phone?
I threw it.
You what? Dude, don't do that. Just get your phone fixed, dude.
Go to the Johnson.
Dude, stop this.
That's true. But I'm judged by Hashem, and then I'm still in the then what don't I have to do?
You're poor. My shit works. Oh, you think that's funny? Get the fuck out of here. I don't need your shit. Dude, I'm not here to be your fucking sounding board. I'm not here to be made fun of. I'm here to be your friend. And if you're going to act like a dick, I don't fucking need you here. I got better shit to do than this.
Everything is already decided. Look at what it says. This is the Chokim al Anshe Society. Shehem Tiku as Sevi Hatzilas. Alida Shishad Lo Zabatayo. But even Rabbi Huda and Rabbi Meir will agree that a person has to daven Shmona Esrei every day. Aye, but what about the fact that already again judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur? If judgment has been sealed on Yom Kippur, then why do I have to daven each and every day? I'll tell you why, says the Gemara. Ela Shaladaitam Misparim Gam Amash Karnik Zabra Shishana. Mishum Shem Hatziva Kedei Lahotzi Esad Zayim the Paul of Paul. Listen, this is incredible. The people of Mary would agree that even if we accept the theological construct that all is decided on the Shana and Yom Kippur, it comes Yom Kippur, the Xardin is sealed. The Meir and Yehuda will still say you still have to daven each and every day. Why? To bring the good that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has decreed for you to fruition. Because there is no such thing as experiencing bracha in this world without tefillah. Tefillah is there to activate the bracha. So it could very well be that HaKadosh Baruch Hu decreed it, signed and sealed. But at the end of the day, without tefillah, you cannot bring it into the realm of reality. Tefillah is necessary in order to bring things into reality. It's such an incredible idea. If you think about this, it's so profound because the Prophet is saying like this: a person can have a whole life of bracha waiting for them at But without tefillah, make it into a reality that bracha remains strong. So we believe that the Baruch always judges us favorably. So I can have a beautiful and favorable judgment on Yom Kippur, but at the end of the day, how much bracha do we leave on the table? Like, how much bracha do we leave on the table to the tzaddik because I'm not davening? Because I'm not davening in the way that I could be davening. Tefillah is the way that I claim the bracha that has already been allocated. But you can't get it unless you pay for it. Such an incredible yisod. He goes on, the Rebbe goes on. And so I'll also point out that there's another fascinating idea, which of course is that as much as there is a desire, in general, one of the hardest things to kind of wrap our head around, some of the Yom Raya is, so there's a judgment on Rosh Hashanah, it's sealed on Yom Kippur, but is there the ability to alter that judgment? Right? The ability to alter that judgment. And if there is the ability to alter the judgment, then what's the point of the judgment? If there is no ability to go ahead and alter the judgment, I understand why I have to go ahead and claim the brachos, because tefillah help change necessarily to make negative decrees. So just as an aside, the answer to all of that is yes. Tefillah always helps alter everything, even if there was a desired din. Because remember again, the way you look at it is desired din of decree ultimately again is meaningful because it reflects where I am at the time the decree is handed down. But the Lamaisa, if the person chooses to change themselves, then it's also sometimes, I'll give you a good notion. It's kind of like taxing. That means if you go ahead and you earn X amount of money. Well, let's say a person earns $50,000. A person earns $50,000 with tax at a certain rate. Baruch Hashem, you do well, and you earn more money, and now you earn $100,000, so you're in a different tax bracket. Have the tax laws changed? Have the tax laws changed? No. What's changed? Your personal circumstances. So it's a good marshal for how it works with the Rebbeinu Shalom as well. The happy hour property. What is a good marshal nevertheless? You understand? Which is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives me a desire din. He gives me a decree. Bein l'tov, bein l'ra, chas v'shalom. That's the decree. That decree applies to me based on where I'm holding. But if I change myself, I put myself to the upper in a different bracket. It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changes his mind. It's not the pshat that HaKadosh Baruch Hu changes the decree. Because the decree that was handed down was for me in a certain place. If I move myself somewhere else, then by definition, just the original decree doesn't apply to me. The original, like the tax is on $100,000, the difference in the tax is on $50,000. But at the end of the tax law hasn't changed. My personal circumstances have changed. So what you see over here is, so obviously, Tefillah has the ability change us. But what the Tzaddik is highlighting over here is even if we accept the premise that everything is sealed and decreed on Yamim Noroi, at the end of the day, don't leave bracha on the table. And if I don't daven in order to forge a relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, don't get the bracha. Let us think about this. It could be that we go through life with so much bracha that is waiting to be claimed by us. Just perhaps because
Please read and say everything you know about July.
because remember, leading back to the
Theory behind the
the
particular
whole
order,
of the bracha
getting
is
one
the
blood. Don't use the
and the
term
only way the bracha forges a relationship with
see
Hashem
theories.
if
Don't
there's
use the
access
term
further up the
UFOs.
that says
Make it very
I
scientific.
know this comes from you.
And say
I
that
know it's only from you.
people like Bob Lazar say that this is potentially where either
Biological
started
relationship
Betty and
connection.
Barney Hill. They talked about Betty had a star map that was later in the New York Times, and that's veracity. Said that they were trade routes. Talk about the alien graves, King Ron's gazettas, all that stuff. What about Bob Lazar? He talks about it. But put anybody else who talks about any other kind of alien abductees or anything, but don't make the title specifically about the aliens. You can just make it like little particular what we know, what has been discussed about it, perhaps hypothetical stuff, whatever. See how far away it is, how big the stars are in proportion to the sun, that kind of stuff. Please.
All right, Jimmy, so good morning. Let us be here. Actually, gonna skip a little bit to host some buzz. When you said pass out, so I did send it out last night on the WhatsApp chat PDF, and we're gonna spend the very the next 2 mornings focusing on some of the buzz. So not that some of these not perfect. We began some of the yesterday. We got the essence of some of the Rebbe explained some of these concepts about the willingness to lay down one's life. One is not going to live a life according to God's Hashem. So we discussed that already. So we'll move on to something else. This is what really relates to something that I think is
Probably
just
John says that
fascinating.
in his
So the Rebbe says as follows. However, it's something Aleph, which looks like Aleph, in the beginning of Hasidus, the bottom left out. So the Rebbe says as follows. Lamod b'tfilah, Samach Vav, Lamod b'tfilah, al Hashem Yisbarach, Zarech ha'adam l'chol davar ha'mitzvah. A person requires tefillah. A person requires tefillah for everything. Now, literally translated, it means to stand in prayer before Hashem is necessary for everything for which a person requires. What does this mean? Zeh, אף על פי שכבר נגזר מהשם יתברך, שדבר זה יהיה. For example, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu already ordained or decreed that a certain thing is in fact going to materialize or unfold, let's say there's a gzera, there's a decree, a good decree. The Baruch Hu has decided that I'm going to benefit or I'm going to be blessed in a particular way. The Chozos, Sarif Ha'adam Nespalo, Shahid Kahi Adam. A person still needs to daven that the bracha will come to fruition, that the bracha will be actualized in the way in which HaKadosh Baruch Hu will do it. It's like a very fascinating idea. We don't yet know why this is, but the Rebbe is introducing us to the thought that bracha cannot come about in this world without prayer. And even if something is ordained from the Ribono Shel Olam to happen in a particular way, which is beneficial to me, that benefit will not materialize, that benefit will not actualize if not preceded by prayer. So just to show you where the Rebbe gets this from, if you take a look at footnote Reish Valley, so you take a footnote that shows which really is the biblical source for this idea. The Rabbi writes, Moshe Amar, the Chosiyah Hasoda Karen Yevaretz, the Choisif Hasoda Karen Yitzmach, Kilohim Kila Hashem Elokim Ala Aretz, Va'adam, Va'adam, Va'adam Ein La'avodes Ha'adama. So the pasuk literally means as follows: that before any of the vegetation or herbage or grass began to grow, why didn't it grow? Because Hashem had not yet brought rain. That's why. So remember again, the Torah is painting the image that all of the necessary vegetation was literally sitting right beneath the top of the ground, ready to come out. Why didn't it come out? Because the Torah did not yet bring rain. Why did it not yet? Why did the Torah not yet bring rain? Because again, the Adam Ayin La'avodas Adam. For there was no man to yet go ahead and work the earth. He was not yet created. Man was not human, was created. So there was no one to work the earth. And Rashi says, so beautiful. Rashi says, with Rashi, Atayin B'Chayav Ba'aretz B'Shem Nigmara B'Riyas Ha'olam B'Shishim Kodim Shmei Ba'adam Ba'Iseh B'Asada Lama Kilohimter. Again, Rashi says, so why was there no vegetation? Because Baruch Hu didn't cause it to rain. Ayin, why didn't Hashem cause it to rain? In that time over there, with Isha Adam Ayin La'avodas Ha'adama Ve'im Makte B'Kavasa Shal Yishama. So we finish being the footnote. With Isha Adam Yad Hashem Tzarech L'Olam V'Spalel Alei. Ultimately, again, so Rashi explains, because there wasn't no human being to daven for it. There was only one other than Haba on the earth who were able to daven for the rain. That the rain comes. That the rain comes. So the Rebbe, so what's isn't this incredible? The vegetation is there. The vegetation is there. It's sitting there right beneath the top of the soil. It's all there. Hashbaruch has a plan. The plan is to bring forth vegetation, but yet it cannot. Hashbaruch does not bring it forth until someone is there to daven. So the Rebbe therefore goes ahead and essentially builds a theological construct around this idea. What do you see? That even if the Rebbeinu Shalom is ready and poised to give me bracha does not materialize in this world unless it is preceded by tefillah. Tefillah is the necessity to bring about divine blessing. Now, let's pause for a moment. Let's pause for a moment and analyze it. At least from the perspective of Bereshis. Because from Bereshis we can begin to why is that? Why didn't have to start with bring rain until ultimately man was there to go ahead and daven for it? What's the whole point of a miracle? What's the whole point of bracha? The whole point of bracha is one of the ways in which we forge a connection with the Rebbeinu Shalom. That's one of the ways. Right? The whole everything you have to do gives me my health, it gives me time off, it gives me a family, it gives me these things. And my goal is to see all these things don't just happen by themselves. They don't just become if I put in effort. These things materialize only with incredible divine intervention, only the most powerful involved. Tefillah is the way that I recognize the Rebbeinu Shalom's involvement in both what we'll call the miraculous and the mundane aspects of life. Without prayer, I can just as easily assume that these things are on their own. With tefillah, I recognize that the things that I have in life are only because of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Therefore, since that something, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not going to bring about bracha, even if he's ready to, without tefillah, because then the bracha doesn't accomplish what it's supposed to accomplish. Listen, isn't this the exciting life to recognize that everything I have is only because of the Rebbeinu Shalom. So if there's no tefillah, which represents the theological awareness of this soul, then at the end of the day, there's no bracha. There's no bracha. What's the point? Everything that the Baruch Hu does is to create an awareness of my involvement in his life. It's such a profound found his soul. He goes on, he says, L'raya al-Kaf, he gives an example of this. Hello, Tira be'Elio. Go to Rabbi Eliyahu Hanavi, listen to this. Each puts on a face. Shekvar Ololo Hashem Yisbarach, Leich Yira'eh El Achol, Ve'etna Mater Al-Pnei Ha'adam. In other words, it was supposed to be episode of the knowledge. Achol, whereas Eliyahu, interesting enough, decided on his own to withhold the rain. There's a whole discussion in general. But Eliyahu, he decided to withhold the rain. Even though the Gemara says that Ma'ach Shel B'Shamim, the key for rain is something which is held onto by a Kodesh Baruch Hu exclusively, and he does not go ahead and hand it out to everyone. Okay? There you all know we got it. Those are the two explanations. That's a different story. In any event, so what happens? Kodesh Baruch Hu tells Eliyahu Hanavi, go to Achav. Achav is the reason Eliyahu withhold the rain is because of the ongoing evil perpetrated by Achav and his wife Isabel. Which Baruch Hu says to Eliyahu, go to Achav, it's going to rain. It's going to rain. That's not matter. Yachapiki now Achakah, Sha'ala Lolo Shakharno, Vayikar Artsa Vayosem Kanav Ben Birkov, Shnishkateach La'aret, Shsam Kanav Ben Birkov Mispal Lavater, Sheheba B'Tfila Ad Sheva Geshem. And yet, what does the Navi say? Eliyahu, the Navi goes up to Har Carmel, and what does he do? He davens. Why is davening? Why is davening? At the end of the day, the Baruch Hu told you that the rain is going to come. Why is there a need for tefillah at all? Elamai, Abafisha, this talking to Kodesh Baruch Hu, she is a mother. Harishigam la'achar shenikzam l'hashamai. A dying drop in his father, Shiava Hadama. See the something like that which we were saying before, even if something is divine ordained to happen in a positive way, it is only through the power of prayer that the bracha, that the blessing ultimately is experienced. Such an incredible spiritual lesson. Think about this in just a moment. You know what this means? Pretty much subject. It means that the whole storehouse of blessing that is waiting for each of us that we have not yet received because we haven't properly utilized the power of prayer. Which is such an incredible result. See, in our theological context, we often assume if I can Baruch is going to give me something, he's going to give it to me. He's going to give it to me. Okay, of course, I have to be worthy of it. But once I'm quote unquote worthy, then ultimately I'll receive it. That's what it says. It's not necessarily true. There's a din in tefillah. There's a din in tefillah. I can have all the requisite merits. I can have all the personal piety. But without the tefillah, the brachos don't come. Without tefillah, the brachos don't come. Again, the reason for that is because the brachos are only meaningful if I recognize they come from Hashem. The brachos are only meaningful if they're used to build the bond, used to build the relationship between myself and my Creator. How is that relationship? How is that bond built? That's prayer. Because tefillah is when I articulate and express everything I have in this world to do out of it. And therefore says to himself, even if Kodesh Baruch Hu promises it, ultimately the blessing will only materialize if first preceded ultimately by faith. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll America Hashem pick up and spend one more day with this tomorrow. Okay, that's a good catch. That's the general topic around the rush over the Tokyo discussion. So that's always the theological outline. see everything. But Maria continues, Ocean Zion, we left off yesterday in the footnote and thought that we were focusing on the concept of the power of Musha. We saw the Gemara that said that this is not the first Spanish. The first part is the both in the church and in the Spanish. That Musha, that embarrassment, ultimately creates sense of forgiveness. So trying to figure out exactly what the nature of that dynamic is. Why is it that Isha has the power to affect this level of children? So we're picking up again in footnote Kuf and Vav, and we're picking up now in the second paragraph of that footnote, the right hand side, we're going to see this over. See this over, don't go now, we see that children. Covers that some of the states just have Lama Habusha, the Lama is the whole thing in the why is it that Habusha has an embarrassment? Which has go ahead and Rabbi Orthodox Rabbi Rothschild embarrassed about the fact that it is an Akhira, and it's Sunday somehow because of that Busha affects children, that Busha affects Akhira. So why is that? He says, our brothers and Muslims bring in Abusha. Because how to explain this fundamental understanding of fundamental concept within the reality of what it means to be a Busha. English covers that. As the truth, so the person is not Laura, she was selling Asma, that shows that embarrassment shows that I'm removing myself and distancing myself from that sin into totality. Shekadusha Shuni Misbayish Midavar, Mahi Asma. By definition, I would remove myself, I distance myself from that thing. Let's say it's simply an incredibly profound idea. When I'm in fact in this philosophy, essentially what I'm saying is, I wish I had never done it. I don't want to be associated. I'm embarrassed with this. I don't want to be associated with this. I distance myself from it. Looking at what's happening, Shumis Atim Bahu. There's a difference in somebody who has. I was just wondering, like somebody has a different arrogance. But ultimately, again, he strengthens himself. He's asking the faith. He's part of the sin. The kasher is asking the faith. Ain't Asar the faith. As that kasher is asking the faith. Aval on the back, on the Vaish to the faith. No wish ain't happy in his faith. So listen, when you're proud of something, that thing becomes a part of you. You want to self-identify with that thing. When you're embarrassed about something, I definitely don't want to self-identify with that particular action. In fact, all I want is the place of distance between myself and God. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want the connection to it. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely don't want to be identified with it. When I'm embarrassed, I definitely want to be the distance between myself and my action. He said, it's not part of me. بعد ربا مرتی قسم من شما شهرشون سایش ولات محسب أسفل الرحيم موصل الله أخي بأخش ويقال therefore again the Mara explains on a very simple level if there is embarrassed about something by definition he is said to it no more in this axiom it doesn't become part of the essence of who I am number one and by definition I distance myself from that thing which means I don't want to be associated with this action I don't want to be associated with this behavior. I don't want to be associated with this faith. This does not represent who and what I am. Says the Maral, that's true. That's true. Because at the what is the fundamental quality of tshuva? It's the repudiation of the sin. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want this to be associated with me. It's a fundamental repudiation and then distancing oneself from that particular action. That's tshuva. Therefore says the Maran, that's what the Gemara says, if you're embarrassed about the thing, it means you don't want to be associated with it. It means that you feel that this does not reflect who I really am, which by definition means you don't want to keep doing this. I want to change the sentiment of behavior. That's true. Bo'od yishtach aladas, madregas hamizbayish, sheyishtach midas hapshitos v'mashadu, oshes kalim v'na'eva. Yeah. Abusha, hapshitos al ha'adam ha'beh ha'azman. So that's a very interesting. There's another piece that I like, which is embarrassment. Embarrassment is the opposite of arrogance. So we think that Busha and Azus Kolim, right? Azus Kolim. So many of us may be familiar with this word. We might have been quoted when we were little. So, this is a good transition from the review. Azus Kolim. So the idea because Busha and Azus Kolim are opposites. They say Azus Kolim is a certain arrogance, laziness. Busha is the opposite. It's interesting. We often think that the opposite of arrogance is humility, right? Humility. But the truth is, we all understand how arrogance manifests itself. So how does humility manifest itself? Right? Because how does humility manifest itself? Humility manifests itself in embarrassment. When I am embarrassed and I feel embarrassed about the ideas that I committed, that in and of itself is a manifestation of one's inner humility. Because I can't believe I did this. What's wrong with you?
You have bigger laps than William got tonight.
This is not who I am. This is not who I want to be. Since in my life, that's humility. That's the opposite of Azus Kolim. Yavusha Shifus
Mr. Montgomery, it's always a pleasure talking to you. Next time you see William, ask him to show his tail.
Yeah, I will. Great talking to y'all. Y'all take care of yourselves. And Jeremiah is going to have a boy. That's so wonderful. Yeah, keep doing great.
I remember coming home one night, sort of drunk at 3 in the morning, and I am fixing a cup of water, and you and Mama come down, and out of nowhere, you're like, William, are you gay? Do you remember that? Tell Mrs. Montgomery we all said hello. Mr. Montgomery, it was so great to talk to you. Have a great night.
They can't go for a
There
long
you go. That's the Montgomery.
How cool is that?
Always a hit on this show, Montgomery.
Yes,
You
I
have
can
such
run
good
this
parents. William, what's happened to you?
It's such a, again, it's overview, but it is
I just was fucking face. I'm telling a funny story and you're blatantly looking at me. The fuck is that? Your attitude when you said goodbye to me. Look at you right now. Do you think William should show it to me right now? What's tonight's episode? This is it. Here it is. He's reaching for the belt. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. I'm going to be to you. A lot of people said this would never happen.
feeling embarrassed about my identity.
Brown tail. Oh, he's doing the shoulder shake. We've seen this before. Uh-oh. Here we go.
back,
Here it comes.
this is going to sound strange.
Uh-oh.
There's a certain happiness that accompanies that
The shorts are coming down.
If I feel the embarrassment, that means that the cake is not
Okay, here it is. He's pulling it down. No, he's not going to do it.
I don't feel embarrassed. Not for the challenge.
Tony,
Because if I don't feel embarrassed, that means that I'm
Wow.
fully
You lied to us about that.
I have to be truthful to all I actually
That's almost like the reflex that says,
Black eye the other day. Yeah, how'd you get a black eye?
this is not what I want
Yeah,
to be. This is not how I'm going to slave myself into the person
about
I
what?
truly desire to become. And that's why the Gemara says, no experience of Musha, by definition, are the process of truth. By definition, are the actual experience of repeating
There goes William Montgomery, everybody.
one more
The great William Montgomery. We
piece of
all
the
follow on social media. Same with Michael Lair. Michael Lair, comedy.com. Here comes the drawing for Brian G. Eno. Ooh, look at this one. It's a special third one. Big bird there in the entire cast and crew and Sam Tripoli. Absolutely, you're right in the mix. Right there. Look like a badass in this one, too. Every single print is available on RyanGreeneagle.com. Go check out all the tour posters. It's incredible. He's an incredible artist. RyanGreeneagle.com. Coming up again for tonight's guest, the great Sam Tripoli, everybody. Come on.
That
You know what? Wow, this show.
We love you so much, Sam.
you get
Plug your stuff. Tell everybody where they can find you. You are dialed in. This guy's absolutely killing it. We were talking about before the show. Thriving.
That's number one is that God does not punish us for things. That's even though most of the world shouldn't go. You can have it all, you get the own. That's the only wrong because that's the way that's number two because it's not the culture that I would shouldn't be the I would shouldn't be your life around. Shouldn't do anything. Because I should action Akiras Halachon, Akiras Halachon. The Hainu is listen to this phrase. Literally it means if you agree to your will, it's
Guys,
as
the
if
leader
you're
of the
able
band
to
tonight was
agree
not
to
actually the Daniel Thornberry. Spoiler alert, it was Jeremiah
most
Watkins.
self
Wow. Fresh off the release of his new brand new special awesome talking about family reunion available everywhere. Including Jeremiah Watkins.com. What else, Jeremiah?
At Jeremiah stand-up social media
even a little bit further. Even a little bit further. So what do we do this idea?
Jeremiah Watkins. Bob Henry on the drums. I do believe my eyes don't deceive me. That's actually Joel Jimenez, everyone. Joel, tell us
Go
about it.
ahead and you think the punishment associated with it, right? For example, you could take your tshuva and you could transport your averos into tshuva, intentional actions. And then there's even a higher form of
Thank you
tshuva,
to the Comedy Store and to the great Shore family and everybody who takes part.
where once you
Richie,
take
the
your
manager,
averos and
Curtis,
turn them into
Jan,
physical
all the incredible people here that help it all happen.
You're
Guys,
going
we'll
to
see you
miss it.
next week for
But
another episode
Chacham
of
is
Tell You.
focusing on over here is the ability of tshuva to go ahead and uproot the faith in. I will say, if I think about this for just a moment, it's totally easy. It doesn't make any sense. In other words, I understand the concept of tshuva and its ability to negate punishment. Right? So I can make an avera. That avera, every avera, let's say every sin, every avera, big or small, comes with a punishment, comes with a punishment. So when tell me again, tshuva comes along, and I can do the process, and I can negate the punishment. I can hear that. I can hear that. There's what's the word called? Forgiveness. Right? Clemency. Right? Thank you. It's clemency, right? So I did the crime, I should get the punishment, I did tshuva this clemency. The notion that tshuva is powerful enough to actually uproot the act, to make it right that the act never even happened. Forget about turning it into a mitzvah. That's even like another level. But the notion that tshuva is powerful enough to retroactively uproot an act like never occurred. Complete back my own house. We're going to have to stop the more day on Shuba on the season. We'll pick up with the season of that tomorrow, and also then we'll link it back in addition to tomorrow's year back to the website.
Basketball becomes the prototype for all continued pro sports in the Corona era. Unfortunately, the NBA bubble dies of AIDS. Future Truth Telling. President Biden federally legalizes marijuana after accidentally eating a vodka beer watching home runs in Cleveland to New York. Future Truth Telling. Austin, Texas, make some fucking noise.
Sorry for this.
Live from the world famous comedy store beat one more time. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yo, here we are again, back home at the world famous comedy store. So excited! Christmas coming up, Red Man. What's happening? Happy Christmas. That's what they say. Happy Christmas to you. Happy Christmas to you. Here we are again. So excited to be here at the world famous comedy store. Such a incredible place. So let's just jump right into it. I'm so happy to be here, guys. You know who else is happy to be here? Great Ryan J.E. Bell. Everyone, look at this fucking stud here. It's wow. He was deep into that wave and smile this time. He's already started drawing tonight's episode. He draws every episode including tonight. So they're all available at RyanJEBell.com. Big famous posters from the past in any one of your favorite episodes featuring all of your favorite comedians. RyanJEBell.com. You can go straight to who else is here, Red Man. You know who else? Charlie from Nino's Pizza is here, keeping us fed, having fun, making fun. Gino from Sweet Wheat Metrobot Studios is here. The star-studded fucking, it's like the old days. The old days when we used to have fucking Nate Diaz and Gary Clark Jr. and fucking Obama's daughter and all these people. And the seatbelt Tony. Anyway, we're having fun though. We're plowing through it. Nothing depressing about having 9 people in a room built for 603. People. I'm excited to be here, and we're going to have a lot of fun. But before tonight's episode gets
Says, however, Alejandro Firmino had found that Agnostic is really supposed to be ready already. That she's the other believer Allah will shut us up. It's just done with us. That shoving in and managed to discover a secure element and it's talking low. There is that case with his knuckles al Usa Avila and it's carried after us of the subject to the children. So, whatever that person that person is ahead and suffers I like how you're using the rubbish. I've learned that there's really somewhere. A person suffers inner turmoil, but then a person suffers that feeling of inner turmoil as a result of their misdeeds. But it's also a form of suffering. But that only is a form of suffering. That Agnes happens that a person experiences as a result of his zero is also a form of Nothing. I'm going to do it and we'll explain how that works in just a minute. ולכן אמרו חז"ל בסוף הלכה במסכת ברכות, אף כל העושה דבר עבירה, והמספרים לא נותנים לו כל העבירה. Those are the things that are
This guy, he's scored 40 when I got here. When I started, next thing you know, he's on Broadway. He has his own show on Nickelodeon big time. One of the stars of it. And it's just overall great comedian, great guy, one of our good friends.
That's
Ladies and
right
gentlemen,
there.
Mr.
No,
Stephen
just
Goldman.
mention the quote. If you read what this kid was just behind the super change. Right from the beginning, he was speaking about the concept of Agmas Nahash in our turmoil. And now the Rebbe is replacing that with the word
Likeable, lovable, the host of the nighttime show
First and second
for the incredible voice of one of my favorite animated movies I've ever watched, The Monster Hunter.
a person is forgiven for all of his
Oh,
powers
in stores.
power of
Stores.
embarrassment
That's what
to
it's
allow
like.
for
Stores.
one
Stores.
sins.
I get
Now,
them all
Hamlet,
confused.
I want to know what's the logic of this, what's the reason for this. He says that Saval Onosh Gehenom, the Etzim Habusha, Shirish Onosh,
You've been a guest on the show numerous times, so were you with any of them
because
particularly?
being
You remember
embarrassed,
there's a band here, right?
it's usually that a person has already
Every single
suffered
week they
from
contain different characters.
incredible.
Sometimes it's some
But
tour,
the
some of the
power of
famous guys in
embarrassment
Sweden.
is
It's
such,
actually we're all
because
gonna
of
find
that,
out who they are together right now. What I presented to you.
it's such, that it's the easy how you
Jeremiah Watkins,
that's
12
you.
minutes, jet ski, Jesse Johnson.
For any minute, he's ever suffered embarrassment, real embarrassment.
Uh-oh.
No, it's that, yes,
Jeremiah,
absolutely.
Joel,
It's
and
the pain of
Jesse, the big three
embarrassment.
J's.
I mean, I don't none of us know the pain of Ghana, but we know the thing is
We've seen these guys before.
pain of embarrassment. Fight.
If there was a crowd here, they would be going
So listen, let's
crazy
talk
because
about
they
this.
are the Capricorns tonight. Oh, look at Alan
Because
there.
this idea of
Hotel.
that big thing with the
Oh
here
my
is that
goodness,
Busha
that's actually
has these
part
twofold
it's
aspects.
swung
Number one,
up.
Busha itself,
That's an
itself
interesting twist.
is a feeling of tshuva, right?
My
In the Gemara
goodness
teaches that Busha,
gracious.
the Gemara says that a person doesn't have
Jeremiah
a rock,
really
and
banked
then
it
is
on you using
embarrassed
that
by that
camera
other rock, no problem, is forgiven. So somehow the Busha itself, the embarrassment itself, is the vehicle for tshuva. Vehicle for tshuva. And then the Rebbe says that Busha itself is so intense that Busha almost causes Gehenna. Now the truth is those concepts are interrelated. According to the subject, why is it that Busha has the ability to atone? Because Busha itself is the Gehenna. Gehenna is the difference between the Judaic concept of Gehenna and that's the Christian concept of hell are dramatically different. Right? Gehenna is a rehabilitation process. The reason that Neshama goes to Gehenna is that ultimately, again, this way one day at some point in life be able to get to Gan Eden. That's the goal. Some Neshamas can go right to Gan Eden, others Neshamas can go through the purification process, the rehabilitative process of Gehenna. But Gehenna is not punitive. Gehenna is rehabilitative. Christians tell us about it, we should go punitive. That's fine. So the idea will be is that somehow the Busha is Gehenna, Gehenna is rehabilitative, and therefore by definition that's true. So we're going to kind of branch this out. So let's think about for a moment, or at least for a few moments today.
I swear to God, I just wrote down Capricorn.
And then America says tomorrow, the power of Busha. Take a look. It's
So exciting. We have
it's very, very
Hamburgers and the
profound.
Hamburgers.
So here, what we're going to see, what we're going to see,
Start tonight's episode of what?
President's office, and then we're going to see a peaceful and incredibly profound.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to
So
start
footnote
tonight's
6
episode
on
with
the
the
bottom.
goddamn
Page 6
legend,
on the
one of my
best if you're
favorite
following
human beings
along,
in the world,
and
one of my favorite
footnote 6
comedians,
on
New
the
York,
bottom. That's
Chicago,
what I would say also,
LA's
when you have said it for a little while, it's the guy, it's a good investment for your life, baby. You're using the old Dutch hugger, the old hugger version of Sitcom, it's a beautiful set of starting to so great. Yeah. But the footnote says, Rabbi should do the best. אבל also דבר ומסבייש בו, מוכלו הכל בנוסף, שמסבייש בהם, שעברו שעוד לא לתשובה. So here, the Shita that says expounds on the Gemara. It says that whoever goes ahead and does something and is embarrassed by it, he ultimately again is forgiven for all of his sins. Shamisbayish b'chen, it says explicitly, because the Busha, all the tshuva counts as tshuva. When you're embarrassed about the faith, that embarrassment in and of itself is the tshuva. So this is what's the pshat. When you get free, shavusha sha'adam misbayish amashachata, yisod ha'harata va'harata yisod ha'shuva. This is incredible. So the verse like, now close to Meiri. Again, we're in a state of Siddhas. We're studying the Shita Mitzvah. Studying the Meiri. So you're going to kind of look at the So right, so the Shita Mitzvah says that once the power of Busha, as we said before, is the tshuva. Says the Meiri. Why is Busha tshuva? Why is embarrassment over the faith? Why is that the tshuva? So the Meiri says because the Busha is the equivalent of Chalata. Is the equivalent of remorse. And Chalata, the Chalata positive to the Meiri, is the soul, is the basis, is the foundation for the Tshuva. This interesting idea. So first of all, let's understand the Meiri even when we have to back it out a little bit. But just interestingly enough, the Meiri positive, this idea that Chalata, remorse, is the soul of Tshuva. Which is a fascinating idea as well, which makes sense. Let's say if a person is not remorseful, then what? Then the truth. How do you know if you're really recognize that you did that? So let's be honest. Sometimes and the truth is there are two reactions I have. That was it was tough. It was such a great idea. I'm not going to do it again because it's I regret it? No. I don't regret it because it's very enjoyable. I know I can't do it again, but at the end of the day, someone said it become more like intellectual tshuva. And you see this a lot of times when people make, profound, changes in their life, so the way they react to their past is, it's hard for me to say that I regret it. That was who I was. So there's not a halacha back there. There's almost an intellectual recognition. I can't live like that. I can't do that anymore. But there's not necessarily a sense of remorse. It's not a halacha. The Meiri says that the true weakness of the tshuva is because the I regret something. Regret is such a powerful emotion. What regret says is, if I could turn back the hands of time, I wouldn't do this. Because I recognize that this action so fundamentally undermines who I am, what I want to be, that I would have never done this before. I would have never done this. If I could go back, if I could take it back, I would. That's a halacha. To have remorse that I ever did this to begin with. It says Meiri, that's the sort of tshuva. How do you know if you had halacha, that is the Meiri posits? Embarrassed. If I'm embarrassed about something, that shows that I regret it. And if I regret it, that shows that if I could take it back, I would. If I can take it back, I would. That's true tshuva. We'll have to stop over for today. We're going to pick up. There's one more piece that we're going to see. Actually, two more pieces. We're going to see this. told them, the Maharal, and then I'm going to see that Yisharim in there, Hashem. We'll go ahead and we'll go through these two pieces, and then we'll back into the subject's idea of the power of Kedusha.
How about Bye Bye Birdie?
Be live.
He doesn't know Bye Bye Birdie, but he does know I'm hungry.
Be live.
How about my fair lady?
So with that, let us see a beautiful, beautiful new host. Today, hosting Zion is looking in the light now. That's what we'll make our way back every one day. Let's start with the Kiri HaSidus. That is King Zion. The Rebbe writes this out. It says, "I'm seeing and instructing the Adam. Even the last Shira in the Rishon."
How about Tommy?
So they see the point of the Sur. The Sur really means suffering. Obviously, that the love of suffering in Yiddish, right, plays an incredibly pivotal role. Sometimes, again, sometimes the Sur are understood as so much, and sometimes the Sur are just the way in which we are able to achieve some level of absolution or attainment. Again, every neshama needs some type of cleansing. Needs some type of cleansing. Sometimes the cleansing is, again, sometimes the cleansing is the result ultimately, again, of not giving up but that's the way we see. That's the way we see. Again, we're going to reserve the chance. But obviously, when we think about consuming, when we think about suffering, we often think about physical suffering. That's how we normally approach something. Look at the rights. There's another form of consuming as well. Elegant v'chamir hatzava azmas nefesh. She'ich v'adam b'libo al haveros shas. That was something so profound. That sometimes the
God spell. We're just gonna go through all these. How many do you think we should go through all?
not physical suffering. But that, again, is the suffering that comes in the form of the adversary, internal turmoil. Right? Internal turmoil that comes about as a result of the averos that a person commits. Sorry. What?
If you know any of these, you should just
We have to say is that all of us will parent and authority figure growing up. But sometimes the worst result or the worst punishment for doing something wrong is how you feel after you committed wrong. And I'm going to say we all know this, but tomorrow goes right. I can make an idea. How do I can make an idea? Because again, I can look even though a person doesn't sin unless a person thinks that there's something in the Torah. The low, that's Lamed Aleph, low, Lamed Vav. I don't sin unless there's something in it for me. Chazal generally understanding the plan, which is people are very utilitarian. People do things because they're going to benefit from it in some way. There's no benefit to me. Generally, I'm not. And then what happens? I sin. Because again, I think I'm going to get something out of it. And then I go ahead and I sin and maybe even get out of it what I thought I was going to get out of it. But then afterwards, I realized how I feel. And the Rebbe says that's that inner turmoil, that feeling of profound sadness. The Rebbe says is one of the greatest forms of despair. That in and of itself is a form of suffering in this world. One of the very profound Yachshavim in Manish. Kili Yisrael, this is the word. Kili Yisrael as the like Gehenna. And it's wrestling no today with his bankers, with his knuckles, al Osa Vira, Hashem is Charit al Shas. The Sham Bishur Shur. They said, this is a overwhelming statement. The Rebbe says, the feeling of Agnes Nefesh, the feeling ultimately again, of embarrassment. We're going to see, he's going to call it Busha just a little bit. But the feeling of embarrassment, and Agnes Nefesh, the inner turmoil that I feel in the aftermath of having made bad life decisions, having committed an Avila. The Rebbe says that feeling, that's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That's Gehenna. That is Gehenna in this world. They will say, we don't need the Rebbe to tell us this, because I think many of us absolutely relate to this. The feeling of having made a bad decision. I know you must be little productive this bad decision. How many times in the phone do something, and then afterwards I just can't believe I did it. Because sometimes I like to make bad decisions. When you're upset, you're angry, but then you realize, you know what? I made the best decision you could at the time you had to decide. And then there are other bad decisions where I knew it was a bad decision, but for whatever the reason, I chose anyway, and thus this links back ultimately to ultimate pay. How did I choose badly? Because again, maybe I only knew things intellectually, but didn't internalize them emotionally. So I ignored that which I knew to be true. I made a decision, and I managed to feel like I didn't. I managed to like an injection. The Rebbe says something amazing. The Rebbe says, so was it before you get to so first think about how powerful this is. Because I would venture to say, I'm not going to take a shot, but I venture to say that we will all absolutely relate. What did I just say? That we all make decisions in life. We're asked to make the decision, and Mom Bishai can make it. And Mom Bishai can make it. I did this. So we'll see. So two of this. Number one, the Rebbe says, the Shav the Jewish life. You know what the good news is? The good news is if you feel that level of Agnes Nefesh and Busha in the aftermath of a bad decision, that's part of your tshuva. That's part of my tshuva. Because once I think about it, just go, why do I feel this way? Because there's a part of the recognition that I chose poorly. I did the wrong thing. That recognition that I chose poorly, that recognition that I did the wrong thing, in and of itself, a payment of my tshuva. It's a payment of my tshuva, which is very profound. Goes on, well, what this does is, the goal of this, says the Rebbe, is to sensitize us to how we make decisions. How we make decisions. There are certain things you cannot save yourself from anyway. There are certain things that occur where the truth is powerless to stop them. But there are a whole bunch of things in life that I absolutely have the power of to do. But I have the ability to say, Lord, I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to live in Gehenna. I don't want to go ahead and subject to the feelings of Agnes Nefesh. So if I know that a particular decision is going to place me in Gehenna, is going to give me an Agnes Nefesh, don't do it. Why do it? So if I think about this concept, before the commission of the act, it could save me from engaging in self-destructive behavior. But in the event that I did, the quote-unquote good news is, those feelings of Agnes Nefesh, ultimately, again, are in and of itself counteracted the tshuva. The Rebbe goes on to use one more line, and it's that, what we said about our let's listen to this. So this is just another combination of the Rebbe's previous concept. The Gemara says, this is the Rebbe on Avera, the Hamisbayish Ba, Mokum and Rothschild on us. If you commit an Avera, and then I'm embarrassed as a result of the idea that I committed, ultimately again, I am forgiven for it. Ultimately, I'll shalom on myself. I will say, now why is it that busha? Why is it that embarrassment? Ultimately again, right? Why does that look? I commit to that idea, that I'm embarrassed that I did it. Ultimately, I'll shalom on myself. Such an individual is totally and wholly forgiven. What's the pshat? Never see that on the top. כבר סבל עונש גהנום בעצם הבושה שיש במחמת עשיית העבירה. I'm going to say it very simple, because I've literally gone ahead and suffered my punishment. Listen, when the Gemara says that whoever is embarrassed after an Aveira is forgiven, it's not the pshat for us bypassing the punishment. Is that what? The busha is the punishment. The busha that I feel, listen, again, like sad irony is, I commit the act and I impose punishment upon myself. It's amazing. It's kind of like me coming down from Shammai. Right? It's not like a reversal of my life fortune because he did something wrong. This is just the emotional result of realizing that I made a poor decision. I just made a poor decision. That busha, which is on one hand incredibly powerful, because of course the problem is, if I don't say busha, in the aftermath of sin, that means unfortunately that there is this terrible state of despair. And so Maisa says that the feeling of that busha is in and of itself the gehenna that I experience in the aftermath of sin. And because that busha is the equivalent of gehenna, therefore almost has like a cleansing cathartic effect of so we'll stop here for today, but I understand that particularly at this illustration is so profound. I could avoid this. Right? I ask anyone, who wants to sign up for Gehenna, right? There's a lot of them. So, right, these people out there, and there's only one goal when it comes to Gehenna, and it is avoid it. Stay out of it. That's it. Avoid it. So we'll say, now I understand that in the aftermath of sin, I really create for myself what we found out last time we were on the show. The goal of what that accomplishes is a greater sensitivity to decisions and a recognition that I don't want the busha. I don't want to get it. As much as Yasmas Nefesh, busha and Gehenna are not there, in the aftermath of sin, I would so much rather save myself from that self-inflicted pain and torment. Everyone, so stop with me today. We'll pick up in Meretz Hashem with the continuation of this Hashem.
Ratchet. It's bad shit. They would make medicine with rat shit. How long were you on it for?
I was on it for a year and a half. We were supposed to be on it for like 2 years. And I guess they don't really know much about our things. And so they're like, you could go on a mission. I had no idea what was happening.
Have we talked about that?
Yeah, I have a.
שזיקני יחכמים, חוזמן שמסכימים דייתם מסיישב הסחרים, והרי בין כן הרי נמצא שהזיקני ומסיק למעש ככה. Remember, the opposite. Remember, again, it wasn't second, but Jesus associates old age with we assume that the older opposite does. So again, now see this job people were telling me and old age is called Mehara. You're telling me roll to the one that leaves and never returns. When men, and almost like a negative picture of old age. On the flip side, you tell me old age, that's what how does a person acquire wisdom? By reaching in their session of old age. So what's going on over here? To the flip side, it says, Kima Sumishanet, Shnosmaba, Bakashivas, and in the coming of the most Ella, Rupiach Loma, she's only over his style of touch, that Hasab Gile Hazikna, Has Hamida, and so this is so beautiful. Rather, what was Shlomo HaMelech lamenting about old age? And what was Chazal lamenting about the loss? They were lamenting the loss of the youth. The loss of the youth. Right? The loss of the desires of youth. Because when you're young and the fires of desire burn within you, there's an incredible amount of energy that you possess. But as you get older and those fires are diminished, on one hand, it is possible that the day-to-day struggles of life perhaps diminish. But along with those struggles, along with those diminution of those struggles, there's a diminution of energy. Then again, there's a different prophecy saying before that in this world, there are no good purpose, bad purpose, or solitude. No good needles, no bad needles. There's energy. There's energy. And life is all about how you choose to channel your internal personalistic energy. When you're young, there's more energy. When you're older, there's less energy. So Shlomo says, Zaka as Barecha before you're young. Before the days of negativity come. Shlomo is just saying, when you're young, remember Hashem, use your energies for your avodas Hashem when you're young, because you won't have that same energy when you get older. And that's like those of you may the days when you just don't have the same amount of Torah. Chazal say, woe to the thing that leaves us and never returns. Because the bigger that we possess when we are young is something that when it ends, and leaves us, we come back. So says the Tzaddik Shachar Chazal, that's a Shlomo on the Bible. When you're young, you have so much of this Torah. And you use that Torah when you're young. You have so many more titles, you have so many more desires, so many more lusts and wants, and all these things. It's true. It's very true. But Lamaisa, at the end of the day, channel those focus correctly, also have the ability to go out and accomplish great things. Whereas when you get older, that energy is lost, the ability to accomplish in a dynamic way diminishes as well. So let's say, so again, but I want to be clear, not to say Chas v'Shalom, that when you get older, you don't have the ability to look at it. Chas v'Shalom. But a subject is energy. It's all about energy. And success really is all about how you channel that energy. And you only do that when a person has the good day of more of that. So as I say, take advantage of channeling that useful energy and vigor in the right direction. Because one day you won't have it. Or one day you won't have as much of it. And when you don't have as much of it, ultimately again, the potential diminishes as well. As we'll stop up here for today. We'll pick up again some of the last leg of
Why is your dog in a wheelchair?
She's a rescue from Mexico. She was hit by a car when she was a puppy.
What was she trying to do illegally across the border?
Yeah, I think so. But actually, the second day after,
let
she got
us
hit by
begin.
another car.
So we are continuing in Eretz Hashem, we're spelling the first name test. Simchas Tzadik. Simchas
Why do I
Tzadik.
feel like this dog sounds like Steve?
So we are continuing in Eretz Hashem, again. On Eretz Shabbos, we will get back to the version this year.
I didn't even know you could do it.
I think you're setting up. Whoever teaching us is teaching us this idea that
I've never gone to a
the
chiropractor.
more of this essential
No, don't do that.
ability more soul, entities, and das was like Hilfe, die hier Geld für uns verzaubern, what literally translated,
So Kylie, do you recommend you this dog ever been in position since sending it hit by a car? Does it ever run out? What type of options does it have in a wheelchair? Does it feel the pain in the chair?
It's a prosthetics. It's from a company that designed it. It's like the only one in the United States. But everything else works. Like she can go to the bathroom fine.
purify that drives, that desire, basically. So the left hand column. שבעושה עבר שלא חטבו, יעשה מצוות כדי לא חטבו. The part of your body in which you sin, a person has to go out of their way to mix this with that part of your body in order to let you. This is a very profound research. If you look at the footnote over here, it takes some right over here. Así Javiros Shalaveros, así enden Javiros Shalaveros. We are proposed bundles like piles of this, so perform corresponding to piles of this. In 9 levels, let's say I gave order. Right, let's say I've gone ahead and I look at things arrogantly. Or again, perhaps a little bit more, the mindset. I've looked at things that are unhealthy. In 9 levels, I happen to be careful with guarding my eyes, which was my eyes. So what should I do? I do the total thing. Not take with the mitzvah of Torah. Now it's interesting, by the way, because the truth is before this example, I wouldn't have thought that. In other words, I understand the logic of whichever part of your body I go ahead and I do the performance of Alberto's, I should try to do the mitzvahs with that very part of the body. If you notice over here, though, the lecture should keep you a little bit of liberty with it, because when you say over here, obviously still that have to do with my eyes. The only connection between feeling and my eyes is the placement of feeling, which is what after what she said is between my eyes. Again, same idea. Therefore, I lift it if so few things, I was able to dress my line, more not to look feeling. What's the connection? Misuse of my eyes, so I usually take the whole thing and be a sign in between my eyes. Don't show shaker, that's a lie. Right, I have not been careful with my eyes. Like, I haven't been careful with the way that I speak. The amount of time I say, both in the field, then I should go ahead and finish that show. And also, I can't remember, there is saying that this is a little bit more direct. If I abuse speech, and again, I've used it to slander, I've used it to hurt, I've used it to instruct people, so they use the Russian to teach them. Use your Russian to build up. Use your Russian to construct. The guy in short was damn Russian, but literally again, my hands have spilled innocent blood. Innocent blood. And I will say now again, what does this mean? What does this mean? So again, a guy short was damn Russian, but it could mean that's a shame of person murdered, but it's supposed to mean any avila that a person does with their hands. That a person is doing in anything they do that's infecting. So what is it? So every next one says, by the way, the dying short person that Nike is also a reference to what says Zara Bakara, the wasting of seed. So what happens? A person spills blood, a person, whether a Hasra person actively spills blood, a person is slightly in the form of wasting seed, or a person goes ahead and does anything negative with their hands. So what do? Shout from the O's on yoga. We don't play like that. So again, I want to point out, examples of the measures are not meant to be, this is the only thing, right? But the measures are trying to be palatable. I have negatively impacted other my time, negative actions, redeem that part of your body with something of it. It's such a profound soul. Because sometimes in life we do things as well. Like, how do I just something? There's something in life I do things wrong. And I feel so damaged. And the truth is the worst feeling in life is when you're damaged. What French is saying is, don't spend your life feeling damaged. Remedy, rectify, elevate. So I negatively impacted a part of my body. Do something positive. Having been careful with what I look at, really, I look at the whole thing in that way. Having been careful with the way that I speak, just in a constructive way. I've not been careful with what I do with my hands, so go ahead and put those things with extra kavana. Do something to improve the parts of your body that I negatively impacted through the commission of sin. He goes on. Ultimately, again, let's say again, I
essentially,
have
you just make
a
fun of them
dogs.
and have something
Think
to
of the
race,
dogs.
and you were
Why
with
you
so
have
mad
bone
that I got
ha'ila
nominated
alaba.
for an award.
So again, if my thought is negatively impacted, positively impact my thought, we infuse in my mind with positive concepts. Like lying the naros lower Torah, if again I have a problem with constantly running towards the wrong things. Aviras achar mila shivu bein habir. Open to is actually interesting. He says go ahead and run to an end of this milah. Run to a end of this milah. So again, it was like you see who he goes again because the milah takes place between the thighs, one leg, one moves by moving your thighs. So the idea being, if you run to the wrong things, you're doing that by running for the right things. להפיע טיסות אי שקר, ועשן אידי ובשם, משרת מדע ובנחם בקר של עבודתי. And again, he goes on in examples after examples. You know, if I go ahead and I'm the kind of person who loves to gossip, sow the seeds of discontent amongst my brethren, so this is on one level, is the that because remember, what is the Rebbe talking about over here? The Rebbe is talking about over here that I struggle with that. Like we spoke about when we started this a little while ago, is that you may struggle with many things. Most of us, I would venture to say, have one thing with which we perpetually struggle. And the Rebbe says, I don't look at one area with which I perpetually struggle. So the Rebbe posits that one area of weakness, in fact, is going to turn out to be my greatest strength. So how do I approach that area of weakness? Step one says the Rebbe, whatever you negatively impact, whatever part of your body I have negatively impacted through negative behavior, redeem it with something positive. Let's stop over here for today. The next session tomorrow we'll pick up with step 2 in the training. So this is going to be even more dramatic. But again, here the Rebbe gives us great coding and everything in Vayikra Rabbah, a real sort of a tool to help us to fix ourselves in the aftermath of faith. Let's stop here. We'll pick up in our the rest of this place tomorrow.
All right, we got our new sponsor, Whataburger. Yes, thank you so much. Do you talk about the work in your act?
Yeah, I do. I try to address it without hate on it because I don't want it to be a shtick, but I do like to.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. We are picking up the syntax outside the post in the
Did you say about Campton, Ohio?
Yeah, I used to have a sugar daddy living in Ohio.
I just feel like that dog does
The Rebbe is dogs.
I just feel like he's way less fun to do
That
with me.
item,
Like, that's
which I
why.
struggle with
What did you have to do?
that item, that particular item, struggle
Nothing. It was the
itself.
best job
I like
ever.
that is perhaps my greatest like
talk with
strength.
him.
So
Yeah,
there is
you just like to hang out with me, drink scotch,
then
and do
I
what you
what can I do
and
to
go to
put
strip
health
club,
in
and
my
then he would
body?
give me money to get my own
To
strippers.
then
It
go
was
ahead
great. Wow. It was the best. I would just go hang out
of
on my
that
own for a
part
weekend.
of the
That's why
body
that's also how
by
I
engaging with
$20,000
mitzvahs
in cash
and
wearing a
behavior.
pink, fluffy, juicy couture sweatsuit.
It's this smoke that
Yeah,
I
dude,
talked
that's why
about. So we
privilege
saw
to
yesterday, according to these records, Vayikra Rabbah, to give us multiple
and
examples of that.
yeah, no, you're not
That's
good.
why it
Like,
goes on.
tuck
It
my
says,
I was so
ואין
nervous.
התועלת בזה,
Yeah.
רק כדי לעשות באמצעים ופיגור לאווירה הקודמת, באופן שונה לכל העומד בשיחה כנגד מידה הרשע. So to have this like, with this approach, there's a cultural say general, but theologically, we don't subscribe to an idea that if you go on there, it's just mitzvahs and you'll cancel it out. Like, if you want to very do one mitzvah, we don't usually subscribe to this idea that someone on Avera cancels out the mitzvah, and the mitzvah cancels out the Avera, and in the aftermath of sin, all I need to do in order to restore personalistic spiritual equilibrium is something of the opposite extreme. I did not know that. Sorry, the answer is do mitzvah balance to that. So whoever says, please don't understand what I'm saying to be a reference to that. What I'm telling you says whatever is obviously if I do something wrong, if I damage something, so let's say, look at me as follows. If I get into a car accident and I damage my door, then obviously the way to rectify the accident is to fix the door. So therefore, on a basic level, when I'm performing a zero with a particular part of my body, I dented that part of the body. Because I dented it, therefore, halacha l'maisa, I have to fix it damage. How do I fix the damage? The first on the basic part is I use something for negative purposes, the utility purpose it for something positive. Then it goes on and he says something amazing. There's something additional here. And this is the essence of what the Lord is trying to convey in this podcast. About who knows down the Hagir B'Kah, the Tikkun HaYehudi Shanasa B'Kah. Those are these incredibly clear. That says, when I look at it as a particular part of my body, and then I begin to go ahead and utilize that part of the body for good, he says, I use it these ways. It helps in order to go ahead and achieve the very secret, the very purpose, the very rectification of my soul in this world. The idea they have faith, this father that is fire the Adam, the easy thing is crucial, co-fault rebellious. When I sin, says with Tzaddik, when I sin, if it's known to me, the area where I possess the greatest spiritual strength. When I sin, Genesis 30, listen to these words. When I sin, remember again, sin by definition is I just stay for weakness. Like when I commit an avera, I just highlighted here is where I'm weak. So when I go ahead and I show that weakness, I show that weakness, then ultimately again that also shows the greatest source of my strength. But of course, you have to see what this means, which is empty. Now, what the topic is saying is, when I commit an avera, again, there is a bad wrong reference. Is that right? Averas are not good. You want to avoid averas. Something amazing happens when I sin. What's amazing? I discover something new about myself. Through sin, I discover where my true spiritual, my true holy power lies. But after Israel, Rabbi Rothschild, Mizra, the Tikkun is a double question. You say, why are you put in this world? Why are you put in this world? Ultimately, again, we are put in this world to fix something. To fix something, and again, on a personal level, I was getting to this world because there is something that needs to be fixed in my neshama. But because remember, if there was nothing to be fixed in the neshama, so why bother the neshama with this sin to this world? Because if the neshama remains, that's what it's called. But if the neshama was sent to says that's covered, it means that I was created to fix something specific. B'shleimus biyuchadas, asher b'oznis yachadol nafsho b'fat, shetumas nafsho mitzdayenes bo yosel v'shai Yisrael. See how there's like, I'm in this world to fix something. This is a profound statement, and this statement has many profound implications. It could very well be that I was put into this world to fix something in the world. It's possible. But before I even get to that, each of us has primary immediate mission. I was put into this world to fix something inside of myself. And each of us has something distinct and unique to fix. What I have to fix in me is different than what you have to fix in you. And none of us, like what we have to fix, none of our missions resemble each other. Each of us has to go ahead and fix something specific within ourselves. And again, this is the aim, and remember, once you see our topic of this, what it is that I have to fix represents the unique Torah that I possess. And the unique Torah that I possess is different from the unique Torah that you possess. He says, נמצא שום שני פרצות נשכחת, זה נראה לא people. This is exactly like the Shaggy Gemara. Each of the Achaz Siyas, every person has their own visage, right? Their own look, their own face, right? Their own Siyas. Yes, there's a whole lot of story. The only is a seven or a half. This is just like a person has the own appearance. So to each have our own experience. שגם נמצא בכל אחד באופן מיוחד שאין לאף אדם אחר. This by itself is incredibly profound. Because what the Rebbe is truly highlighting has as follows. When I struggle with something, so I learn, and again, I will say, we're talking about the origin of dynamic. The dynamic is that although I may struggle with many things, there's usually one or two things specifically that I struggle with. My ongoing struggle, the things that I just can't seem to get the right traction. Constantly difficult, constantly overwhelmed. Then to understand that thing is the very reason I was doing this. That struggle is the thing that I have to fix inside my shop. I'm here because I have to fix something. How do I know what I have to fix? Generally, it's the very thing to which you struggle with most. Is the thing you were put in this world to fix.
Fuck, he likes the one that I like.
You have a unique thought inside of yourself to fix. The same way I struggle is the same way I have the ability to rectify. And then I find that thought, to be able to fix that thought with which I struggle, that is the discovery of my greatest life strength. But the amazing part is, you only discover your strength because of these. Right? Without the struggle, without the sin, without the failure, I wouldn't discover what it is that I'm here to accomplish, and I wouldn't discover the true strength I have to be able to fix that which is good. So there's this incredible insight that I was giving us that sin, that is what the Rebbe was saying, that Allah said that which I struggle with most also tells me what my greatest strength is in this world. So I have to develop this. So this was one of my doubts. So topic this is not that is find this already in the writings of the Aliyah, publishing the Aliyah. The Aliyah writes, if you want to know why you're here in this world, look at the things you struggle with. That is the reason for this powerful. That's your mission. That's your mission. I want to point out, because I believe in a life we have multiple missions, right? But that is one of my primary missions. To rectify the things that I struggle with. And when I do that, I discover the incredible amount of power I have. We'll just look at the next line. Reading this page that you'll find it. Reading Hatzikon HaMiyuchad, Shlish B'chol Echad B'Echad. If you know that, actually, I'm going to say we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up the very session with this piece tomorrow, but we need to go on. So I just want to point out, this is one of the right ordering pieces of Torah, because this understands is a dramatic way to look at faith. Because a lot of times when we sin and when we fail, especially in situations when I'm struggling with something over and over and over, the challenge is that sometimes I just begin to look at myself and go, like, how do I not get traction on this thing? I've been dealing with the same Avera for years. I don't say literally, again, you know, it's not an exaggeration. Sometimes I'm struggling with the same thing for decades. How do I not get traction? So first of all, the good news is my failure to get traction doesn't mean that I'm not trying to do I'm not a failure. It just means this is my this is my struggle in life. This was the very reason that I'm feeling so. By the way, that these outside it's also quite possible. You know, it's more esoteric. That my neshama was in this world many times beforehand and still didn't perfect it. So I'm here again to be able to try to rectify this particular weakness. But again, I will say, but through rectifying weakness, I discover my greatest strength. So sin no longer becomes an opportunity for despair, for daily. But instead it becomes an opportunity to discover my greatest life.
So
I'll have to stop over here.
how
We'll
long
pick
have
up
you been
again
together?
for the rest of the
Cool
world.
that
See
she
this tomorrow. We'll say again, it gets
woman trying to figure it out.
incredible. We see some
Marriage
incredible
is legal
tomorrows.
now for you
We'll
too.
continue in this journey of self-discovery for a second.
My goodness. What else?
Gobo's shutting down as well.
Parents, like, one owns a bank.
My dad said that my mom's really supportive of this Trump loss.
Is that true? She's a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Thank goodness. Wow. She still lives in, what, Georgia?
Always been
No, I
good.
think she just
Really?
Beautiful.
Not my just we're continuing the lesson from this morning.
She's living the life. What'd she do? She found a new man. They retired, though. They both moved in overnight, is what you're saying. Goodness. I wonder what Trump would say if you could speak to your mother about these elections. That's right. He's very angry. He's very angry. I don't know if he's...
That we really discover what our strengths are. So the thing of the good sign is that in the area of this, got you really an incredible piece. So whatever I do, this idea that each and every one of us is
Come on,
putting
hit us
his
with
work
one more super fun fact about you. There has to be something. There's no way you keep this interesting and fun so it can be this fucking boring.
What are 100 streaming websites like Rumble and YouTube that store data indefinitely? Please provide a list. They have to be paid if they are premium only functions. I don't really know about them. I only want free and they save it indefinitely. So that's not Twitch, that's not Kick. Things like BitChute, Rumble, YouTube.
Like think about again, what was your father accept? Ridiculous about. It says, what is this? How you do but how you respect mitzvahs
They have to be live streams.
What is it?
There you go. Thank you so much. Andy Lowe, everybody. There you go.
Always only just so people tend to gravitate towards certain things.
We're just going to squeeze in someone very special to us right now. He is a regular on this show. Ladies and gentlemen, the David Lucas Commission here on this lovely day. We'll be back next week or something like that. Present to you the great Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. There you go.
Shut the fuck up. I'm busy as a motherfucker. I won't see that.
Make a campaign for this and make a campaign for that.
You told me to
So
say
why
that,
would you
piece
say
of
certain
shit.
things on a platform over others? Yet it's easy to complete time
It's
with
true.
choice, doing shots, bringing down. And by definition, people
Why'd
tend
you
to
tell me to say that?
gravitate
This won't work.
towards certain mitzvahs more than others.
If I had my own touchdown dance, I'd act like I am already taking
If you look at the
inside of the bowl and then
summit
start
itself,
freaking out and telling everyone there's a
and
bomb
its
inside of the bowl,
very, very
and
low.
then
But
run
no,
up
it's
into
all the way
the
on the bottom
stands
of the
and
right
into the
hand
press
column.
box
Bottom right hand column.
and
I
say
need you
over
guys see
the
the
PA
South
that
Southeast
there's a bomb
California today.
inside of the
I'm Rob
football.
Matt. Listen,
And the
here, the football
referees
standing it's actually
refuse to
it's a
stop the
beautiful,
game,
it's a
and then
beautiful
I
tomorrow.
tell my family
We might
I
actually
love
visit
them,
it a
and
bit
then
more
I
in
die
depth. But for
playing the
now,
game
for our
that I
purposes
love.
this morning, this is good enough. So I'm Rob Matt. TCB.
No, I
The
have
Nachman said,
right
you know,
now.
TCB
This is the
should
final
come to me. Give
two.
me a shkaya. The Kayam is Shalosh Sudas Shabbos. Because I'm always mocked to have Shalosh Sudas, to have 3
I'm not
meals
here
on
to
Shabbos.
talk about the
I'm going to have
military,
the
but
TCB.
when's
The
the last
Kayam
time
is
a
even
sniper
Tila.
saved
So
my
Yehuda
life?
says, give me a shkaya, because I daven with Kavon. I If I can bring a one of the greatest takeaways
just
back
going to
for you
footnote
here,
Samachov.
I
He's
would.
put the left hand column of the footnote.
Sorry, Mel
Amro
Gibson
Yeshua
is an extra
Tisiri
hero.
Losagya
Got
Aba
an
Amos
Oscar
Tisiri Rosh. Give me
nominated
a
bad
share.
boy.
I never walked. Dalit Amos
I loved him in Reform.
Amro Sheshes
You know,
Tisiri
this is probably
the Kayamas Mitzvahs
the best part of my
Tefillin.
set.
Give me a share. And that again, I always prefer the
As you all
Mitzvah
know,
Tefillin.
Dolly
Ram
Parton
Nachman,
cured COVID.
TCV, the Kayamas Mitzvahs Tzitzis. Rav Nachman says, go ahead and give me a share because I always fulfill the Mitzvah Tzitzis. What I will say, Rabbi Yudrei Rabba, Avucha B'mai Zor Tzvei, what was your father very careful with? The way the Tzitzis. My father, very careful with Tzitzis. And again, the Gemara tells the story. Yom Echad, Avakasalik Badal, the one day my father was walking up the stairs. If Sidney Kuta and the string, the Tzitzis got caught on something, and the string ripped, the Lochis of the Asaf come the Lolaya. And you would not take another step until someone brought him a replacement string, and he was able to replace the string on his Tzitzis. The day of Rashi, the Kayamas Mitzvah Tefillin, Shema Halach Arba Amos Mitzvah Tefillin, Tzitzis Adraniyah. So let's say, so the idea is you see, it's interesting. Why on this particular time, why are the Jamarot, why are they focusing on fulfill this mitzvah? I fulfill that mitzvah. Again, we don't have an obligation of tzitzis, we don't have an obligation of tefillin, we don't have an obligation of running yamah, we don't have an obligation of running yamah is a little different, but you have an obligation of shalosh sudos. So what's the kiddush? So at the time, and both this Gemara is highlighting this soul that we tend to gravitate towards certain things. People tend to, although I know that I have an obligation for all 613 mitzvahs, the reality is my relationship with the 613 mitzvahs is not the same. Certain mitzvahs I just find myself at this point to, and other mitzvahs ultimately find myself struggling with it. Now back up to the earlier messages. So the Rebbe says over here as follows. The Rebbe says in the Bible, She'inona Shashem Izuru, She'ayudim Kliyas Anitus Sholosh Haneshama Shalai, Vayiristashim Likas Mitzvos Yosanate. These particular Amorim, they knew the essence of their neshama. They realized that from a neshamatic level, they were drawn to certain mitzvahs more steadfast. In other words, I will say, this notion that one found himself connected with cities, one found himself connected with Philip, one found himself connected with Shalosh Sudos, they understood represented a neshamatic connection. This wasn't just, okay, I enjoy Shalosh Sudos, I enjoy having meals. So that's this was the understood on a deeper level that there was some aspect of their neshama, of their very essence, which was drawn to this mitzvah. Va'al yedei ha'fusho ha'yufegos, sheyesh technologam, ashelo lahamkin, as yichidyaso vazeh, ve'as kavadaso ha'prokis ha'yufedes rachlo. So let's see, what the Tzaddik now says is something really amazing. So the Rebbe explains, what the Rebbe explains is as follows, that in the same way that when I'm drawn to a particular mitzvah, I can see, I discover an element of my neshama. I discover an element of, if I find myself drawn to something, there's a message in that to me about me. The same applies with my struggles. When I struggle with a particular area, when I have a particular spiritual weakness, I'm able to discern that weakness regarding a particular strength. I was assuming that we're going to stop over here for today, just because we have a lot to do in the top. But we'll pick up with the last piece of this. I mean, we're not finished yet. But again, let's say we see the tzaddik kind of laying the ground for these various steps. So now, similar to a mitzvah, highlights a particular aspect of my neshama. Through my struggles, through my difficulties, I begin to see also my strengths as well. How that actually plays out in your Hashem, we will see exclusively tomorrow in the 11th grade.
to
It'd be
say
a bit
good
where you look
morning
right
and
at
let
that
us
camera like
begin
it's
and let us
Redman
continue
drowning.
with
Tell
Hashem.
the camera what
We are
you would say
beginning
to
today
him.
in Os Memphis. Remember again, we began yesterday this, we began a number of days about this our sixth year on Os Memphis. Remember again, the Rabbi yesterday quoted the Gemara in the second Shabbos. He quoted the exchange between certain Amoraim, where one Amora would ask another, Avika b'may uzoyer tfei. What is it that your father was exceptionally careful with? Right? So he wanted to know, what is it that your father to be able to do this with? And again, the Gemara is using this idea to highlight this concept that often we find ourselves drawn to certain mitzvahs. Certain mitzvahs speak to us more than others. Now the Rebbe goes on, he says, it's in the page Kuf Zayin, in the Biblia Hasidus the last part, Iran Hazeh Ami Hazal V'Jinah, and Adam Onei Abdullah Torah, Ala Iki Yecha. Those are truly beautiful things. As I say, that a person cannot literally translated, cannot truly be successful in Torah unless, of course, he fails. The prerequisite for success in life is failure. Now, of course, on a basic level, what that could tell us is that you can't realize success in life without first undergoing failure. That's for sure. Is that at the end of the day, in order to taste the sweet gold of success, you must first be willing to undergo failure. So that I understand this in a more profound way. He says, Sheina b'omei al anisosan adshi kasha b'hem le'olos to'os v'yachdeyu. So Rebbe quotes Rashi, and Rashi goes, what does this mean? That person doesn't truly understand the truth of something, and until he understands, until he makes a mistake, and he's embarrassed with his mistake, he pays attention and he understands. So it says, so again, according to Rashi, Rashi says you can't really essentially